Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021 powered by Urbana being played at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. And I'm your host Shaurya Singh, joined by my co-host Rahul Bajaj. And we are live from the prestigious golf club, Royal Calcutta Golf Club in the heart of Kolkata. And we're here for the second edition of this tournament and really excited. And as you join me, I'll give you a little bit of a background. We're looking at the penultimate day of proceedings today. So there we were able to have a look back at all the tournaments that we went through in the preceding weeks. Now here on the first tee, we have the group of Alap Ayal, Kurush Hedji and Vikash Baheti. Now how this tournament is a little different is that usually we only have three professionals who are playing, but this week gives the amateur players an opportunity to play alongside the professionals. So we have a group of two amateurs. Uh, Apologies, one amateur paired with two professionals in each, and obviously the amateurs also have a tournament going on for themselves. So it's a different, unique format. It's pretty similar to what we have on the USPG Tour and Pebble Beach Pro Am. So this is something which is very interesting, and I think a great moment for the amateurs to try and pair themselves up with the best professionals of the country and even abroad. And the cut this week was applied at three over par for the professionals. Very competitive golf course, this one. I think one of the higher cuts that we've had this year definitely shows you that the treacherous nature of Royal Calcutta Golf Club. It's a good swing there. So shows you the generous fairway which is there on the first, and players actually going with a layup club, a three wood, or a rescue. Just to give you a little bit of perspective into this tournament, at the top of the leaderboard, we have the usual suspects as again like Kshitij Navit Kaul at 10 under par, Anga Chima, who's been doing well recently at 8 under par. We have Ankur Chadha, 7 under par, Om Prakash Chauhan tied with a quartet at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Chirag Kumar, and Anshul Patel. Mari Mathu, Sunit Chaurasia, and Samar Dwivedi round up the top 10. So low scores, few and far between, but definitely there. We do have leader at 10 under par, but obviously ball striking at a premium this week. So not many low numbers. Overall, we have 21 players under par this week. And it's a different kind of week. It's going to be very challenging and going to make for great viewing. In addition, we've also had some of the notable players who are in this field this week. You have Digrat Singh Gill from United States of America, Badal Hussain from Bangladesh making the cut, MD Akbar Hussain from Bangladesh. We have MD Zamal Hussain Molla as well from Bangladesh, MD Sayum, and Thanga Raja from Sri Lanka. So obviously, there's a big international contingent that we've had on display this week. Look at the first hole. Very unique design, Royal Calcutta Golf Club, one of the oldest golf courses in the continent. So definitely a prestigious history there with this golf club, and the players really vying for a good tournament. And this is right towards the business end of things. We have two more tournaments on the PGTI after this, so this is definitely going to be a swan song for some of the players who are trying to get into the top 60. So a lot at stake here this week, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have my co-host Rahul Bajaj who's here with us now. So, Rahul, how do you feel being here today?
Absolutely elated. It's nice to be back after a week's time and superb play by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu last week. What do you think? What a phenomenal score at a course like Digboy.
Absolutely. These players are in fine form, and obviously he's at six under par again. So the same thing that I was saying that you do have the usual suspects again atop the leaderboard, and obviously RCGC such a formidable challenge for the players. So you've seen the cut at three over par. And also, how this week is a little unique because you have the amateurs paired alongside the professionals in the final two rounds. So that's something that is going to give a fresh perspective. I think people can actually vicariously live through these amateurs and think that they're right there in the thick of the action.
Interesting mix of things happening at this ICC RCGC Open. And of course, like you mentioned earlier, the RCGC is one of the best golf courses that India has to offer. I mean, look at the layout of the golf course and look at the kind of turf that they've given our players. And most importantly, the course has got 14 par fours, each one presenting a completely different challenge every time they reach up there.
Have a look at Alap Ayam on the first hole. Obviously, this is very nice, quaint surroundings early in the morning. Teeing off early at 8 o'clock does have its advantages for the starting few groups. The wind is sort of low, so it gives an opportunity to score and maybe make a couple of birdies and get ahead of the proceedings.
Think it'll be interesting for some of our viewers to note that the RCGC first hole actually is, although a straightforward 360 odd yard hole, although the hole really plays a little bit like a dog leg because the players try to place their tee shots just slightly right off that fairway bunker and therefore have a nice approach into the hole. Kurush Hirji, of course, has taken out the other route and has landed up on the left side of the fairway. Definitely the place that most players wouldn't want to be. But nonetheless, let's see what Kurush is planning to do from there. Of course, the referee is also being by his side. One of the many water hazards in Royal Calcutta Golf Club, all hidden down inside the trees. Fondly, as known by the locals over there, they're called tanks. They aren't really called hazards. So that's one way to put it.
I think they can definitely tank your round in between if you end up going in them.
There's some hundred and something water hazards there, aren't there?
I think I would have visited all of them over the course
And
of my career.
those people with their cars parked over there definitely have a lot of confidence on our professionals. I wouldn't be doing that if I were you, ladies and gentlemen, just because these guys are so good. Uh, but then it's golf. Those lovely trousers by Mohammad Sayyum, really putting it out there today for the Calcutta folks.
Mohammed Sayyum, very proficient professional from Bangladesh, a very long hitter of the golf ball. Us almost marauds the golf course, well over 300 yards, and he's flanked by Trishul Chanappa and Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, who's the amateur in this group. And Trishul also a very fitness-oriented golfer, a good ball striker. So this is going to be one group for our viewers to really enjoy and see how just to hit the ball hard and how to use all your athletic prowess to, get the most out of the game. Sayyum obviously a very colorful personality. You can see that those trousers. I don't think I'd be caught dead in those, but I mean, can you fancy yourself wearing those kind of trousers?
Well, I wouldn't be caught in those for sure, but definitely looking at the style these days, we've got Trishul Chinappa with that T-shirt, and I mean, I'm just imagining what if one of these guys actually wore both of those together.
I was just
That would
thinking,
be one thing.
they'll probably switch the t-shirt and the trouser, but that's very imaginative. I think anything to color the day, and obviously Sayyum is a very colorful personality.
And there we have Kurush Hirji in pineapples this morning.
I'm feeling rather somberly dressed for this event. I think we'll have to put out the garish colors tomorrow. So, also look at the notables who've unfortunately not been able to make the weekend rounds. We have Amardeep Malik, who's missed the cut by one shot. We have the legend Mukesh Kumar, unfortunately not making the weekend rounds. We also have Karthik Sharma, who's played pretty well in the weeks before this, and obviously he can afford one off week. In addition, we also have a look at K. Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka. He's missed the cut. We have Abhinav Loha, very good professional golfer from India who's missed the cut. So obviously it's Pawan Verma as well, who we've always seen that he's there and thereabouts after 2 days making the cut. So the scoring has been tough this week.
Yes, I know that a few of the tournaments have been happening at the Royal Calcutta. Nice shot there by Kurush Hirji, well judged with that chip shot. That should give him a nice opportunity to save his par. It's always nice to get to a good start, especially the first three holes at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club are some tough holes where players are looking to get to a good start. Of course, there's a lot of other challenging holes as well, but the second hole, apparently, the tee has moved back from where we used to play it earlier, and players are hitting 6 irons and 5 irons in onto that. Where, of course, Manav Jaini made a hole in one yesterday. Mohammad Sayyum now. Let's see if his tee shot is as colorful as pants.
Hopefully, he'll be looking for a bland tee shot and not going the scenic route. A little bit about the tournament. The ICC, the Indian Chamber of Commerce, it's a catalyst for economic growth and is always looking for opportunities to create business relationships. And historically, golf has been associated with with this region, and Royal Calcutta having such a great history with the game of golf. It's the second oldest golf club outside the British Isles, so there's a lot of history here, and obviously some of these players would be looking to add their name to the annals of history today. So this tournament comes back after a brief hiatus of 1 year due to the pandemic, and obviously players are overjoyed to be here and have a look at this fantastic first hole. What a view! Slight dogleg to the left. A little bit deceptive to the eye. Looks a little lot narrower than what it is, but yeah, there we have the amateur on the tee, Mr. Rajesh. And how do you think the amateurs would feel? Obviously, there would be nerves playing around alongside such good professionals, but that's also an opportunity. How would you treat that?
I think it's a great experience for the amateurs to be able to actually play the main tournament with the pros. You usually get to play the Pro Am, which is a best ball format, but here now the players will be playing their own golf balls, and get to see the professionals actually doing the scoring absolutely from close quarters. I think, in fact, I hope that there are a lot of juniors also who are getting this opportunity, as it'll do them world of good.
Absolutely. So I think that's one of the routes that I might like to explore to get into the weekend rounds. Obviously, the weekend rounds have been tough to get to this year. We've seen a lot of low scoring, and this is a little bit of a change. But obviously, you see the top of the leaderboard is still peppered with red numbers. This tournament is definitely going to separate the men from the boys. A very difficult, challenging golf course. A lot of water bodies, precision required, long golf holes. Only two par fives here, so really not much for the taking at all. Players really have to earn their birdies, and a lot of exciting holes as well.
In fact, both the par fives, especially the fourth hole, is a very, very long par five now. In fact, a good drive bang in the middle of the fairway is what it takes for you to be able to have a chance towards the green at all. In fact, even a solid drive these days lands you around the 270-yard marker to the front edge. Of course, the Royal Calcutta Golf Club has its other challenges alongside. Kurush Hirji saving a very nice par over there. So definitely all pineapples for him.
Yeah, that's a good way to start off. So, I'll look at the first hole. We just previously had a look at the greenskeeper cleaning up the greens, making them, cutting grass down, sort of rolling them down. And these greens are really renowned amongst all the players in India and even internationally. The Royal Calcutta Golf Club has been the center for the Indian Open also previously. So it's seen a lot of traffic, a lot of international players walk down these hallowed fairways.
I think we're going to see a lot of release on the greens this week. I've known that there was an amateur event last week, which was the East India Amateur, and there was a seniors event also the week before that. And the greens have been treacherous for these two batches of players, and they've said that the greens release a lot, so it's been very difficult for them to control the spin. But clearly, professionals do have a way of showing why their skill set is much better than the others. As we can tell, Kshitij Naved call leading at -10, opposed to, also you look at the cut line this week has been a little bit over par, which is unlike what we have seen so far on the PGTI this year. But as most amateurs find it difficult to stop the ball on greens like these, professionals definitely, know and change up their skill sets depending on what kind of ground they're playing on, and that's exactly what they do in the practice round. So, luckily we also had a pro-am this week, so that helps.
Yes, absolutely. And look back at the first hole, I think the change in settings and how this golf course is definitely different from the ones that have been played so far on the PGTI. The higher scoring has given some opportunity to different sort of players to come at the fore. I think especially players who are more oriented toward ball striking. I think they would see dividends paid to them this week.
I think this week is really not about ball striking. If you can keep it, in the fairway, which I think most of these players can, I think it's really going to come down to who can control their short game around the greens. Because Royal Calcutta, as I can tell, that the rough right now is probably sucking that ball inside, and with hard greens, it can be really difficult to stop it on the surfaces that we have at the Royal. So that's, I think, going to provide a challenge which is going to be difficult. But nonetheless, if you're in play, I'm pretty sure these guys can spin them up there and make their birdies. Just like Kshitij Naved Kaul yesterday made 9 birdies at the Royal Calcutta. The only other person that I know who's done this is Jasjeet Singh way back in the day.
9 birdies is a lot actually, and you've taken us back down memory lane talking about those good old days. But little bit about this area, Tollygunge area, and how this golf course is so unique. It's nestled between residential. You'll have houses on flanking many of the holes, and it has this unique character. Obviously, built so far back, a lot of history, so many champions from this golf club. It's a different feeling being here.
A lovely shot by Trishul Chinappa, as you can tell. He's hit a wedge in, and the ball had a little bit of release on it. So, the super shot by him, giving himself a nice look at birdie from about 10 feet away. The greens at the Royal Roll, of course, absolutely phenomenal, and it's the most pleasurable golf course to play. Of course, there are many more in the country, but this one lays out a challenge to you. Also lays out some great turf for you to check out your skills very, very well. In fact, one of the things that takes me back to Royal is the way you have to shape every tee shot over here. In fact, most importantly, it's not just the driver that you're hitting. You're hitting different kinds of tee shots with different clubs. So pretty much everything in your golf bag is coming to use.
MDCU. If anybody is going to spin the ball on these greens, it's going to be this man. He's able to generate a lot of purchase on the ball with that steep, hard hit on the ball, and this will actually tell us a lot. But I think also another thing, all that in the mornings you would not really expect to see a lot of spin because of the dew, and maybe as the day wears on, you get some more compression. There, look back at the first tee. We have Gaurav Pratap Singh and Thangaraja, and we also have Keshav Himmat Singha, the amateur. So obviously a great day for the amateur, and an anomaly that you'd see that the amateurs can actually wear shorts as opposed to professionals who are not allowed to wear shorts. So on the final 2 days, so that's a little bit of an oddity, if you may, because the rules of golf are a little separate for the professionals and the amateurs, even in the equipment they can use. So there will be a certain few differences today.
Yep. So there are very stringent rules for the professionals. What kind of equipment they can use, what kind of grooves they can use. But definitely for the amateurs, the rules are a little bit different. Also, the main event and the pro am team event are two separate events going on together at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club this week, with the professional event running the way it usually does, and of course the team event is a separate event ongoing parallelly with it. Trishul Chinappa making his way up to the green, while the amateur has landed up in the left green side bunker on that first hole. Lovely shot, even by Mohammad Sayyum. It's a difficult shot to control, especially looking at the front flag. So it's interesting to see what a landing area that Trishul Chinappa found himself. Could have just about slam dunked it.
Absolutely. And that would have made him a lot happier than trying to putt out for his birdie. You can see that MD Sayum there. repairing his pitch mark. So, ladies and gentlemen, those who are uninitiated with the game of golf, we'll just tell you a little bit about what the word pitch mark meant. And the most important thing about golf is that leaving the golf course in a similar shape as to what you found it, if not better. So, you'll always see players and their caddies and their acolytes always repairing inundations or marks when they hit a ball, filling the divot with dirt or sand so the grass can actually grow back. And I think you'd know better that even if you are to put the sand back straight away, the chances of grass regrowing are a lot higher as opposed to leaving it for a day or so. So it's very important to take care of the golf course. And Gaurav Pratap Singh would be hoping to take care of the golf course, so as to speak.
Gaurav Pratap Singh, of course, great with the wedge. So I'm looking forward to him coming up with a good round because he's really, really good with that lob wedge and sand wedge around the greens. So he's one of those guys who can generate a lot of spin and be able to control them.
Gaurav Pratap Singh definitely looking a little fitter this time. I think playing tournaments consecutively on the PGTI does take a lot of out of you, and obviously he's looking fine fettle. But I think I've done him with the commentator's curse, and hopefully the ball should be there in the fairway thereabouts. So he's very good in and around the green. So I think it should not be too tough for him, but not happy.
It's a very different kind of a tee shot. It tells you to hit a draw, but actually the right side of the fairway is the better side to be on. So it can be a little confusing when the player stands up on that tee box because of the shaping of the fairway. The fairway bunker to fly is only about 240 odd yards from the tee box, but you don't want to go too far out as the players prefer to have a full shot in so that they can spin it closer to the flag.
Very quick player, not wasting much time, just getting on with it. Thangaraja, who, as you previously told me, was in his previous profession, he used to actually be, associated with tailoring. So how well he's done for himself, and obviously from coming from humble backgrounds and traveling overseas and taking plying his trade abroad, he's done really well for himself. And now a look back at the amateur, Mr. Keshav Himmat Singha going with the rescue. Well, he looks like somebody who has a power game. That's quite a violent hit, I think.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at where that ball has landed up, and it looks like the camera is following it back into the fairway, so he should be in good shape. Keshav Himatsinka there from Manakshia Steels Limited is the team that he will be representing. Next on the tee, of course, we will have Manu Gandas playing alongside Sachin Besoya and Harshit Baheti. From Harshit Baheti is the amateur who is in the field, and Manu Gandas, of course, from Gurgaon, winner this year, and Sachin Besoya from Delhi. Lovely fairways out there, Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the oldest golf course outside of the British Isles, Shaurya, and of course the oldest golf course in India. You know, and absolutely a stunning place to be at. The old colonial style clubhouse, of course, has its own charm, don't you think? In fact, including even the menu, and takes me back to what I need for breakfast this morning. But the Royal Calcutta Golf Club's breakfast as well is absolutely stunning. As we know, they're still following their old rules and menus as the colonial times. So it's always a charm being there.
Kind of takes me back to what I did not have for breakfast today, trying to get here in time. So yes, I think food is definitely something we don't want to think of. And obviously, as you see on your screen, the amateur, you would find a little bit of a difference in sort of the focus level of an amateur and a professional. And for a professional, each shot is very dear. So that is something that you'd probably see today, as a format they're competing in is also a little different, which we will elucidate on in a little while.
This week's PGTI event, of course, is the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship powered by Arbana. The event partners for this week are Aluk, we have Exide, as well as ICICI Bank, SRMB TMT, Dynatemp, and StoneX. So, interesting mix of sponsors coming here together to put up the tournament for the professional golfers, and absolutely stunning setup going on. Of course, Calcutta is reaching towards very, very cold temperatures for their standards. And I remember when we used to go there in December, everyone used to be out with mufflers and monkey caps on the roads, if you remember. And a lot of the amateur golfers actually who were traveling from North India, used to actually walk around in shorts even then.
Yes, good old days. As we have a look at the fourth group for the day, which is Manu Gandas, Sachin Besoya, and the amateur Harshit Baheti. Sorry, uh, yes, I mean, apology retrenched. So that is correct. It's a good
Nice
team.
shot there by Keshav Himatsinka.
I think he could definitely, put his sights on turning professional if he wants to. Definitely has the power game on point.
Well, the power game itself, if it was enough to play professional golf, would be a different deal altogether. But clearly, we know that the power game itself wouldn't be enough. Accuracy is going to be key. So difficult to control yardages, and so important this week to be able to control yardages with your wedges up till your 8 iron to get any shot and making a birdie on this course.
Absolutely. I think you called it rightly so. We couldn't quite. Uh, let's hope he finds it. Now we have Gaurav Pratap Singh, who's going to be coming out from the left side, a tight angle there for the green. Would be hoping to get anywhere within 25, and feet should be happy. The rough seems to be quite thick. Look at that. Should be all right there and thereabouts the green.
Looks like he's landed himself just short of the bunker or in the bunker for this hole. Gaurav Pratap, of course, no stranger to short game play, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he does from that position.
Absolutely. He's a wizard around the greens. Has been coached by the Australian coach, Mr. Kellewer. He was also coached quite a few other international golfers, including Jyoti Randhawa. And actually, Gaurav still, once in a couple of years, 3, 4 years, does fly down to Australia to hone his skills and to improve that short game. So let's see if that's going to pay him dividends now. We have Thanga, and you can see his ball just roll up to the left front of the green. Very slick greens, thick rough. The greens are playing hard. Obviously, there's not a lot of spin to be gotten by the player. And there you have a look at Gaurav Pratap's chip shot. No easy shot. Have to navigate that little bit of a shoulder of the green and then roll it up close. But I think should be able to make four.
I don't know about you, Shaurya, but I really want to get up there and hit that tee shot right now at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, which is bringing down so many memories for me. I'm sure you've played enough tournaments over there. I remember playing the East India and, of course, so many McLeod Russell events, the Tour Championship at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. But the most phenomenal setting that it can be. And I think I'm going to keep raving about that over the next 2 days.
Absolutely. I didn't want to bring that to focus. It might look like a case of sour grapes for us, but we really do miss it. And looking at a golf course like this, it's in pristine condition. And I think a commendable job by the greenskeepers and the entire committee to sort of bring this tournament together, especially after the pandemic and the fact that it's the second time running. With the hiatus of the 1 year due to the pandemic, it's really exciting that we have golf in this amazing city and this historical site. The players are lucky to be here, and this is probably one of the favorite events for a lot of players because the golf course has so much character, so much to offer, and a round under par is really you feel like $1 million after that.
It's not the easiest shot that Gaurav Pratap Singh has over there that leads you up slightly up the ridge from where he is, and then the ball does have a little bit of a bounce off from the front slope, which will take it a little bit downhill. So he's got a little bit of work cut out for himself, but it'll be interesting to see what he makes out of it. Vivek Matsinga, of course, running it by the, as you can tell, by the conditions and the roll on that ball, you can tell that how hard the greens are playing, and that poses as a huge challenge. I believe the greens are rolling really, really well.
I think that'll be a big difference between the amateurs and professionals. You can see, obviously, he has the power game, but the touch and everything is something that has obviously eluded him on this time. And that's a good difference that our viewers can also see that obviously the amateurs are good players. They don't, everybody doesn't necessarily need to be a professional. But the real difference, I think, is where within 100 yards, that's where the money is made.
Luckily, Gaurav's got a little bit of against grass in the first yard or two of the green. So if he pitches it over there, the ball should be able to get a little bit of bite. How can I tell that is going to be very interesting for all of you is the color of the grass. It's while it's shining from the place that we are sitting at, uh, from where Gaurav Pratap is looking at, that is actually going to be slightly against him. So that'll help him add a little bit of spin on the ball.
Gaurav Pratap Singh there really does love short game and all it encapsulates. Look at that. And that's the difference, I think. That's where you can see the top professionals separate themselves from the pack. And Gaurav Pratap Singh is one of those great short game and something that can be emulated from all our viewers there. Still, you
Brilliant.
can see that he's disappointed.
Brilliant shot and a lot of confidence, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not try all these antics at home. In fact, don't even park your cars that close to the fairway.
Great par for him. I think you'll take a four on this hole and move on to the next, right?
Sachin Besoya seems like needs a little bit of neck release there. Manu Gandas, of course, as cool as a cucumber, like always.
Yes, stretching before the battle, so as to speak. Sachin obviously having a good run of form lately. He's been playing well and good to be here in the weekend rounds. And ladies and gentlemen, this week we have a prize purse of 40 lakhs. So that's something that the players will be fighting amongst. And obviously, the top five positions do have those world ranking points. And that is affected by the number of high quality players and ranking of the other players and the coefficient of rankings and so on and so forth. A lot of metrics that go into that. And trust me, we know as little about that as you do. But they are on offer, and these players are going to be playing for the top five positions. Get them up on the world ranking points and see how they can ply their tour abroad. And so all these players would be, hoping if not to win, at least get into those lucrative top five points. We have a look at Manu, very measured, calm golfer. Not one for much expression, to be honest. You only get monosyllables from him when he's playing golf. He's very focused, young man.
I think he'd do pretty good for a poker player, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. He might be one, you never know, but he's definitely not showing his cards on the golf course and doing pretty well. Has all the ace paying off. The tournament is different for the amateurs and the professionals. The amateurs actually, the scores that they compile on the pro am day and the Saturday and Sunday will be constituting towards deciding who will win the team championship. And that's going to be a very hard fought battle and bragging rights for years to come.
Harshit Baheti definitely didn't seem to have any nerves there. He just socked that first golf shot off the first tee box at the Royal Calcutta. Definitely, something to learn from. As don't give yourself too much time on the ball, and usually that'll probably turn out in your favor. Clearly, Shaurya is a little bit shy of that ideology of mine, uh, but nonetheless, today was mine.
One thing that I see that the amateurs are not showing any nerves, but I would definitely have nerves playing with some of the best professionals in the country. But what you see, the difference is that a professional really is only concerned with his game at that point in time. So they have blinkered vision. They won't be looking at the periphery, so they won't really be, perturbed or anything else that they have playing. If anything, that's a great opportunity for them to interact and understand. But each player to his own. Some might like to discuss a lot more. Some might like to be reserved, and that's the difference that you feel in players. But I think one thing that the amateurs can definitely gain from this week is the knowledge and the experience of playing with some of the best.
Absolutely. In fact, going down into our leaderboard, of course, Jaideep Chitlangia is playing alongside Angad Chima and Kshitij Naved Kaul, and Joydeep Barua is playing with Anshul Patel and Ankur Chadda. So, of course, when players get to play with these top-ranked players, in fact, Nikhil Salwal is playing with Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Chirag Kumar, and getting this kind of experience, of course, and at such a great golf course is superb. And I think even the junior golfers have a lot to learn, especially, and we know that Calcutta has been developing a lot of junior golfers, so it'll be a great experience for them as well to have the top guys going out and playing at this challenging golf course.
Honor to play with the likes of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Chirag Kumar. Both of these golfers are definitely on top of their game, and to get an opportunity to play with them is worth its weight in gold.
Absolutely. In fact, Harshit Baheti again taking no time to hit his second shot, took off straight in line with the flag, but definitely we couldn't see where that ball landed up. I think confidence also comes from wearing very flamboyant clothing on the golf course, and I think Shora, you should try that with all the nerves that you've been talking about that you might have.
I think it's a little too late in the day, but never know. I think I'll pull out the fluorescent colors and try and beat you to it, Rahul. I think.
I think I'm going to get you some printed shirts just for not being too nervy at commentary.
Let's see if that does the trick. I was also having a look at the official world rankings. One of the things that's notable that the Asian Tour has been off for so long, and the PGTI has come back. So for a lot of our golfers who have actually unfortunately slid down in the OWGR official golf ranking points because they could not quite compete at this point in time, and I think an event like this is really important. We have Shubhankar Sharma, who's ranked at 281. That seems quite lowly, but actually, at one point in time, he was well within the top 100 of the world. So, I'm sure that he'll get back. We have Anirban Lahiri, Chika Rangappa, Gaganjit Bhullar, Udayan Mane at 477, who had made the Olympics. Obviously, they've slid down because of the lack of tournaments, not because they've not played well. I think that's something that's a little unique to golf is that the ranking goes on, and even if the other person gets tournaments to play and you don't, if your home tour or your continent tour is not in operation that week or month. So I think these players are raring to go, and that's visible in the kind of scores that we've had on the PGTI. It's just been low numbers all over.
Manu Gandas from Gurgaon seems to have leaked his second shot slightly towards the right of the green, must land up in that little swale between those two slopes. Be interesting to see what kind of a shot he pulls off from that. It's always a great challenge. The rough over here, coupled with harder greens, as we can tell from the scoring as well. In fact, if you saw the kind of scoring which has been happening on the PGTI over the last couple of weeks that we've been doing the commentary for the PGTI. I mean, I'm not saying it's because of us, but it's because of the quality of play. We've got under par cut lines, we've got even par cut lines, and this is probably the only week I think that's owing to the toughness and the challenge of the golf course coming to the fore. And the two par threes that are there on this golf course as well. It's not like they are two walkover holes. The 13th hole, my apologies, is one of the toughest par threes in the entire country with that L-shaped green and that water hazard in the front, with about 230 to 240 yard carry required to get close to the green, and of course the 14 par fours alongside non-reachable par fives and short little hole, a small green on the second hole, which is the par three, with a 5 iron in. It's a very tough hole. In fact, I remember with an 8 iron as well, it was used to be quite tough.
Absolutely. Now we have a look at Vikrant Chopra, who's alongside Sudhir Sharma and the amateur Pawan Ghai. Vikrant has been doing well recently, making the weekend rounds, playing well, top 20, top 30s. Obviously, he would like to push on and try and win this week. He's always had a case of so close yet so far. But I think this week suits his game. He's a good ball striker, and the golf course should suit his eye. Sudhir, obviously a very good golfer in his own right, has had a good finish on the Asian Tour by finishing runner-up a couple of years ago at the Delhi Golf Club, and he's no stranger to success. And as we have a look back at the first hole, so this week is probably the highest cut, and that's a testament to how tough this golf course can be. It's brutally unforgiving, narrow fairways, long golf holes, hard greens, and the rough is thick, as you can see. It's at least more than a couple of inches deep, as you can see on our screen. So if the ball does go there, it nestles down, and if you have a long shot, unfortunately, that becomes a sort of a power game from there, and a tussle about muscle. I think who can actually try and get the most amount of speed and hit onto that ball to get it progressing far ahead. And around the greens there's a lot of touch required, as you'd see right now with Manu, because the ball is down, it's not going to spin, the club is going to trap a lot of grass between the ball and the club head. So it's going to be tough all around. I don't see any easy hole on this golf course, no place for a reprieve.
Absolutely. In fact, he's also short-sighted himself for this particular whole location. So clearly being a little too aggressive, a little too early in the day. Of course, talking about speed and having some muscle power, that also seems to help in. That's a lovely shot by Manu Gandas, giving himself under 3 feet to save his par. Also, muscle and speed do help in creating some spin in the rough situation as well. So that is also something to look forward to. The muscle doesn't only help in hitting that ball far, but that speed will also help you to slide that lob wedge under the ball much faster, creating more spin from the grooves.
So, are you telling me that a longer hitter from, let's say, 60 to 70 yards to the flag from the rough will actually be able to create more spin as compared to a medium hitter?
They could actually, but just that a lot of the longer hitters end up not paying attention to the short game. So, but other than that, yes, absolutely. A person who has speed can create more spin on the ball from a 50 to 60-yard region, opposed to someone who is actually a much more rhythmical swinger and has a little bit more release on the ball.
Exactly. There we had a look at the amateur, and now we have a look at Vikrant Chopra going with the 2 iron. I think that's a good choice of club. Get you to about 245, 250 yards, maybe if you had a good hit, and,
Absolutely.
and then get sort of a pitching wedge onto the green. So,
A lot more capable player than he's been showing off late. In fact, he was one of the joint leaders when he started off this tournament. He's a lot more capable than we have seen from him off late. In fact, for the last 3 or 4 years, I would say, he's usually the kind of player who could be shooting underpars on a daily basis and leave himself around the top 10 area most of the times.
yes, absolutely. Vikrant's a good player. So is Sudhir. I think the difference, the margins are so thin now. There's so many good players. So you have to be firing on all cylinders. Metaphorically speaking, you have to have a short game. You're putting. So only a player who can actually have everything come together can compete and win. So Vikrant's obviously done well enough with a lot of good finishes, top 10, top 5 also as well. But I think to go the last mile, you really need that something extra. You can't hold back. You have to throw caution to the wind and still succeed. And you have to take your chances. And you might end up missing the cut that week. I'm seeing that the players who actually end up missing they cut sometimes other champions also in the past week because they're going really aggressive because the last 2 days in itself is not going to be good enough to win a tournament. You'll have to really come out of the gates like a racehorse and shoot low numbers upon low numbers if you are to win. I don't see any other way now on the PGTI. You can't really have bad days. As you have a look at the amateur, Mr. Pawan Ghai, obviously we'll see the amateurs and a lot of unorthodox sort of swing setups, and that's the difference because they're playing the game for fun. It's a rare sighting that you are able to see a professional and an amateur in the same frame competing for different tournaments, so as to speak. It's a different format done so that you can have more participation by the amateurs, and I think they'll be a lot better for this experience. They'll learn and improve.
I mean, talking about unorthodox swings, we have plenty unorthodox swings from our own professional golfers, actually. So, in fact, the more unorthodox swingers could learn a lot from the way the professionals use their action and make the most out of it. I mean, that's one of the biggest differences, right? A professional, whether his action looks unorthodox or funny to some people, will not really pay much heed to it. But if you were to tell an amateur that his swing doesn't look so good, you'd find him watching up YouTube all night long.
Why watch YouTube when there's a professional golf coach such as yourself to give them all the pointers? Yeah. So, but obviously there's different strokes, different folks, but you will see professionals maybe with different swings, but they would have honed that skill so well that they'd still be able to have consistent sort of attack angle on the golf ball and consistent ball dynamics each time. So that's the difference as they stride down the first hole, and we can look at the flag which is at the front of the green. What do you think about this pin position? Is it inviting? Is it tough?
Front right pin position is going to be a difficult flag, especially for the people who are going to land up in the rough. There is no space there to stop the ball. In fact, if I were playing, I would be actually looking at giving myself a 100 yard or definitely a full sand wedge shot so I can spin the ball close to the hole and probably leave myself 10 feet coming back into it. But definitely wouldn't be slam dunking it like Trishul tried. I'd probably just pitch it slightly past the hole and spin it there.
Yeah, that's because you are able to generate that speed. We have different. I remember that I used to actually hit a 3 wood on this hole. We're seeing a lot of players go with the rescue. I used to want to take the bunker out of play because good hit, then you're able to carry that bunker. So, in times past when I was a young amateur, I remember playing the match play event. I actually used to hit driver. So obviously, the younger you are, the more you can freewheel a lot more. But with age and experience, life wears us down. Now we're getting a little philosophical, but yeah, that's the fact. So you'll see the older players a little more cautious, understanding the pros and cons of going with it. But you'll see the younger players a lot more unbridled, just going for it, and that's the difference. I really like seeing that kind of a contrast.
I think you're really, remembering your olden days, and clearly you're not being able to generate as much spin anymore. Age is catching up on you.
Absolutely, and hence I find that the commentary seat is a lot, lot better suited to myself than being out there in the action.
I have a bit of an issue that happened yesterday. I played a round of 9 holes with a couple of juniors, and I hit a bunker shot where I spun the ball back about 6 feet. Now I'm worried. How do I do it again?
6 feet. Are you sure? Are you sure it was your ball that spun back 6 feet? You were not imagining something. That's a lot of spin from the bunkers. How do you do that? Like,
That's what I said. I don't know.
one way that the amateurs and you can actually try this trick. It's an old professional trick. I don't know for many of you who would have tried it, but if you want to really know how it feels to spin the ball back, I recommend go to a bunker, put two balls, one ahead of the other, and hit the one behind, and you'll see is the front one will sort of go ahead, and this will pop on the green and spin back good 10 to 15 feet. But be cognizant that the ball can actually hit you vertically straight up into your head, so be careful. But this is a trick definitely to be tried. It's a fun trick, can be done from the fairway as well. Just two golf balls, one ahead of the other, hit down, and that'll give you an idea what spin feels like, something which to be honest I don't know much about.
While we are busy blowing our own trumpets, we have Pawan Ghai, who's actually given himself a nice look at birdie from just about 15 feet away from that flag location. And Vikrant Chopra has hit off his second shot, although we haven't seen his golf ball yet. We will see it as he gets closer to the green. Sudhir Sharma now from Greater Noida.
Looks like a good hit. That was a thick divot, should have a lot of spin on it. Not too much spin. Obviously, the greens are hard. I'm not seeing any sort of action on the ball. It's sort of just falling down gingerly and rolling right. You'd see a lot of spin on that normally.
Yeah, that green actually, the front part of the green is a slight downhill, and his ball landed up just at that ridge over the bunker. So there was no spin really to be seen. So kind of cute shot, but gives himself a decent opportunity. And of course, going all the way uphill now towards the flag. So yes, he's given himself a good look at it. Generally, the balls do roll off more towards the right side, but because of a wedge, it didn't actually have that sort of a release.
Now look at the first hole. Now we have M. Dharma and Harinder Gupta and the amateur Sandeep Podar playing alongside them. An interesting group. Dharma obviously has been knocking on the door this year, has not been able to close the deal, sort of faltering in the last day. What do you expect from him this week?
I think he's still a little bit far away for this week's action. But you never know, looking at this golf course, what can really come up, especially with Kshitij Navedkar shooting up 9 birdies yesterday. Clearly, it's something that has opened up the doors for the other players, and maybe they can also do the same. So maybe M. Dharma needs one of those 9 birdie rounds for himself. Clearly, Kshitij Navedkar and Angad Chima, including Ankur Chadda and Om Prakash Chauhan, in fact, even Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Chirag Kumar are in commanding position for this tournament, and they should be able to keep this fight up until the final day, which will be tomorrow. But generally speaking, I would think that at Royal Calcutta, you don't want to be too far back. You will have to shoot up some consistent rounds and play some consistent golf. It's not one of those golf courses which is going to give you a chance to make a 10 under or an 8 under par. It's definitely going to keep the pressure on you piece by piece. Each hole will be full of pressure. Each shot will need its good shaping. And of course, as you can tell from the rough condition and the green condition, you definitely want to be in the short stuff.
Vikrant there with his chip shot. Left a little short, some work to do. Obviously, not the same level as Gaurav Pratap Singh in terms of short game. And you can see that difference. Vikrant was a little tentative. He was very good with his ball striking, but short game, He has the skill, but is a little tentative. As you can see, Gaurav is always looking to try and hold the ball, and that's a different difference in psychology. A lot of players from outside the greens do try and go for holding the ball.
You have the amateur Pawan Ghai now taking on for birdie. A lovely try by Pawan Ghai, but clearly rolling himself by a good 5 feet for par now. M. Dharma from Bangalore taking on that first tee shot, going with a driving iron. Dharma, of course, like Shaurya mentioned earlier, has been knocking on the door this year and, of course, has been a top player. So, he's another one of those guys who's got an unorthodox swing or trusts it fully and, really makes the most out of his game. He puts it all together very, very well and, in fact, is a formidable putter. You put him around at 20 feet or inside, and he's going to be a tough fight for anyone. He's playing alongside Harinder Gupta from Chandigarh, who's been trying to find some form this year. He has been struggling for the past couple of years owing to a shoulder injury that he had. So he's had to change the shape of the shots he plays because the shoulder, which had the injury, has actually become quite weak. So he's unable to make that shoulder fire through the golf ball very well.
That's something that happens actually because golf is very repetitive, and you'd have professionals hitting almost up to 200 to 400, 500 balls a day. Like Mukesh Kumar in his heyday used to hit 750 golf balls a day. So you can understand that even though golf to the outset may look like a benign game, it's far from it. The repetitive motion, the time spent to hone your skill can actually injure you, not just tournament golf. Golfers actually spend a lot of time practicing, and that's how it's a little different from other games. You would not really have a football player maybe take 2,000 penalties per day, but you would have a golfer make that kind of putts because there's so many moving parts to a golf swing, and such a multifaceted sort of game. So that's where the difference comes in.
Sandeep Podar now, the amateur in the group with M. Dharma and Harinder Gupta. Looks like he's made a fluid golf swing.
Yeah, that's a good golf swing indeed.
The track over here is the track that actually leads the players towards the driving range as well as the 10th hole. Each of the players who wants to go towards the putting green as well as towards the chipping area on that side needs to wait for the players to first tee off. There we have got Yuvraj Singh Sandhu making his way towards the driving range while he's going towards the warm-up area as he will be playing later today at 9:40 a.m. Par putt there for Mr. Pawan Ghai. Lovely putt there for Pawan Ghai, saving
Great part.
himself a par on the first hole. So clearly, he's done a good job of the first hole. Drive right side of the fairway, with a good shot into the green. Gave himself a shot at birdie and confidently so making his par to save his day.
Some of the other notables who've made the cut this week are the legend Harmeet Kallon, the Asian Tour winner. He's a veteran golfer, and it's good to see him on the weekend. We also have Manav Jenny, who's been playing decent off late. He's here as well. We have Imran Ali Mola. I think he's making the cut for the first time in the last few events that we've seen. Then we have Arjun Sharma, who's made the cut this week. And obviously, being at three over par, you have almost 10 players who are tied at three over par. So they'll be really happy to make the weekend rounds. We also have Digraj, who we saw at Chandigarh to make the cut and play well. So a lot of different players who are making the cut this week.
So an interesting few names actually down there. Giraj Singh Khadka, gentleman whom we are seeing newly on the tour.
We also have, the professional Vikram Rana, who, I mean, it'd be unfair to call him a veteran golfer, veteran professional, but a veteran golfer nevertheless. He's also made the cut at two over par. And obviously, at the top of the leaderboard, you have the players who have been running into a good, rich vein of form, the likes of Thangaraja, Dharma, Tapi, Ghai. So all these players would be the ones to watch out for, and Sunit Charasia and so on and so forth.
Must be a day full of nerves for these amateurs playing alongside the pros, right? I mean, the pros would take out their two irons and their hybrids and sock it by about 240, 250 in the air. And the amateurs, of course, are sort of lurking behind, but interesting experience nonetheless. But could be a little unnerving for them to be in these kind of situations.
Absolutely, and I think let's not forget that it's being covered on live TV. So each faux pas, each shot is being covered, and so it's a curious case. It's like a poison chalice. So let's see how they cope to it. But I'm sure they're for the better for this experience. They can tell their friends that they've been on live TV on a international golf tournament, mind you.
Yeah, I think the other tournament that actually does have this is the Alfred Dunhill Links Championship, where amateurs get to play alongside the pros for all of the days. I think there's another one where the team plays the amateurs play alongside the pros while the pros have their own scoring also going on.
Pebble Beach,
I think that's the Pebble
Pebble
Beach
Beach.
AT&T Pebble
Yes.
Beach Pro Am.
So this is our PGTI's equivalent of those tournaments, and you'll see a lot of amateurs. Some amateurs actually come up with good scores, so it gives them an opportunity to test their skill with the best.
M. Dharma has left himself on the green. Should have a good look at birdie from about 20 odd feet away from the left side. Apologies, wasn't M. Dharma, was Harinder Gupta's golf ball. M. Dharma is yet to hit his second shot. I think he's primed himself really, really well down that fairway. He should have a good full wedge shot in and generate enough spin, of course, to keep that close to the hole.
Coming in with a good angle, actually, and Dharma. This is the furthest that we've seen somebody off the tee. He's right up there next to the green, maybe about 60 odd yards.
Yes, I think it appears to be about 60 odd yards from where we are sitting, but must be about an 80 or a 90-yard shot. So should be able to generate enough spin on that ball.
I think this will be a good litmus test if the greens are going to give up any sort of spin for the players. Yeah,
Litmus test it is for even Dharma's wedge game. So even with a full wedge shot, you see that there was a little bit of release on the ball, and generally on more friendly greens, you would see that the ball takes one bounce and then checks up right there.
so it's going to be a tough day indeed for the players. And for the amateurs, that tough day is going to start a lot earlier. Obviously, it's difficult. As you can understand, the different facets of the game are going to be difficult for the amateurs.
So well out there by the amateur of the group, Sandeep Podar, of course, his third shot landing up in the bunker, but he's done a good job by giving himself 6 feet now to save his bogey on that hole. Smart shot there by M. Dharma, keeping himself on the fatter side of the green, but still giving himself a good look at a birdie putt.
A good leader group, leaderboard rather, that we're seeing this week. A lot of good young players. Anga Chima actually showing a lot of good form recently in the previous weeks as well.
I think Angad has been knocking on the door for quite some time. In fact, I was expecting a really solid round from him even in Chandigarh, but clearly wasn't his week. But Angad Chima definitely has been around the door quite often this year, and I'm hoping that he can pull off a victory very, very soon. And W, of course, is something that doesn't hurt any of the players.
Absolutely. We have Arjun Prasad and Dhruv Sharon.
Arjun looks the happiest in this group, though.
And we have the amateur, Mr. Alok Gupta. So, it's a great opportunity for him to learn from these players. And both of these players are very good ball strikers. So it'll be a fun day for him. Harinder Gupta, been playing it straight for quite a few years. I think he's been professional for almost maybe close to 2 decades, if you may. I think 15 to 16 years now.
Easily. In fact, also has had a great career behind him. He's been a very, very consistent player on the PGTI, has been a multiple time winner. He's just that off late due to that shoulder injury of his that he's been finding it difficult to find form again.
What would we say? Obviously, injuries are a part and parcel of the game, but they can really derail, a person's career. I remember early in my time, I was unfortunately a little too injury prone, and sitting at home, you're trying to understand how do you get back to it because unfortunately, you can't really speed up the process. You have to have to bite the bullet and sort of sit and let yourself heal, and that can be really frustrating and play with the player's mind. It's like any other game. Players will pass you in rankings. You might lose a lot of prize money. Nobody's going to really pay you to sit at home. How does one deal with it mentally? That seems like a pretty tough concept to me.
You're absolutely right, Shaurya. In fact, it can be very, very taxing for a player. He wants to get out there, but his injury wouldn't allow him. Of course, definitely, anyway, it's very difficult for the player to process these kind of thoughts. And on top of it, of course, the rankings are going for a toss. And like in a case like Harinder's, I know that I think it's the right shoulder that has been hurt. And being a fade player all his life and winning all these tournaments, playing that fade, suddenly the right shoulder does not have enough power, so he's unable to drive that through the ball very, very well. So he's actually trying to shape the ball the other way around now. So it's a completely new game for him because the eyes are actually doing everything because he was always used to visualizing a shot which was coming in left or right, and suddenly every golf course has to be played by him absolutely from the opposite direction now. So it adds even more to him.
I think sort of taking back to the adage that health is so important, especially more so for a professional golfer. I think that's something that sort of goes unnoticed. Is longevity of a career is also so important. Not everybody can last the rigors of tough professional golf, where you sort of 1 week you're here and the next week you're somewhere else traveling. Having to carry your luggage from place to place. It's a tough, hard business, and obviously these guys are here for a reason. They're passionate about the game, and they want to make a name for themselves. And I think Dhruv is definitely someone who I feel in the years to come would be able to do that.
Joe Shuran, of course, been showing good form of late. He played very well in Dick Boy as well, and of course, top five finish in or a top 10 finish at Chandigarh. So that definitely helps. So he's someone who is to be looked out for. He's also had a good start to his career when he won the qualifying school in that year itself. So he's of course got enough talent under his belt. It's just a matter of time. Seeing his form, he is definitely looking like someone who will be knocking the door very, very soon.
Yeah, if Mr. Alok Gupta here, we're going to enjoy his day in the sun. A good day of golf for that. And he's from the Urbana One team, so it's for all to play. And these last 2 days are going to be very important for the team championship, which is also going to constitute how they played on the Pro Am day. So a lot to play for the amateurs as well. I look back at the previous the week before last at Chandigarh. I look at last week's event at Big Boy.
ICC and RCGC for hosting this event again. I remember I finished top 5 last 2019 when I played here, and the course is in a phenomenal condition.
First time I'm defending my title, even in that way I'm so happy to, defending my title in Kolkata, and then especially because I have a good memory since amateur also, especially in Kolkata in RCGC.
As we come back to the action on the first hole, nice look at the weeks past. We also had a look at the interview of the defending champion from Sri Lanka, Mithun Pereira. The Royal Calcutta. His victory was a surprise victory here because it doesn't really yield to the shorter player, but obviously Mithun knows how to get it done anywhere, and that's a testament that he's been able to survive amongst the horde of long hitters. And even though he's barely able to get the driver to 240 yards, he's still able to win and shoot those deep numbers. So many a times that he's hitting rescue irons into par threes and par fours, and he can never really reach a par five and two, but still makes a lot of birdies and a lot of accuracy in Mitchell's game. He's a different kind of player, and gives a lot of hope to the players who maybe not so long off the tee, that if you can actually hone your short game, your putting, and your direction, then you can still make a living and do well for yourself.
Mithun, of course, maybe on the shorter side of things, but doesn't seem to miss any of the fairways, and his shot game seems to be on point. And I think these two things at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club are a good mix. He's also not been having great form, though, of late. But other than that, looking at the way he plays golf, these kind of courses are really set up well for him. Don't have too much of. Of course, Royal is a lengthy golf course, but at the same time, the importance on accuracy is also huge over here.
Yes, absolutely, and that's. I think he's able to find the balance. But obviously, it's not easy. Some of the holes where you are, the longer hitters obviously hitting a shorter iron, and you going in with a much longer club. It does demand a lot of you, and that's a testament. I remember last time we need one, I believe, on the 18th hole, which is a par four here, where the longer hitter would probably have maybe a driver and a pitching wedge. We saw Mason actually hitting a driver and 5 wood, and he was able to hit that 5 wood quite close. So,
Well, he usually hits his 5 wood a little closer than my pitching wedge, so I would actually lay my money on him when he would be playing that hole and hitting a 5 wood onto the green. I remember playing a couple of rounds with him, and his hybrids are actually closer than my 8 irons. So
and we have a look at Dhruv, coming out from under the trees, trying to navigate now. He'll really have his work cut out for par, and this shows you that this golf course is unforgiving. The rough is also being grown this week, and that's probably one of the first times that we're seeing thick rough on a golf course, and that really does add to a lot of high scores. Obviously, we have a few low scores, but there have been a lot of high scores as well. Players have really struggled this week, and this golf course has really been able to bear its fangs. It's played so tough, and I think it'll continue to do that for the last few days.
as much as I empathize with where Dhruv Shoran has landed up, I do look forward to what kind of shot he pulls off from there. It's an interesting situation to be looking at. Dhruv, of course, highly talented, should be able to save his par, but it'll be interesting to see what choice of shot he actually pulls up from there.
I'm expecting maybe a sort of a high flop kind of a shot that he'll go for. There's not much green. There's a lot of rough there, and you need some spin, and that's where your theory of a long, see if that holds true. If he should be able to maybe have a little more purchase on that one.
Talking about longer hitters, Tijen Banerjee from Calcutta seems to have been paired up with Tapi Ghai and Samar Dwivedi, both good hitters of the golf ball, and of course, young bloods of the game. So, Tijen Banerjee has got actually a nice and young group for himself, and some good golf to be looked at. Samar Dwivedi has been playing rather well of late, has shot himself 70s, a pair of 70s on the first 2 days, and gives himself a total of -4 at the tournament.
Yes, the amateur must feel like he's flanked by two boffer guns.
Absolutely. In fact, Samar does hit his golf ball also like a bullet. So that probably analogy would be absolutely true.
he's an avid singer as well. I've seen him do that a little bit on his Instagram, and he likes to sing the blues, and hopefully the blues are something that he doesn't feel on the last 2 days.
Dhruv Shoran doing his calculations. Arjun Prasad has also short-sighted himself on this hole, so he's also got a little bit of work cut out for himself. That's not the best place to be for this flag location. Neither of the gentlemen are in the best of places. I think if you're in that front side bunker, that might be the best place to be at.
So, Rahul, what do you think? Does singing actually help golf? Or is there any correlation? Did I miss that one?
I think there is definitely it's important to have other hobbies alongside playing golf. Sometimes we can get so caught up in ourselves playing the game and traveling and working hard at it that we forget that we have a rest of the life as well. So I think it's very important to have different hobbies which can help you get your mind off the game of golf and the pressures and the turbulences of it. I think that also brings you a new perspective when you have to go and play the week after at any tournament. There we have Arjun Prasad, trying to use that slope, but clearly that he landed that ball in the wrong spot. Tapping high now, taking his first shot on the first hole.
Tappy, a very upright sort of a swing, very athletic swing that he has. I think he's gone with a 3-wood, so should be able to clear that bunker easily.
Samad Dwivedi choosing a hybrid club off that tee box. He slings it from the right to the left. Solid golfer.
A tall, athletic build, pretty similar to Viraj in many aspects, and also hits the ball a fair distance. There's a lot of these power players now that you have, and they can make a lot of birdies, and that's what makes the game exciting. There's this good crop of young golfers coming through. Very strong grip that he has. You can see that on his setup it's visible. The muscles are tense. He's readying himself for a hard hit.
Leaked himself out to the right. A quick mention to also our tour partners: Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amritanjan Electro, Athletic Drive, and Golf Plus. Of course, the tournament is presented here to you by Arbana, the ICC RCGC Open Championship, the Indian Chambers of Commerce.
We have the amateur, Mr. Tejan Banerjee from Group L Services Private Limited team. So let's see if he's able to do his team proud today. In the background, we can see the clubhouse, and that's almost a sight for sore eyes. After a round of golf, you finish 18 holes, and you come here and you sit and relax, because the ninth hole is actually not close to the clubhouse. It's almost a good fair distance, almost a kilometer, if you may, from the clubhouse. And back on the color coordinated team of Arjun Prasad and his caddy.
You think he gave him a mandate?
You never know. It could be something that they decided beforehand.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Kshitij Navedkor's score sheet from yesterday. Made birdies on 2, 4, 7th, and 9th. And of course, 7th and 9th, both difficult holes to make birdies on. 7th, of course, could actually be a player could be hitting anything between a 7 iron and a 4 iron into the green. And he actually did make bogeys on 10th and 11th, but got back immediately on the 12th and made 4 birdies in a row, starting the 15th hole and 15, 16, 17, and 18. 4 birdies in a row to actually shoot a -7. So that would be the best round of the tournament so far. Arjun Prasad putting for par now from the left edge of the green. He has given himself a little bit of work to do this morning.
The houses in the background obviously provide enough motivation to not go over the green and overshoot. But that gives those the residents in those houses a good vantage point to watch the golf and cheer or jeer as they may.
I think the getting so much land for golf courses is so difficult that pretty much every hole at the Royal Calcutta has a wall behind the green, or definitely no space behind the green. So they've really maximized the utilization of the land that they have, and lengthened the course in multiple places, and provided such a challenging golf course to all of the players. Of course, the new greens that were laid out a few years ago, they are one hell of a task, aren't they?
Absolutely. The greens are difficult that we've seen so far, and obviously the rough is not helping the golfers either. It's like stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that's what I think. Samar Dwivedi is on the left now, so his tee shot being in the rough, the pin being at the front, the green being hard. All three ingredients actually make the shot very tough and almost next to impossible to get it within 3 or 4 feet. So the players will definitely have to use their putter to get the most of it. And look at all our associate sponsors this week, and this wouldn't be possible without them. This tour and these great tournaments. So definitely a shout out to all our sponsors like Tata Steel, Incredible India, SAMB, TNT. So there's so many more.
In fact, the areas around the Royal Calcutta Golf Club are called the Golf Gardens, and all of these apartments that we see behind are a part of Golf Gardens. An interesting place to be at, with great atmosphere that Calcutta always. So it's not as busy as most other places. It still actually runs a lot more on the colonial style of things, with old clubs and sporting facilities. All of these things are very, very high on culture, literature, so we speak.
Yes, obviously a lot of rich history and heritage around this area. There's a good golf course right across the road. Is a Tollygunge Golf Club. Both of us would be no strangers to these golf courses. We played a lot of golf, enjoyed the hospitality here, and that's what our viewers can do as well. Head over to any one of these golf courses, just pay the range fee, and you can go and pay and play, and it's pretty affordable to just go to the range, have a look, take the environment in, soak it all in, and enjoy yourself for your day in the sun. A look back at Summit. It looks pretty inviting from here, but the pin is good about 10, 12 feet above the player's eye level. The pin is downhill. He's playing from the rough. It's not going to spin much, although he's a long hitter, so should be able to spin it at least a little bit and maybe somehow control the trajectory.
That's a pretty good shot by Samar Dwivedi, leaving himself about 15 odd feet or 18 feet short of the hole. Would you have played the shot the same way? Would you have rather gone with a little bit of a chip and run, bump it at the front and then let it release up?
I think I would have gone with a bump and run, but obviously Samarth going with a lob wedge, going with a little bit more of an aggressive shot. And that was a risky shot that he played, because had he pitched it on the shoulder, he could have rolled by 20 feet. So, he knows what he's doing, that's for sure. He would have practiced that kind of shot. Players understand this golf course and how it's different. And now looking at from one power group to another.
Abhijit Singh Chadda playing alongside Mari Muthuwar and Gaurav Upadhyay, who is the amateur for the day. Abhijit Singh Chadda, of course, has been playing rather well this year, but clearly needs to get a little bit of work done and get a W in. He's really been knocking on the door quite a bit of late and has been quite confident with his game. Mari Muthuwar, of course, just about coming back to finding a little more confidence with his game.
Another power group. Both these guys can actually maybe hit their driver up to 330, 340. Mari Muthu and Abhijit Singh Chadda. This could actually be a driving contest. Obviously they're great players, but there's something so exciting to watch for our viewers. So on the holes that they do take out a driver, it's important to just have a look at how hard and how straight they hit the ball.
Absolutely. In fact, Abhijit and Mari both can actually reach this. in that playoff with Rashid Khan to win the tournament. Great play by both these gentlemen. Rashid, of course, has been playing phenomenally well. He's just not got a W in, but a phenomenal golfing by him of late. Chief Milkha Singh, HR Srinivasan, all the people behind that tournament. Abhijit Singh Chadha now. It's interesting to see that, even though his driving prowess can actually get him very, very close to the green, if not on it, he's actually chosen to go with a long driving iron and give himself that full wedge shot in to be able to spin that golf ball onto the green and give himself a good look at birdie. Mari Muthu from Bangalore will be taking up his tee shot next. Mari, also one of the longer hitters on tour, really gives that ball a good whack. It's like he's placed himself well in that fairway. We'll be looking at our amateur now, Gaurav Upadhyay. Gaurav Upadhyay is representing Kona Expressway Housing Projects Private Limited. Seems to be pretty happy with that tee shot, Gaurav Upadhyay. Royal Calcutta Golf Club with a lot of history behind it. We are back on the first green with Samar Dwivedi getting ready to make his birdie putt. Uh, of course, there are water hazards all along the golf course, but the amount of history that this entire place actually offers, including the colonial style clubhouse at the back, is a super mix up of things. And of course, the golf course with the conditions that it is playing at adds up even better. Uh, Samar Dwivedi there giving it a good look at birdie, just about missed that putt. Lovely, lovely try. Looks like his caddy Rupesh Pardesi actually knew that that ball was going to curve off in the end.
So I think that's something that the caddy should have told him beforehand.
Well, that always happens, right? Caddy is blaming the player, player is blaming the caddy. This is always the case going on.
Absolutely. That's how you get through a round of golf, 4.5 hours of telling each other whose fault it was, and if it really goes according to plan, then let's see who gets the credit.
Let's see if Tejan Banerjee can make that putt on the first hole. Let's have a look at what his home course knowledge can do for him.
Sporting a wristband similar to Rafael Nadal. Let's see if he can hit a good forehand and get this one in the hole.
I've never seen Tappy Guy without those wayfarers, have you?
Neither have I. I think he's able to block all distraction out and just focus on the task. There's also I saw a few advertisements, and I remember a lot of players used to like wearing shades while playing, and actually used to accentuate how they used to read the green. But is there any truth to that? Does it actually help in reading the greens?
I actually used to play with the glasses on back in the day, but as soon as I got onto the green, I used to remove them because I couldn't see the texture of the grass very well. So in my case, it was really just to safeguard from the sun. Other than that, when I had to read the greens, I had to take them off.
All right. I think that would have been the correct thing to do. And we have a look at how Tappy navigates that small little part. Another, the adage of the PGTI is taking Indian golf global, and it's done so much for that. There's so many good players that have come out from the PGTI and gone on to taste international success. And with the resumption of international golf, the Asian Tour this week as well, we're seeing that our Indian players would be really doing well and flying the Indian tricolor high. There's so many good players that we have who have emerged from the PGTI, gone on to do big and great things. And what is the role that the Professional Golf Tour of India has played in nurturing future golfers? And even I think we can talk a little bit about the feeder tour as well, what it does to give players an opportunity who might not have necessarily qualified for the main tour, because it's so competitive to get there. Like we have the qualifying school in January, in about a month and a half. So anyone who fancies his chances, if you have a handicap certificate from your home course, and you think you are up to it, you can actually apply it to the PGT of India website. The form is there. You can actually see if you can, stand shoulder to shoulder with the best. Go on, compete, and if you earn your card and end up in the top 60, about 65 odd places, and top 30 are the A cards, then you can actually play amongst these players. So I would recommend anybody who's if they're passionate amateur golfers, if they think they have the game, then they should definitely roll the dice and see where it lands.
Would you be going to qualifying school this year yourself, Shaurya?
I've given up on such flights of fancy, but to be honest, I'm still a romantic at heart. You never know. You might just find me there, and you might be commentating on my lousy golf. or maybe we both are there. You never know.
Well, the PGTI as such is one of the strongest domestic tours that exists across the world. So it does provide players a great opportunity to use that as a stepping stone and sort of move forward with their golfing careers. And in fact, it also gives you world ranking points now to the top 5 players, depending on the kind of field we have, is the number of points that we will have. Of course, like points that he gained from the Indian tour. Mari Muthu leaving himself way short of the green there.
Are there any world ranking points on offer for commentators?
Well, you're running at number 1,767 right now.
That's good enough for me. I think we'll both make do with that.
There are only 1,768 of them, and I'm 68.
No, I'll tie you there, right there. So we start from the bottom, but I'm just going to the world ranking points, and we have so many of our players who are in the top 1,000. So that is very good. We have a lot of good players, and look for that crop to really grow up. And we had Jeev, who at one point in time had reached the top 13 world rankings. So obviously there is a lot of potential. We have Shiv Kapoor, who won recently and has played so well at the British Open. Anirban Lahiri. So we're looking for a lot of these golfers to actually get into the next gear as they now get into the business end of the PGTI. They'll probably be going for Q schools and on the Asian Tour in Europe. We have quite a few good proficient senior golfers as well, like Amandeep Joel, Gaurav Ghai, I think Indrajit Balotia. There are many of them who may be getting towards the end of the PGTI career and going on to play the senior tour. So there are players who are sort of trying to ply their tour on international tours. And my apologies if you're missing anybody's name, but we know that there's so many good golfers and so much history. We had Arjun Atwal do so well here. If I remember the Indian Open back in the day, what year was that? I think we'll have to look that up, but I think
that'll be early 90s, if I'm not wrong. That's when I think it used to be the classic sponsored events
and
back in the day.
SSP Chaurasia actually just lost out to Arjun Atwal, and such a rich history here. This place has really produced a lot of great players.
Arjun Atwal, Rahil Ganji, SSP Chaurasia, some phenomenal players from this place, and of course, the likes of Divyanshu Bajaj and Mohammad Sanju, who are also in the field this week. Great players who have come out of Royal Calcutta Golf Club. Mind you, Indrajit Balotia also back in the day. Was one of the top golfers produced by Calcutta.
Yes, and some great amateurs as well. I might miss out a few, but I know that some of the ones that I've competed against, Mr. Sanjeev Mehra, who's fondly called legend. That's a moniker that he has for himself, and he definitely lives up to it. A great player and an ambassador for the game of golf, and all of us who've played amateur golf have been terrorized by his antics when we were competing against him.
It's quite a
But on a
poor
light,
miscue by Mari Muthu there, isn't it? Just about pumping that ball onto that downslope and given himself quite a bit of work to do there.
yeah, it's not easy. It's going to be tough this week, and looking at Suneet Chaurasia, obviously his uncle also from right from here. So there's so many great players. I'm sure there's so many other amateurs in apart from Sanjeev Mehra who've done so well and done so much for the game of golf from this region. There are good golf academies here as well. I think Indrajit is involved now, and he's doing his bit to coach the next set of great golfers from here.
Cool. So Sunil Chaurasia is playing alongside Om Prakash Chauhan, and the amateur representing Lumiere golfers is Soham Daga. So nice group also for Soham because Sunil Chaurasia, of course, a local boy, but playing phenomenally well on the tour this year. And Om Prakash Chauhan, of course, has been a multiple winner on the tour and has been getting super fit off late. If you remember, he was doing one-legged squats in Chandigarh. So let's see what he's going to do today.
Yes, I did try those, and
Might levitate.
I did try those and didn't end too well for me. So I think I'll stick to no squats of any kind. So he's done well.
Super shot there by him, giving himself bang in the middle of the fairway, right over the center of that bunker. Soham Daga now.
Now we have Mr. Soham, obviously getting to play with the amateurs and the professionals, mind you. One of the difference that our viewers can see that the amateurs are actually going with the driver, whereas the professionals are obviously using a shorter club. That goes to show that the professionals are obviously hitting it a little longer, and for them, accuracy is at a premium. Each shot is so important for the professional. Maybe a little less so for the amateurs. So that's the difference that they can see.
Soham seems to be swinging a little bit like Bryson DeChambeau, don't you think?
You might just surprise us today with a great round then.
Absolutely.
Striding up the first hole. I remember making the turn here as we'll go through, the motions of the round. We'll see the other holes here. The golf course really does have a lot to offer in terms of topography, different holes. The third hole, the fourth hole, each one of these holes has its own character, and it was so difficult to navigate. I remember.
Yeah,
back in
the
the
third
day.
hole used to be so difficult, sure. Yeah. The tee shot had to be like a 3-wood or maybe even
Yes.
a driver of the tee box because it was so long to get that second shot in. I remember ideally I needed a 3-wood off that tee box to give myself about an 8 iron or so in. But it was so difficult to keep it in that fairway that I used to actually hit a 2 iron off the tee box, get a 5 iron into the green. I used to make it a little longer for myself, but uh, I used to hit my 3-wood pretty wayward. So, couldn't really help it. A very difficult hole, and if you landed up missing the fairway, you couldn't take out anything more than a 9 iron off.
Because the rough used to
Yeah,
be so thick, and
yeah.
that's something that I think that's very good that the golf course has maintained its character and has been true to itself. And in some way it's a little bit almost anachronistic because it's stuck in a time warp, which is actually proving that old is gold. It's actually proving that the traditional golf courses can still bite back and bare its teeth. The rough is and the layout is making it so difficult for the players this week.
Talking about bite bag, Abhijit Singh Chadha seemed to have got a good line on that putt, but that ball seemed to be biting back towards him and not wanting to roll up till the hole. Mari Muthu, of course, has got a little bit of work to do from 10 feet to save par on hole number one itself.
Power group, obviously.
Might want to muscle that putt in as well.
Yeah, I guess if that's what works for him, but I see a lot of long hitters now. In ages past, in years past, you'd see that their short games would definitely be their Achilles heel. But these players have learned the long hitters of today's day. They're very good at the short game as well. For our viewers who are just joining us, we like to tell you that we are at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship by the PGTI, and we have two more tournaments on the current calendar year on the PGTI calendar, and that the top 60 would be decided after that, and they would be able to save their card. And for our viewers who have never seen golf before, we maybe take you through a little bit of journey about this game of golf. If you just switched on, hoping to watch cricket, and you are on watching golf, please don't be confused. The PGTI has partnered with ABP Network, and we are now going to be covering a lot of events live. So we have, you're in for a treat. You're going to be watching a lot of events live on this sports channel. So stay tuned, and as we keep going through the motions of the day, we'll make you understand all the terminologies, and we'll ensure that you can actually understand the game and actually play it as well.
Soham Daga given himself a good chance from the fairway. A good drive off that tee box. Let's see where that ball has landed up. He was definitely slightly left of the flag. The caddy was calling it back right. Remember, the caddies back in RCGC Golf Club, Shaurya, they were they were intense guys. I mean, they had adrenaline running through them early in the morning before the round had even begun.
That's actually great because a lot of that will transfer to us. They will be very enthusiastic about the game. Not just football. Obviously, everybody knows the rich history of this part of our country and football, and what it means to the locals here. I think they have the similar attachment towards golf, and it's evident when we used to play our amateur events, and especially the match play. I remember once I was playing the quarterfinal. I think it was against Himmat Rai, and we had almost 100 people walking. And I remember I made a birdie. I didn't know if they were cheering or if they were scolding me, but they were all very enthused. And I'm very happy. That kind of added to our contest. It was a lot of fun back in the day. Their support, and I'm sure that's something that we'll see on the final day, and even today towards the later part, that how they will follow the leaders.
Talking about Himmat Rai, where is he these days?
I believe he's playing his trade in Europe. He's playing a little bit of golf in Europe and taking some time off, maybe recharging his batteries for next year.
Has he been playing the Challenge Tour, is it?
I'm not too sure. He's played a few tournaments in Europe and should be back before long to the tour that he loves and where he's won. And obviously, maybe he's trying his luck in Europe, which is so competitive. And he played the qualifying last year, and that's something that I believe when I spoke with him, he's going to be preparing for.
He's been an Asian Tour winner,
Yes.
and of course, has been one of the top players from the country. So it'd be nice to see him actually doing well on the European Tour as well. He's always been one of those guys who actually does put in a lot of hard work into his golf game.
Yes, exactly. We had when we were amateurs, we were actually in the same oil company and played a lot of our golf together. So his hard work ethic actually, I was able to feed off that. And that's something that young golfers can actually learn from. And anybody in this day and age, if you have to get good at your skill, art, or, apply your trade, you have to put in the hard work. And golf is no exception. Especially if you're looking to turn professional or play this game seriously, it's going to take a lot of time and effort out of you because it's there's it's so many different variants in golf. You're looking at variables like ball striking, you're looking at putting, you're looking at chipping. So a person can't just be good at one thing, and he'll have to. The funny thing about golf is that I speak to a lot of professionals. They say that when we get up from one day to the next, the feeling is different. The
Absolutely.
ball, one day you could be hitting it a certain way, next day you're hitting it not so well, and there is no way to really make up for that because
Absolutely.
the golf course is not going to give you an inch. Whereas in a team sport, that doesn't really make a difference because you find your rhythm. Maybe let's say in football or hockey or anything, these kind of intricacies are not there because you can find your performance. Your team can do well, or you can feed off the other person's performance. You can sort of alter your strategy. But in golf, it's a little difficult. If you are playing a certain way and if it's not happening for you that day, it's quite frustrating for a lot of players. And that's something that I always hear, especially if you have a morning tee off and next day you're playing in the evening.
Right.
You could be like Dr. Jekyll and Hyde. How do you deal with that?
I think one of the things that pros or any golfer for that matter would find very difficult is because the golf swing actually has hundreds of muscles moving together to hit that golf ball, and to have each of those muscles firing at the right time on each of the days is very very difficult, and that's why it's such a demanding sport. It might not appear to be demanding in terms of the amount of fitness required to be able to walk a golf course, but when you look at it in a different fashion, where you have 10 tournaments in a row, which means 10 weeks of traveling, when it means that you have to play 40 competitive rounds with total rounds about 60 rounds over those 10 weeks. So for you to be able to perform day in and day out and to shoot 4 unders and 5 unders on a daily basis, you will have to stay on top of your fitness levels to be able to repeat that even mildly. And mind you, I say mildly because you will not always maximize your potential. Some days you will not have a great day, and that's the day that chipping and putting will help you. I mean, I'm sure it's not like every day Marimuthu goes out there and misses a green on the first hole from that situation, but that's what was posed to him today, and maybe not the greatest swinging day for him as he begins. Chirag Kumar, former Panasonic Open champion, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, fresh off a victory at Digboy.
What a contrast between these two players. Chirag, obviously a very modest hitter of the tee, and we have Yuvraj, who's again a young band of fiery golfers who can really get the ball out there. Definitely has a go at golf courses this year itself. He shot some deep numbers, won a tournament, shot 10 under on the final day. I mean, is there anything this golfer can't do? He's such an exciting player to watch, even as a viewer and as a commentator. These are the kind of players that you really watch out for, and even as a connoisseur of golf, you want to see how you can improve. You look at this guy. Uh, he's so composed. Look at him. He's going with an iron. You've seen a lot of players go with a 2 iron, 3 wood. But obviously, when you have that length and something that you realize, I think you also had that a lot of lag. So when you see him on the downswing, he's almost a little bit like Sergio Garcia. There's a lot of bend on the shaft, and there's that the angle at which the ball is hit, it really he gives a good whack to the ball, and it's a heavy hit that he has.
Very arms oriented swinger, isn't he? Uses a lot of his hands and his arms to move that club. Very loose arm kind of an action. Timing it with the body is what he does to be able to make it a little effective.
But that's a lovely whip that he had there. I don't know if an iron can actually carry that bunker. That bunker would be at least 240 yards to carry.
Yeah, it's about 240 yards to carry, so not the easiest carry with a long iron, but maybe he's just leaving it short of the bunker. Short of the bunker also gives you about 140 yards in. Again, giving yourself a full shot, and a good place to be as it's the widest part of the fairway. Kumar, of course, going with a fairway wood for this shot. He's definitely looking at going past the bunker, giving himself a wedge in, and of course, his wedge play is second to none.
Chirag Kumar, even his fashion sense is second to none. Look at those stylish shoes. He has the fashion game on point. Let's see if that 3 would follow suit. It does. He's plucked the tee, and that's a telling sign that the golfer is happy with that.
Playing alongside Nikhil Sanwal, who's representing Exide. Nikhil Sanwal is going to be taking on this round today with Chirag and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
So Mr. Sambal would definitely be happy for this opportunity playing with these players, and definitely get a couple of pointers in so that the weekend rounds can be enjoyed by him better in the future. Good swing by the amateur.
Give it a good whack, but camera seems to be panning out towards the right side. So as long as he's not made it into one of the tanks, it's absolutely fine.
Yes, the tank is. I think there is a tank here on the right side, somewhere hidden in the trees.
I think there are about 3 of them in those right trees, not one, 3 of them.
Exactly. So it's not, it's not just the rough that you're having to traverse. You're actually having to negotiate with the tanks. Also, many times they'll sort of come, they'll just creep upon you when you don't know where they are. And that's happened to me on this golf course. You sort of hit an errant tee shot, and lo and behold, you find yourself at the bottom of a ditch.
Yeah, it's a funky little spot, isn't it? Like you hit it into the trees, and you're hoping to get a chip out, or maybe a low cut or a low hook in towards the flag, and then suddenly you find yourself you're in the middle of a ditch which they've planted out of nowhere, and then I think they found them, and then they just carried red stakes and just put them all over the place.
Exactly. It's so challenging is this golf course, and that's what adds to its allure.
Lush green fairways. We are looking at Shivendra Singh Sisodia and Arjun Sharma walking the fairway, and back to our group of the first tee box.
Look at the first hole. Also look at the scores now. We'll have a look and see how the players are doing. Some of the notable rounds today. Divyanshu Bajaj, who's 1 under through 6 holes today, the player from Kolkata here itself. And we have Ajay Besoya at 1 under for the day. Ajay has been doing well, making a few cuts here and there. So, fighting to save his card, and hopefully should be able to do that. Then we have Ranjit Singh. He's at 3 for the tournament. The veteran golfer from Chandigarh. He's also catching a lot of fine form. So that's good to see the veterans do well. He's a player who's always been good on the PGTI. And we have Vikram Rana getting off to a little bit of a slow start, 1 over through 3 holes and 3 over for the tournament. And at the top of the leaderboard, we have Kshitij now with call at 10 under par, and he'd be looking to win this week.
Anura
Going
Rohana is doing all right in the field this week. Anura Rohana, of course, a legendary golfer from Sri Lanka. Phenomenal touch around the greens. And what a great ball striker. I mean, I know that Rohana doesn't like to put in too much of practice into his game. He's very, but his touch is really second to none. What an amazing golfer that he is. Good to see him also coming back into form off late. Mithun Pereira, of course, just about follows him. So a lot of international names. Mohammad Sayum and N. Thangaraja are the leading internationals this week. As of now, Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, of course, a superb player from Bangladesh, probably one of the top seeds from that side.
Yeah, Rohana, you're one of those few players who are really blessed with golfing ability. You don't see him put in the hard yards right now, but maybe earlier in his career, I'm sure he would have definitely paid his dues to the golf course. And he's someone who's so set in his ways. I've always seen him use a graphite shafted iron and has very good control on the golf ball. Hits a right to left, nice little draw, and is able to replicate that. Has won tournaments on the PGTI. I think in years he's even played on the Asian Tour. So he's again one of those very decorated sort of veterans, but obviously somebody who's not been able to take his game to the international level, but maybe on the subcontinent level he's been really good, and on the Asian development tours. And what is it that is going to separate? I mean, what do these players need to do to get the next level? Like a player like Aruna Rohana, who's obviously very good.
Day. Off late, I feel that the game has become a lot more power packed. You need to be extremely fit to play it. The repeatability required is humongous. Arjun Sharma hitting a superb shot there. So the repeatability pattern required is extremely uh, demanding on the human body. And of course, the scoring patterns, as we can tell, you require about 68s and 67s on an average to be able to survive the grueling competition that exists. So, keeping all of these things into mind, feel, of course, is one thing that is important around the greens, but the rest of the factors to be taken care of are a lot more now that are in the mix than used to be back in the day.
Look at hole number 10 now. We had Shivinder Singh Sisodia there. The 10th is a pretty challenging hole. The players seem to have made short work of it. Shows you how good they are. But yes, coming back to your point, the game has definitely changed. And I think somehow it's more visible here in India. When I see it internationally, we obviously see the change to power golf. But we've seen a surge in power golfers in India. And that's showing you that obviously the young generation is really focused on their fitness, and they are taking this game and even other games seriously. And obviously that shows you that our nation is moving towards a more sporting culture, and that's really welcome. And this is showing you golf is going from strength to strength, but it's also mind you, keep a thought for the veterans who are unable to keep up in terms of distance. And that's a change which is happening in golf. Is it due to equipment? Is it just down to fitness, or are players just getting stronger? What is it that's happening?
So going back to your question, Shaurya, I think we are seeing a lot of change off late. Of course, this started when Tiger Woods came on the scene, but also if you look at the scoring patterns, the distances required today off the tee box, and then the amount of competitiveness that has completely grown in the game. If you want to survive playing professional sport like professional golf, you will have to do all of these things. Otherwise, there is no point in going out and traveling and playing other tournaments, because each player is going to be shooting fives and six unders, and to be able to do that on a consistent basis on long golf courses, more than 7,000 yards is going to be a difficult task. So if you want to be able to repeat that golf swing and play good golf, you will have to do that. So either you do this, or you'll probably have to hang your boots.
Unfortunately, that's a little bit, you've spoken like, a little bit about like the Darwinian theory of evolution. And only the strong will survive. And definitely the players on the PGTI are the strongest of the lot. And what we're seeing is a lot of great scores. And that's what we're doing here at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club this week. We are in for a treat as we look at the 10th hole. A lot of good numbers still, even though the players are finding it difficult. There are few red numbers here and there.
Back on that first tee box, 9:50 tee time. Anshul Patel, one of the few left-handed golfers on the tour, playing alongside Ankur Chadda from Gurgaon and Joydeep Barua, who is um, representing Imagine Tech Park. Solid golf swing there for Anshul Patel, one of the few left-handers that exists on the Pro Tour. We'll have Ankur Chadda next. Ankur Chadda, again, a very hard-working golfer, has, of course, worked on his swing very hard, but as you can tell, he's also one of the fitter guys out there. So definitely he is preparing himself for international standards and clearly doing well as well. -7 for the tournament so far and has a good look at a victory if he can continue this kind of form over the next 2 days.
Yes, Ankur, a very deliberate golfer, works a lot on each facet of the game. In fact, he's grown up in front of my eyes, played a lot of his younger golf and has already established. He's also the offspring of an army officer, and his elder brother takes a lot of interest in his game. Ankur is very serious about the game of golf. He almost considers it, almost an art form mixed with a lot of tapestry of dedication, and he takes care of each facet in its own way. So if you were to talk about short game, he'll have a different theory altogether. Ball striking, he'll try to get everything correct. He has his own facility in his basement, so he's very particular about everything that he does, and he takes it very seriously. I often see him practicing in Gurgaon, puts in the hard yards, and obviously getting the success with that.
So you said that you've seen him growing up. You don't look that old, Shaurya.
I think you are being too generous. I have a lot of gray, which is unfortunately come before its time. And yes,
Joydeep Barua from Calcutta playing alongside these two gentlemen clearly seems to be quite excited and clued into the day. Joydeep Barua is paired up in the second leader group with Anshul Patel and Ankur Chadda. Clearly, he is not taking his colors lightly. Nice solid swing for Joydeep. It's a lovely shot. He's left himself in the middle of the fairway after that tee shot, so given himself a good look at his second shot.
striding up the first hole. As you can see, the other members and patrons enjoying their day in the sun. What a venue and what a day. A weekend coming to the golf course, enjoy yourself. Obviously, the members really do enjoy their game of golf and their the time here at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. What a rich history this place has. And for sport in general, I always used to love coming here to Kolkata. Even for football, I don't know if you've ever been to the Salt Lake Stadium and seen one of them. I've actually gone there just to experience the empty stadium, and try and imagine what kind of a fervor there would be when these matches would go on. Being a little bit of a fan of football, so I can well imagine that that game is also pretty big here, and it's heartening to see that they're taking to golf as well. And the amateur event this week, the amateurs getting to participate in their own event alongside the professionals will add that sort of the team element that sometimes is missing in golf. So it's very exciting, this format, to be honest with you.
Right. In fact, I've never been an ardent football follower, but yes, definitely with clubs like Mohan Bagan and all flanked in Calcutta, they are very, very fond about their football. Also, the Calcutta locals are very, very fond of also playing carom as well as cards. They have all sorts of things going on. If you walk around in the local localities over there, some of the people you'll find playing carom and chess as well on the roads.
That's really good, and I think that's definitely shows you that the cerebral pastime is something which is sort of indicative here. Obviously, we have a lot of thinkers and writers and poets and great people who are coming from this part of the country. As you look at the left, I'm not too sure what that building is, but looks majestic right next to the golf course, adding more character to this first hole. A very welcoming sight and taking us back to the days of yore when we were competing here. And what a wonderful venue this is. Now look at the first hole. What we have, what we have this pathway between the first tee and where the green is. So you have players, members. You have somebody just cycling through. This is also doubling up as a path. So the players have to actually wait when the path is cleared, or vice versa. And the same thing on the seventh hole, if I remember that. So very unique sort of golfers. You have different holes flanked by different parts of the wonderful city. It adds a lot of color. I remember when I was playing, we could have people off the streets, adjacent to the holes, actually come up and watch our tournament. So that actually gives us more motivation.
Going back last week's tournament, some highlights. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu got his first victory at Dig Boy.
ICC and RCGC for hosting this event again. I remember I finished top 5 last 2019 when I played here, and the course is in a phenomenal condition.
First time I'm defending my title, even in that way I'm so happy to, defending my title in Kolkata, and then especially because I have a good memory since amateur also, especially in Kolkata in RCGC.
Our amateur now, Joydeep Barua taking on his second shot on the first hole at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. Jaydeep Chitlangia there playing in our leader group alongside Angad Chima and Kshitij Naved Kaul. Angad Chima with a total of -8 for 2 days, and Kshitij Naved Kaul with a total of -10. Of course, finishing with 4 birdies yesterday on his round. Also -7 on the scorecard, which is the best round of this tournament so far. Clearly keeping things friendly between Angad and Kshitij. Jaydeep Chitlangia sure to have a good show in front of him.
I look at hole number 10. This is a challenging hole for the players, but the pin being a little at the front of the green, I think it making it a little easier because it was a long hole. I remember you could be hitting anything from a 6 iron to a 5 iron. Obviously, has made a little bit of a meal of that, and will have his work cut out for par.
Talking a little bit about this golf course, if you just look at, how the holes are designed, You look at the seventh hole. You can't hit a tee shot there more than 220, maximum 230 yards. But then your second shot, playing uphill as well as over 200 yards, can be quite a treacherous golf shot to look into, especially if that pin is out onto the backside of the green. Very difficult place to reach. I mean, fours over there are a pretty good score. If you can shoot even par for the day, for 4 days on that hole, I think you've done rather well.
And there used to be, the hole was flanked by the OB on the left. I remember quite a challenging hole. I think we obviously have a lot of memories of this place. You know, coming back to the 10th hole, what are some of the memories that you have of this golf course, whether it be your amateur days or professional days? What are some of the highlights or even the interesting anecdotes that you have from your career?
I think a couple of things that I really remember from this golf course. Firstly, I think going back in the day, uh, I played an East India Amateur over here, which me and Rashid went into the final round of that tournament. I lost that tournament on the 35th hole, two down to him, and so that was one, of course, super experience. I'm still kind of gutted about it.
There's time to make amends.
And then other fond memory that I have from this golf course is, of course, a couple of tour championships that I've played over here. Uh, it's always been a superb layout. I've always looked forward to playing, this golf course. Angad Chima taking his tee shot. He's going with a three wood here.
Angad Chima reminds me a lot of the USPGA Tour player Sean O'Hare. I remember I used to tell him that your swing and mannerisms a lot, very similar to that player. Very lanky as well, generates a lot of speed.
Talking about speed, homegrown Bryson DeChambeau with his own unorthodox action.
I think it just goes to show that maybe there's a lot more to it than meets the eye. I think all of us should probably try and swing like this. I'm seeing that Kshitij is having a lot of success with that unorthodox kind of a swing. Maybe there is still some hope for us. Is this something that we are practicing today?
Let me know how it goes for you, Shaurya. I mean, it's been difficult enough to hone one swing. I'm not trying another one. It's going to take me another 20 years. I'm done.
Definitely a very unique swing, and again very deliberate. A lot of angles, checking his angles. Arms are extended. I think it's quite a tough motion because normally you see arms are closer out, and then he's sort of rotating it with the forearms. There's a pronation of the wrist as well. So there's a lot going on here.
I see that you've got up some coaching terms, pronation, supination, and whatnot. Clearly,
I mean,
extension, flexion, and let's confuse our viewers today.
we have to call it as it is. I'm learning from you. You're the best, and obviously, what we also see that the amateurs are teeing up ahead. That's something that we want to point out to our viewers here. They're playing a different game altogether. They're playing from a different teeing ground. Their rules are different, and even the equipment standards that an amateur can use are a little different as compared to the professional. They're obviously competing for the team championship, which will culminate tomorrow, and that's going to be huge bragging rights and even the prize. So look out for that to be a heated competition.
Jaideep Chitlangia seems to have hit it into the fairway on that tee shot. Swung that confidently. Going back to some of the more interesting holes over here, look at the ninth hole. Players usually hit a three wood off the tee box, trying to hit a draw as the hole curves sharply towards the left side. And there's a bunker just short of the green, which has also got a tree in it. So, in fact, if the pin is on the left side of the green, it is one of the toughest shots because the length of the green is hardly anything. And with the way the greens are playing, as we can tell this week, it's going to be a difficult stop on that green, owing to the length of it. Moving into the back nine, even holes like the 12th where the tee is moved back, further back than earlier. Earlier, people used to hit a 4 iron over there and then hit a wedge in. But these days, you need a three wood off the tee box and then get a wedge in. So the tee has really moved far back, and the golf course has had new additions to the tough points of it. In fact, the fourth hole, which used to be a reachable par five, is now much more difficult to reach. The fairway has become smaller, the tees become further back. So clearly, the locals from Calcutta and the golf course staff doesn't want us to make any birdies out there.
I think there's a lot of pride in not yielding unnecessary birdies. Obviously, a golf course, it's which has stood the test of time, and Royal Calcutta Golf Club obviously has. It's going through regular facelifts to try and compete with the newer brand of golfers, and how technology is actually making the game easier for the players. I mean, there's no doubt about that. The golf ball goes further, it curves. The curvature on the ball is lesser, the drivers are more forgiving. The game has maybe become a little easier, and the ball, maybe from 20 years ago, if I have to look at it now, maybe goes 5 to 10 yards longer as well. So there is a slight difference. Obviously, the skill that is required is still the same, because the advantage is for all of the players, and hence you see the golf course is yielding a lot of low scores, but RCGC is going to have none of that.
In fact, going back to the sixth hole, I remember you did a driver over there to fly the fairway bunkers, and then you'd probably have a wedge or a gap wedge in. But the green is so tiny that if you actually ended up bouncing the golf ball, past the center of the green, you'd actually roll away towards the back of the green, down the slope, and maybe even into a hazard for that matter. So one had to hit a really accurate golf shot. In fact, very interestingly, the course staff has actually cut the green very, very deliberately over there, where the first half of the green actually has got against grain cutting, and the second half of the green actually has got with the grain cutting. So if you pitch it past the center of the green, that ball, instead of taking a spin or a bite on the green, actually takes a bounce.
I look at Manav now on hole number 10. Manav playing alongside MD Akbar Hussain. Manav has been a seasoned campaigner on the PGTI for quite a few years, has done well in a few Asian Tour events that have been co-sanctioned as well at Delhi Golf Club. He's a regular player of Delhi Golf Club, a member there, and one of the blue-eyed boys of the club. Has always done well on the national stage. Has done a lot to promote the game of golf and even professional golf for that respect. So, obviously, a thorough golfer in and out. Look at a little bit of wind picking up, and if the wind was to pick up, this golf course can get really challenging in the blink of an eye here. Look at the 10th hole, very challenging hole in itself. So this golf course does not give you any breathing space. I don't think, to my knowledge, there are many holes here where you can actually take it easy, and even a par is confirmed. So you definitely have to on each par, and definitely birdie for sure. And disaster is lurking at every corner. As you have a look at the first hole, that on the right of the fairway, you have a lot of trees, you have scrubbery, you have thick bushes, and so not just distance, you have to have your accuracy dialed in as well. Otherwise, you could be dropping shots here in bunches. So there we have a look at Angad taking a free drop, and the rule change that has come into effect a couple of years ago mandates now that when a golfer is actually taking a free drop, he drop it from the height of his knee as opposed to shoulder height. What was there, and we have a look at the amateur doing really well, hitting a good shot. So not just the professionals, even the amateurs are really enjoying their day in the sun, and that's a brilliant shot there, and a beautiful shot by a cameraman as well, showing you the 10th hole at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. As we look at some of the statistics for this year, we see that Karandeep Kocher actually leads the order of merit at 49 lakh 59,880 to be precise after 15 events. And Chika Rangappa is at second, who's not actually playing this week. Udian Mane, the Olympian, at third. You have Kalin Joshi, fourth at 35 lakh 89,000. Viraj Madappa at 34 lakh 74,000. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 33 lakh 69,000. So he definitely be looking to catapult himself up that leaderboard and basically earn a lot of prize money so that he can contend for the numero uno spot at the end of the year. As we have a look at the veteran, the legend Harmeet Singh Karon on the 10th tee, a very distinct pre-shot routine, something that has never been witnessed by us from other players. And he's got his own ticks, his own way of doing things. It's very unique, and that's what adds flavor to the game. Still very enthusiastic about the game. Spends a lot of time at Mohali at his range, honing his skill and playing at Chandigarh. What is your take on Harmeet? And his swing is obviously different. He's still good. He's made the cut, and he's a senior golfer now. Definitely not looking like it.
He's definitely looking a lot quicker on that tee shot and doesn't appear to be doing all of the antics that he used to pull off back in the day. He used to have quite a peculiar way of going at it. Amardeep Malik on the 10th tee box.
Yes, so Amardeep having an opportunity to play alongside Harmeet, there's a lot to learn from players who've been legends in their own right. Harmeet has been a winner on the Asian Tour as well, and that's something that Amardeep would look to emulate from his illustrious co-player. Amardeep himself has a lot of game, both of them going with the driver of this tee.
Amardeep
This
has also had some top class finishes on the Asian Tour, though, back in the day.
Yes, he'd be looking to emulate that again. Now he's been playing in India for a few years. Obviously, it's getting very competitive on the Asian Tour.
Going back to Harmeet, he's a very, very meticulous golfer. I remember there was a line on the putting green that everyone would find when we'd land up at a tournament, and if you'd see that blue line, you knew that Harmeet was here. He'd put up a liner as soon as he landed up at the first thing in the morning, and start feeling up what the greens had to offer to him that week.
Yes, obviously known for his meticulous planning and execution, and he's comes from the old school of thought that your preparation is paramount, and that's what served him well, I think, and hence he's still going strong.
Talking about old school of thought, I think preparation has become even more important today than it used to be back in the day. A lot of people, used to think that golf is not really a sport, and could be taken on just without playing and without practicing, and it was like a walk in the park. But clearly, as you can tell today, that isn't the case anymore. It's quite a misnomer, isn't it?
Yes, that's one fallacy that I would definitely want to dispel. That golf, yes, unfortunately, golf has the adage that it's an old man's game. I mean, that's a little unfair on the sport. I would like to say that it can be enjoyed at all stages of your life. That's what makes this sport unique because golf allows you to adapt. It's not like any other game where you can't really adapt. So, I mean, the first most important thing is that you can play alone. You can compete with yourself. You can use equipment which is tailor made for different speeds. So even if you're 80 years old or if you're 8 years old, there's equipment that's tailor made to you. You can compete with your peer group. You can compete with similar people. You can play off tees which are up ahead for senior golfers or lady golfers, junior golfers, and so on and so forth, amateur golfers. It gives you a level playing field. And in golf, there's an amazing concept called the handicap. That's something where a player, what is the average score that he normally plays over 18 holes? That each professional actually has a handicap of zero. An amateur can be from anywhere from 10, 18, 24, 36. So when you have your handicap over 18 holes, you're actually in your friendly games you can be given like a starting position which is a little ahead, like you can be given shots, like let's say in a 100-meter race you give a 10-meter head start to someone else to make it fair. So golf has already that those things built in, so people can compete with each other. But mind you, for professionals there's no such privilege. It's very competitive. To hit the ball well over 300 yards, it's a very technical movement, a very demanding movement on the body, and you really need to be fit and strong. And that's something which is echoed by our top golfers. Now, if you look at a lot of these players, you would be remiss to think that they're not sportsmen. They're anything. They're absolute prime example of what a sportsman is supposed to look like, especially the top golfers. So I must say that there is a distinction to be drawn that for professional golf, yes, fitness is paramount. You can sort of be a great golfer if you're not fit, maybe if you're really talented, but you will still be strong. I mean, the outward sort of the visual expression of what fitness is kind of vague. So maybe you don't need to be built like Adonis, but you still need to be strong enough, fit enough, and you need to be able to endure the rigors of a golf swing, which can be such a violent thing to watch. To hit that ball over 300 yards. So that is there. You will have an outlier here or there. I mean, golf does allow you the opportunity, but I think as witnessed, as you spoke about Harinder and so on and so forth, players who have suffered injuries. So shows you that you have to be on top of your physical game, your mental game. There's just so much to golf. I mean, it'll be unfair to just call it a fitness game or a finesse game. It's like an amalgamation, a marriage of different things.
Absolutely is. In fact, about 6 or 7 years ago, somebody pointed out towards Lee Westwood, and he said that he was an unfit person, and Westwood actually replied by saying that I can hold a 7 minute plank, and can you? So I mean that in itself, I'm sure you've done a plank yourself. Holding it for 1 minute at a stretch itself can be quite hard. So what is on the appearance side of things might be that Lee Westwood doesn't look like the fittest person to you at that time, but he could hold a 7 minute plank, and that by no means is any mean feat.
I think what is happening in that a lot of the other games, you're actually having a look at players in their peak physical shape when they're probably in their 20s or up till only mid 30s. Like, let's say, the example of football, you'd have the best of footballers retire in their early 30s. And, players like, let's say, Ronaldo or someone else are anomalies who carry on to the late 30s, but normally have players retiring at 32. So what you have to bear in mind that you're actually looking at a sample size which is much smaller. So if you have to really do an apples for apples comparison, you look at a professional golfer in his 20s. You look at the younger lot here in India today. Let's not even look internationally. They can, pound for pound, I think they can compete with any sportsman. You look at our leader group. You look at Kshitij, Angad, Ankur, Yuvraj. These are even Chirag, and so Chirag is a different kind of maybe not the longest of hitters, but you see Kshitij, Angad, Ankur. They are all power players. They can hit the ball a long way, and they're fit and strong. They're quick. I believe if you make them run 100 meter, they'd be able to compete with their time class and maybe just miss it by a bit. So it's a little bit of a fallacy. Yes, maybe golf allows you to compete at your older years when physical prowess does tend to decline, but you're able to make do with other things. That's the difference. Like, maybe you would never see a professional footballer at the age of 45 trying to compete with a young footballer at 20. So yes, there's obviously a certain amount of difference, but to be on top of your game, ladies and gentlemen, is no easy feat.
Our sleepy scorer seems to have found it. So yeah.
Speaking of fitness, Rahul, is there anything that you're practicing in terms of commentary fitness for us to be able to endure 7.5 hours of commentary?
I think I just recently found myself trying to solve Sudokus, and that's kind of how commentary has been for me.
Interesting. I think I'll also give that a shot.
And RCGC for hosting this event again. I remember I finished top 5 last 2019 when I played here, and the course is in a phenomenal condition.
First time I'm defending my title, even in that way I'm so happy to defending my title in Calcutta, and then especially because I have a good memories in amateur also, especially in Calcutta in RCGC.
Looking back at the 10th green with Harmeet Kalam doing his meticulous routines, and of course, Amardeep Malik also seems to have reached the green, but seems like he can't wait to take his next golf swing.
Golfers are always introspecting, looking how to swing. I think he's what is that called where your right leg straightens out? That's a new move that I'm seeing. Is that the what's that called? The tilt and
This is called the stack and
stack
tilt.
and tilt. Yes, sorry, yeah, it kind of
Yeah.
eluded me. So is that what he's doing?
Yep, so he is practicing some of the stack and tilt moves over there, but I find it very interesting. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of technical difficulty there. We are back now after some technical difficulties, and if we find it again, you might not hear us for a bit. I just found it interesting that while Amardeep Malik's ball was lying next to the green, he was busy practicing his golf swing while his caddy was busy practicing the putting stroke.
Interesting. So maybe one thing which the viewers should know that the caddies are really good at short game because the caddies spend a lot of spare time in and around the green. So there's a lot to be learned from them in that
I remember back in the day in Calcutta, my caddy would tell me, "Ye Baba, tum kaisa shot mara hai?" So I would actually just give my club to him and tell him, "Tum maar ke dikha do fir."
I think we remember a lot of these kind of conversations when caddies would also get frustrated with their players because, mind you, their fortunes are intertwined. Both of them actually, live or survive in a similar fashion. So the caddy is always pushing the player, and I remember that there was a pressure of the game, anyways, but there was also a pressure or expectation from your caddy that he had to do well. So, I remember those days very fondly.
But my the pressure from my caddy was so huge that whatever pressure I was laying on myself really wasn't so much anymore.
That's exactly coming back to the point, and they would think it's a lot easier than what it was. I remember when we'd hit an errant shot, my caddy would ask me, "Why did you hit that shot?" It was not as if I'd hit it on purpose. It was very tough to explain it to him,
Yeah.
and
How do you
still,
tell him कि मन कर रहा था मेरा वहाँ मारने के लिए?
I just used to restrain myself and probably speak under my breath a couple of choices words that obviously cannot be repeated on air. But that is how the love and hate relationship between a player and a caddy goes on. Obviously, he is your man Friday and somebody you rely on, and they also have expectations such as the players. And now Amardeep Malik would be hoping that his caddy has definitely taught him a thing or two about holding this putt.
Let's see if his caddy's putting strokes would have helped him, or clearly he's left it short of the
I
hole.
think
Amardeep Malik going with a claw grip doesn't seem to be working very fantastically for him, though.
I saw him with the one-handed grip. Now with the claw grip, obviously putting is getting the best of him.
Seems to be his nemesis.
We're back at the ninth hole. Uh, a very distinct hole, a dog leg to the left. First, you lay up off the tee. Have you ever seen anybody hitting a driver here on this hole?
Yes, I have. Although I don't think it's the best choice because you need to hit a little bit of a draw in here. There are trees which you need to get navigate your way into the fairway through. Also, the left side, as you can see, those buildings at the back of the screen right now, also has the OB on that side. That's the maintenance area of the golf course. So, all in all, hitting the driver wouldn't be the best of clubs. Also, if you end up hitting it straight down, there's a dhobi ghat over there. You might land up in that as well. So clearly, I mean, having a bad day would anyway becoming, one of those clothes on the dhobi guard being beaten up. So clearly, you don't want to go there purposely. So I think three would be a little bit of a better choice
Okay, so I think there you have it, right
from the dhobi
from,
guard.
from the horse's mouth. That's the best club to avoid any sort of danger. So if you're playing the ninth hole at Royal Calcutta Golf Club, then ladies and gentlemen, go with the three wood.
Well, anything that can land you up around the 260-yard place. Of course, there are shorter hitters also who do actually. Having said that, if you're going to hit it anywhere 280 or 290 yards, you do not want to be going and hitting a driver on that hole. Back on the screen are your hosts Rahul Bajaj and Shaurya Singh. Shaurya Singh, of course, looking as dapper as ever.
Rahul being as modest as ever about his dapper looks, and it's a mutual admiration society going on over here.
There we have it. Clearly,
we're really enjoying our day here, covering golf, and it's such a great initiative to be part of this. And ABP group has been, a sort of harbinger in this change, and VAR cricket, obviously. So golf is definitely equal to VAR cricket right now. I think it's fair to say that it's VAR golf.
Absolutely is. In fact, while we tell you where we are and what are we up to, ladies and gentlemen, we are also quite hungry. So in case any one of you wants to send us some breakfast as we get warmed up into this penultimate day of the ICC RCGC Golf Championship, feel free. We are at the Film City in Noida at the ABP Studios, hosting this tournament from the studios.
A look at the leaderboard right now. Maybe our viewers can actually have a look at the leaders. We still have Shitid Navid call after one hole at 8 under par. We have Chirag Kumar at 7 under par, Ankur Tikanda 7 under par, Om Prakash Chauhan at 6 under par. Look for him to make a challenge. He's known to shoot deep scores. So they're rounding up, and Sunit Chaurasia as well as Yuvraj Singh Sandhu rounding up the top 5 at 6 under par. Now we have the players walking off to the 11th. I'll look at the 10th hole. The 10th hole has a sort of a generous fairway, but it's pretty long. You still have to work it from the left to the right, and then you're left with anything from an 8 iron to a 9 iron for a long hitter, maybe even a sand wedge. Let's have a look at Alap trying to navigate his way. Who's even par after 9 holes, so having a pretty steady day so far. Alap playing alongside Kurush Hedji as well as the amateur Vikash Baheti. Look for this shot to be anywhere within 10 to 15 feet. Looks like he has a lofted club, maybe about 130 yards to the flag. And the wind is a little bit from the left, so should help the players out. Nice and easy swing by him. You can see that the leaves are rustling, so there is a little bit of wind, and you can see that ball pitching to the left, and that's pretty well done. 15 feet. Would be looking to make birdie, and here we have a look at the leaderboard. You have Kshitij now with call leading the pack. Obviously, there's a lot of chasing golfers, but as we're seeing, under par scores are few and far in between, and only the golfers who are really on top of the game are in red numbers this week. So uh, you could probably be looking at the winning score being in the region between 10 and 15 under par. Unlikely to be more than that because it's very competitive here. And as the wind picks up, as we can see in the foreground, the leaves are sort of moving with the wind, they're bristling, and that's going to be a huge impediment for the players to navigate because the holes are long. Many of the holes are actually long as well as narrow. So there's really no place for players to hide, and that's why you're seeing that the cream is rising to the top. Only the players who are really on top of the game and good ball strikers are there. You can see the leader group there with Kshitij, Angad, Ankur, Chirag, Yuvraj, Sunith, and OP from Mau. So looks to be an interesting day of golf ahead of us. A lot of wildlife as well here at the golf club, and that's something that does not get much mention. That a golf course is sort of a habitat and a reserve for a lot of animals, wildlife, flora, and fauna. So the players are actually at one with nature. As we have a look at hole number 9, that's a very tough shot to navigate for the player, and he's overcooked it and will have his work cut out now. So obviously Trishul having a tough time on the ninth hole. Will have that chip and putt to make bogey. As we go back to the 10th hole. A beautiful shot of the 10th hole. Showing you the uphill hole. The 10th hole maybe has an undulation of about 15 meters from tee to green. So the golfers are sort of walking up, and that's why you saw the second shot of Alap actually stopped in one bounce because the green is a little uphill. So that allows you to be a little aggressive, especially as the pin is at the front today. You'd see the players being a little more conservative when the pin is at the back of the green because the green is very narrow. So that makes it difficult for the players to traverse the many challenges which are here on the screen. Look at some of the players in the lower parts of the leaderboard. We have the past Indian Open champion C. Muniappa at 5 over total. So it's good to see him at least in the midst and making the weekend rounds. He's been suffering through a back injury for quite a few years and now seems to be making some sort of a resurgence and getting his game back together. So that's very heartening to see. We have Digraj Singh Gill, who is at 4 over for the tournament. And we're seeing Shivendra Singh Sisodia, who's 1 under for the day, 2 over for the tournament total. And you can see that even though he's 1 under after 3 holes, he's been able to leapfrog himself from the lower end of the leaderboard. He's been able to jump off 15 positions. So he's doing really well. And maybe if you can just shoot a 1 or 2 under par, you'd be able to really move on the so-called moving day today. Not many players moving towards the red. A lot of blue numbers, a lot of OPAR numbers. We have MD Zamal Hussain Mola from Bangladesh at 1 under for the tournament and 2 under for the day. So he's having a brilliant run so far. And towards the top of the leaderboard, we have Harinder Gupta, who we spoke of previously, battling an injury, but still 2 under after 6. Obviously, that injury is not deterring him too much, and he's determined. And at the top of the leaderboard, we have Kshitij now with call at 10 under par, and Angad Chima and Ankur Chadda in hot pursuit. Look at Alap's birdie putt. He'd be looking to make that, break a little from his right to left. will make par. Now we see Vikrant Chopra walking up the ninth hole. My apologies, that's Gaurav Pratap Singh and N. Thanga Raja, along with the amateur Keshav Himmat Sikka. So, Gaurav Pratap Singh, we'll just have a look at his score for today. Gaurav Pratap Singh at 1 over for the day after 6 holes and 1 over for the tournament. So he's just having a steady day, nothing spectacular so far. But that's the remit for the day. Just keep it steady, and you'll be able to gain positions on the other players. Anything around par here is a good score. And obviously, red numbers is what they are looking at because these players are still within 10 shots of the lead, so they would still, in their mind, be vying for the tournament victory. But I think if you are able to shoot par or 1 under also for the next 2 days, you would be able to move above, move up on the players. So let's see what they do. Look at Thanga Raja repairing his pitch mark, which is so important, and that's a message for all young golfers and even amateurs that when you walk up to the green, repair your pitch mark, and if you're able to repair one more, because the condition of the golf course is primarily determined by how you treat it. So it's important that you repair each pitch mark, each spike mark, and you rake your bunkers, and professional golfers really exemplify these qualities, and that goes to the saying of the game that it's a gentleman's sport. So you got to take care of the golf course, and a lot of us actually used to just do that out of superstition, that if we were nice to the golf course we probably end up shooting a good score. So maybe that works as well. Now look at the 10th tee. We have MD Sayoom. Very rare to see a player actually hitting an iron. This whole measure is almost 440 yards, and you have Sayoom there with an iron. Just shows you that the raw power he possesses. So, it looks to be almost like a 3 iron. So that's how long he can hit the ball. A very strong hitter, probably one of the longest in the field. So much power in that swing, just going with an iron. That's the first time that I've seen anyone use an iron on the 10th hole.
Same here. I mean, I've never seen anyone take out an iron before this. Having said that, how is Mohammad Sayyum playing today? He's already -1 for the day, so clearly his strategy seems to be working very, very well for him. Trishul Chinappa now meticulously planning his golf swing on this tee shot. He's going with a 3-wood being the choice of his club. The hazard on the left side of the fairway is around 275 odd yards to reach. So players have definitely, planned their way through the golf course to give themselves the best opportunities out there. Trishul Chinappa seems to be using Kalin Joshi's trusted caddy Babu this week at the tournament. Babu, of course, has been on Kalin Joshi's bag for quite some time, so highly experienced caddy on the bag this week for Trishul Chanappa, and he seems to be making the most of it. So, going back into looking at a few of our viewers are absolute newbies to golf, and some of the information that we wanted to give them was how the basics of the game are very, very important, and just to understand that 18 holes are to be played, and there is a par which has been pre-decided for the golf course. Each of the hole has a par 3 or a par 4 or a par 5 attached number to it. So while the players have to navigate their ways from the tee box till the green on all of these holes, the par basically is the number given by the golf course designer for that particular hole. And the par would basically mean that you've not taken anything or given anything to the golf course and gone back. Of course, if you make more than that, it is called a bogey. And another more is a double bogey, and so on and so forth. While if you make better than that score, um, you are looking at a birdie, thereafter an eagle, and thereafter an albatross. And of course, if you end up making um, hitting the ball in the hole in one shot itself, be it a par 4 or a par 3, unlikely to be done on a par 5, you'd be looking at something which is called a hole in one. Gaurav Pratap Singh now on the green on the ninth hole, getting ready to take on his putt. So one of the other things to note is that usually golf courses are designed as a par 70 or a 71 or a par 72. On a general level, there would be a par 72, just like the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. Anything over par is something that professional golfers aren't looking forward to. They're always looking at an under par score, which basically means that they are either shooting par or birdies or better on each of the holes. Trishul Chinappa, unfortunately, is 3 over for the day today through 9 holes. So that is a little bit of a setback, but the back nine can give him a few opportunities to save up those shots and probably finish around the number par for the day. Of course, Sunil Chaurasia has gotten off to a stellar start with the -1 through 3 holes, and Harinder Gupta is -2 through 6 holes, taking his total to -5 for the tournament. Chirag Kumar getting off to a slow start along with Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Anshul Patel. All three of the players at +1 for the day and -5 for the tournament. As you can tell, where the players are walking is what is called the fairway. That is the shortest grass between the tee box and the green. And what you see on the right side on the screens right now is the rough area, which can be called as the rough or the first cut and the second cut. And thereafter the trees. Trishul Chinappa keeping an eye on his playing partner Rajesh Agarwal. Of course, a few tips here and there is something that you wouldn't see in this format of the tournament, but usually in pro-ams you would see a lot more interaction between professionals and the amateurs. But clearly, the professionals here are out there for business and would be focused entirely on that. Mohammad Sayum with colorful trousers and a colorful t-shirt at that, going for his second shot. Clearly, he's done a good job with that 3 iron. He's hit it quite a far away. He's just about 10 or 15 yard short of Trishul Chinappa's driver. That's quite a distance, I must say. So already hit his second shot, but clearly we are unable to tell where that golf ball has landed up. Rajiv Agarwal now getting ready for his second shot on the 10th hole. The 10th hole, of course, is a shot off the tee box, requires you to hit a slight fade back into the fairway and starting it over the left side and get it back, shape it back into the fairway. And thereafter, players would usually be left with somewhere around a 130 to 150 yard shot to navigate their way back onto the green. A difficult green to actually hit some, shots close to the hole, especially if the pin was towards the right side or the top side of the green. The left side of the green is still a little bit approachable with the slope from the middle of the green actually feeding towards it. Our amateur in the next group coming in, walking with all of the swagger back onto the fairway. Playing alongside Sachin Besoya coming into the ninth hole. Sachin Besoya playing alongside Manu Gandas and Harshit Baheti, the amateur, who's representing Verdant Course. Sachin Beswaya from the front of the ninth green, short-sided himself again. A little bit of a tabletopish design of this green. So the player has to chip it slightly upward with a little bit of a flight. And of course, navigation around these greens right now isn't the easiest with the surface playing a lot more in terms of release. Angad Chima maintaining himself at -8 following Kshitij Naved call at -10. Ankur Chadda also staying at -7 through 3 holes.
That's a very interesting view on the ninth hole. A tricky chip shot for the player. Manu Gandas almost has a zen-like appearance, very calm and composed. But I think he needed a little bit of adrenaline on that chip shot, a little too calm on that one, and will have the better part of 20 feet to make par there. Now, this is a tough green to get on in two because the players are laying up behind, probably have a 9 iron. It's a very narrow green in terms of how its length. It's pretty narrow, and that's tough. That's a small target for the players. He's done well for himself there and should be able to make par. As we have a look at the leaderboard, we still have Kshitij Naved Kaul leading by 2 shots over Angad Chima and Ankur Chadda. Om Prakash Chauhan at 6 under par, tied with Suneet Chaurasia. And we have Harinder Gupta, Chirag Kumar, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, and Anshul Patel tied at 5 under par. And then we have the long hitting Abhijit Singh Chadda rounding up the top 10 at 4 under par. And as you go a little lower down the leaderboard, we see that red numbers are few and far in between. Over par seems to be the norm for the day, obviously showing you how unforgiving this golf course is. It's not going to give you an inch, and the players are finding it pretty difficult. We have a few under par rounds, Sachin Besoya at 1 under through 6 holes. But we have players who are dropping shots as well. We have Samad Trivedi, who's 2 over after 3. We have M. Dharma, who's at 1 over after 6. Mari Muthu, who was playing well, he's at 3 over after 3. So, the golf course is sort of peppered with landmines, and if you're not careful, you just end up dropping a couple of shots. And now we're back on the ninth hole. We have a look at Manu. Let's see if he can make that. I think look for him to be close. He's very good with the short stick and almost making it, grazing the hole. So he would drop a shot. So Manu currently at level par for the tournament would be dropping to 1 over. We have his score through 6 holes. So ladies and gentlemen, the scores that we get are updated after every 3 holes. So, there can be a small error here and there, but believe us that we will rectify it as soon as we find out. Now we see that there's a little bit of a traffic jam on the 10th hole. We have Gaurav Pratap Singh walking up, and that's what happens when play gets a little slow, so you will end up seeing multiple groups actually coagulate on the same green oblique fairway. So that's not ideal, and that's where the referees come in to sort of toot their horn and say that on you go, boys, let's move fast. Now look at the amateur. Oh, hitting a good putt. And what we can see in our foreground is the greenskeeper with some sort of device which helps to air the greens out. And so there's a lot of work that goes on behind the view. There's a lot of hard work to actually maintain these greens in their pristine condition so that, yeah, the players can have a carpeted surface to putt on, because it's very tough to have surfaces like that. It takes a lot of work. The greens committee, they have underground water systems and whatnot. I mean, it's a science in itself. Horticulture and especially green maintenance is very complicated. So these greens take a lot of effort, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see if the players' effort can be commensurate with that. As we have a look at hole number 10. So we have the group of MD Sayoom, Trishul Chinnappa, and the amateur Mr. Rajesh Agarwal. Back to the ninth hole. Shows you that the flag is fluttering. The amateur obviously would be a fair distance behind where the professionals are. Mind you, the amateurs are competing for a different tournament altogether. This is a very unique format where the amateurs can play alongside the professional who has hit just a beautiful shot, as you can see there. Not a professional, just a name. That's a beautiful shot in this group. A good shot by what seems to be Sudhir Sharma's shot. That's Vikrant Chopra walking down the fairway. So a brilliant shot by Sudhir. So he's sitting pretty for his birdie. As you see, this golf course doesn't have any short holes. So in order to try and make birdie, you'd have to hit a good tee shot, a good iron shot, and then make a putt. So not going to get an inch this week. The only hole probably is the 11th hole where the player is able to hit a driver and get maybe 40 to 50 yards, and then the 12th. But they, themselves come with their own, are fraught with their own challenges. There are water bodies, water hazards everywhere. So you'll see a lot of players going with the conservative approach. There, in our view, we have Sudhir Sharma, who's just hit a brilliant shot from outside our view, probably from the left side, and now he's enjoying the long walk with the putter. What Greg Norman used to say is, the best walk in the world is one with the putter. So, the players actually take out the putter before time if they hit the green. That's a very telling sign that where the ball is gone, if the putter is there in the hand of a player, so you can safely assume that he's there on the green. Now look at the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Kshitij now with call at 10 under par, and this is what it's all about. We are live here from Royal Calcutta Golf Club, and the players are really contesting this tournament, the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021. This is the second running of this tournament, and this is we're getting towards the business end of things. These are the last three tournaments on the PGTI calendar, and everybody is fighting tooth and nail to get to the Tour Championship, and that's the Tata Steel Tour Championship, which will be played in 2 weeks, 3 weeks time, and the top 60 will be playing that tournament. So obviously, everybody's very intent on breaking through that glass ceiling and getting to that tournament. And this tournament has a handsome prize money of 40 lakh this week at Royal Calcutta here in the beautiful city Kolkata. So stay glued to your television because there's a lot of hot golf that we have in coming up for you. Now, that's an interesting view Vikrant Chopra actually seems to have miscued his second shot. I have not really seen anyone there. So an errant shot. Now this is going to be very penal upon him. Look to drop maybe a shot or more. Definitely would be disappointed with that. But golf is a lot about recovering from your mistakes. Let's see if he can do that. He seems to have compounded them. So, on the right side of the ninth hole, and this is one of the banks or tanks that, Rahul had spoken about earlier. So, they're lurking there at each nook and cranny, just waiting to catch an errant shot. And now Vikrant seems to have left himself with a lot of work to do. Seems to be in that bunker. And so just look at the height of the rough. Ladies and gentlemen, the rough is a grass which is skirting the fairway. And yes, Vikrant is in the bunker, so he would be three there. So he'll be looking to limit the damage and sort of maybe only drop one shot, but not an easy shot by any measure. But Vikrant is a very good adept bunker player, and look for this to be within 4 or 5 feet. Dropping two shots would be a tough task, and then to come back from that. So we'll be hoping to just drop one shot here. That's well done, but that rolls by about 3.5 feet, coming back uphill putt. Let's see what he does. So we'll also have a look at the scoreboard to see how Vikrant's day is going so far. So Vikrant Chopra currently 1 over for the day and even par for the tournament. So definitely not trending in the right direction. He needs to steady ship and do something spectacular on the back nine if he's to try and finish in the elusive top 10 spots. I think realistically speaking, contending for the tournament is out of the question now with only 27 holes to go and a massive deficit to cover. So he'd be looking for to course correction at best. And that's Gaurav Pratap Singh on hole number 10. Seems to have a little bit of a weight because the group that was ahead of them. I think that's something which is very important that each golfer plays at his own speed, and weights on the golf course are not appreciated by all, maybe by some, and that's why we have a stipulated amount of time that each golfer must play his shot in, and even the amateurs will have to adhere to that this week.
As we're looking at Sudhir Sharma now lining up for his birdie putt on the ninth hole, given himself just about 8 feet to convert this. So it looks like he's given himself a good position to be able to make that putt. Of course, Vikrant Chopra has a lot of work to do with about 4 to 5 feet for a bogey save on the ninth hole. So interesting mix-up of things happening over here. It's a treacherous golf course if you're not on song with your game. Sudhir Sharma.
Look for this putt to break a little bit from left to right. He should be able to make it. Not a very difficult putt. And he does. Didn't take the flag out. I think that was the right thing to do.
Great birdie by Sudhir Sharma on this ninth hole. It's one of the tougher holes on the golf course. Vikrant Chopra now has got a lot of work to do, going with his customary broomstick putter.
A tale of two cities almost. Vikrant Chopra and Sudhir Sharma here. Sudhir cleaning up for his birdie. That means three shots, and Vikrant now staring at least a bogey. And if he misses to convert this putt, he could actually end up dropping two shots in that. He would take a six on that hole. So just in one hole, you can actually lose three shots to your opponent. So the tournament golf, it's very fickle and it can change in the blink of an eye.
Well, lovely save there by Vikrant Chopra, hammering that putt confidently at the back of the hole.
Able to mitigate his losses and just walk away with a bogey. As we can see in the foreground, the next group is there as well. The players lining up for his second shot. The group behind is M. Dharma, Harindra Gupta, as well as the amateur Mr. Sandeep Podar. So now we have a look at the amateur lining up his putt, Mr. Pawan Ghai. Oh, I think some of the gold dust has definitely helped him, and he's been able to learn a thing or two from the professionals and makes his putt and moves to the next. There we have a look at the ninth hole.
Ninth hole also has got some tanks. Okay, so on the left of the screen, as you can tell, ladies and gentlemen, right now, just behind those boards is a tank over there. On the right of your screen also is a tank, and we are back onto the 10th hole watching Sachin Basoya now with a tank on the left side, a tank on the right side, and the tank in the middle of this fairway as well.
So I think it's fair to say that if you come out with your round just dry and are not able to get doused in water, I think that itself is is a good enough achievement.
I think you definitely don't want to tank it this week.
But yes, the players have their work cut out to try and remain focused in sort of such tough circumstances. This golf course demands a lot from the players, as you're seeing from the scores, not yielding many birdies. I think that was the first time that we were able to see a birdie live on camera with Sudhir. So maybe that's a side of things to come.
Sachin Basoya giving himself, short-siding himself from that green, leaves himself just on the front edge. That shouldn't be very difficult with the pin's location today. Having said that, for the people who've just about joined us, we are at Royal Calcutta Golf Club at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship, presented by Urbana. The event partners for this week are Aluk, Exide, Dynatemp, ICICI Bank, SRMB TMT, StoneX, all of these companies who have come forward to support Indian golf. Of course, no tournaments can really take place without corporate support. So that is one phenomenal, mix-up of brands there. And thank you so much to all of them to have stepped up. To our partners, of course, for the PGTI are Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan Electro, Athletic Drive, Incredible India, and Golf Plus. We are here at Royal Calcutta Golf Club, witnessing one of the finest tournaments and the finest golf courses in the country. We also have a separate format running alongside the main pro tournament, which is the team format for amateurs. So interesting week here, and of course we are looking forward to some superb action with the greens playing really, really tough this week. We have got a dearth of birdies on the golf course, but as the day moves on, I'm pretty sure we are going to see much more red on that leaderboard.
I think par has definitely come back in fashion this week, and it's not going to be a birdie fest. It's going to be a lot of a case of determination, a battle of attrition, if you may. Who can survive this golf course and keep making pars and minimize the mistakes is going to be the one that is going to come up as a champion after 4 days. I think it's definitely going to be a test of mettle, patience, as well as pedigree.
The one thing that this the greenskeeper over here is doing, where he's brushing away and sort of using that pump which is throwing out air from that nozzle. The idea behind that is to sort of remove all the sand that might have come up onto the green from Vikrant's shot, so that the players can have a much more fair chance at their birdie putts, as well as giving the other players also the same chance that all the other players before them have had.
Yes, it's important to note that in golf, when you're putting, even a grain of sand can actually make you miss the putt, and that's not an exaggeration. Twig, small little leaf, any inundation. So we want to ensure that the conditions are fair for all. As we look at Harinder, I think this could be close. He's really good with these short chips, and he might go with a lofted club, try and somehow get it close, and if not, get in the hole.
I think in my case, a grain of sand didn't really matter. I was good enough to miss my putt myself.
Touche to that. Well, that just helped me something to blame it on. But let's see if Harinder will need to blame anything, or maybe the ball just goes straight in the hole. I think he has. It's not visible to us. I could be.
Yes, Harinder Gupta has holed that chip
yes,
for birdie. Clearly, we were unable to tell so, but I would have been super excited had I seen that ball rolling into the hole. M. Dharma now lining up his own putt.
Yeah, you think I have a career as a soothsayer as well? I thought that he could hold that, and he did.
Why don't you?
Brilliant game being exhibited by our top golfers on the PGTI. A strong field this week. We have an international contingent here as well, and Harinder definitely showing you his pedigree and making birdie there. Now his co-partner M Dharma with the red pants, looking flamboyant today. Let's see if he can hit a good putt. Now this is almost 50 feet,
It's
and
almost customary for M Dharma, isn't it, to wear a red trouser on day three and the black and reds, the final day tiger colors, on the fourth day.
I think he likes to signal his intent to himself and the field that watch out, I'm going to be coming in deep and shooting good scores. And so, but at this point in time, he's left himself in a tricky spot, maybe about 45 to 50 feet sloping from his left to right and slick as well. So this will going to require a lot of touch and feel to get it close to the pin. I think anything within 4 feet is good work, but knowing how good he is with the putter, let's see if he tries to hold it. So there you have it. Even the best of putters is not able to get it within that diameter of 3 feet. So he looks like he's about 5 feet short. So has a little bit of work to make his par.
As we get some local insights from the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the green speed is 9 feet and 9 inches. Preferred lies are not being played this week. So, difficult greens and definitely playing also pretty fast. And from the hardness that the greens are exhibiting and the release of the ball, I think we have a lot of challenge out on the golf course.
Absolutely. The greens are, for our viewers, we must also make them understand what is the speed of a green. Actually, it's an implement which is used on a flat surface and you make the ball roll on it. It's almost like a sort of a funnel. You drop the ball from a 45-degree angle, and the distance that the ball rolls is the speed of the green. So this week we're almost playing to 10, and that's pretty fast. And that the higher the number means the greens are playing fast. So the ball travels more on us when it catches inertia. It keeps rolling more depending on the speed of the green. So the faster the greens, the nicer is the experience of putting on them. But obviously a lot more challenging as well. And I think the difficulty is also sort of goes up, commensurate with the green speed. And you typically find slower greens you'll have fewer three putts because errors are not really punitive or punished as such. And the faster greens you have to have a line and speed in perfect unison, otherwise you could see a lot of three putts as we saw here. M Dharma from about 50 feet hit a good putt, but still he has a lot of work to make his par. This putt all of 5.5 feet, maybe moving a little from his right to left. Speed is going to be important if he has to hold this putt. And Dharma has a left hand below, which is called a cack-handed grip. He does well, and this is where they make their living. The short putts are bread and butter for Dharma. He moves on to the next hole.
M. Dharma also has had the trusted caddy Yogendra from Noida on his bag for a good 5 or 6 years now. And they've actually done well as a team. They won multiple tournaments as well. So he's definitely been a trusted companion of Dharma's. In fact, some of the bigger tournaments in Bangalore itself, where Dharma hails from, Yogendra actually flies all the way there to caddy for him, even though that's his home course.
That's the special relationship between a caddy and a player. It can't be emphasized enough. There, I think in the case of Dharma, his caddy has been instrumental. Has been with him for so long, and Dharma has sort of rose through the ranks. He's had a very good linear growth, which is very rare in golf because you tend to plateau out, and then maybe you do something, you go to a new coach, and yeah, or maybe you improve some facet, and then you get to the next level. You go through peaks and troughs, but Dharma has just been growing from strength to strength, and he's gone on from the low rungs in the Indian Tour to the top 60, the top 30, the top 10, a winner, then a regular on the Asian Tour. So I hope that continues for him.
What's your take on coaching as well as technique in terms of the golf swing, as well as what the future holds for most of the players, looking at the kind of scoring that we are seeing today on the PGTI. What do you think is the importance of all of this, and what do you think is the role that academies and coaches really play in developing the sport or helping it grow as much as it possibly can?
I think, to be honest, I feel. I mean, I've followed a lot of other games, but not to be biased, but I think golf, the way golf is growing right now, and the young talent, I'm not seeing that kind of explosion in talent in any other game. We're seeing a lot of young players come through each year. There's a new crop of about 25 top players. So, unfortunately or fortunately, or only the strong survive. So we're seeing a lot of experienced hands sort of get away from the tour and not be able to compete anymore. But that shows you the health of Indian golf in general, and this, they're really growing, and they're doing so well. And coaching, I mean, I think coaching is one of the most important pillars. It's one of the foundations of what actually builds a player. So I think our coaching systems are also catching up with the West. A lot of golf coaching and systems and terminologies and technologies actually come from the West. And what we're seeing is that there is an absorption of this on the local level, and we are seeing even coaches in small towns actually apply those techniques, like, let's say, launch monitor, fitness, even things like intermittent fasting. So they're taking a very holistic approach to golf coaching, and you're seeing the results of that. You've seen some of the best Indian players actually use Indian coaches and compete on the US tour, like Anirban Lahiri. You've seen is like itself in Kolkata. You have, I believe there's Pro Touch. There's a few more. There are a couple of golfers who actually also have their coaching facilities. Apologies if we miss any. But even down south, you have facilities where players can actually, young people can actually do their schooling, play other games as well as golf, and that is the need of the hour. Because for us to truly, usher in this sporting revolution, you need every stool of the table to be strong. You need education, you need physical education, you need the monetary support. So I think that's where these institutions are coming in, and the results are now beginning to trickle. And I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. I think golf is definitely going to be a sport to which is going to put India on the global map, and especially inclusion in the Olympics. You're seeing players what they're doing on other tours, but now, I'm sure in our time, it used to feel daunting even to play alongside a very good Asian tour player, because you used to feel that first I'll be an amateur, I'll perform in these smaller events, then I'll turn professional, then I'll move from here, and you had sort of this roadmap. But players like Shubhankar have actually shown you that if you have talent, you're able to break the glass ceiling. You don't really need that gestation period. He was just, I think, 18 or 19 when he broke onto the bigger European tours and so on and so forth. So that actually encourages other people to take up sport. And the fact that these academies are coming in, they're saying that, listen, it's not that risky for you now. You study, you get your education, and you try your hand at golf. You enjoy it, you play it as a passion, or you take it up as a profession. That's entirely up to you. But the crop of young players coming through, obviously, we're also seeing support by the governments in few of the events that we've seen. Whether it's the state governments, whether it's members of parliament, whether it's even domestic governments, or the central government for that fact, their support is going to be instrumental. And I think golf being included in the Olympics definitely adds to that. And I think even a professional like yourself, who's played at the highest level, achieved laurels for the country. Now you are involved with the trade of golf and teaching young professionals. So maybe you would be in the best position to tell us how we have, what has changed, that we have such a good set of youngsters now.
I think, firstly, I would like to just take a leaf from what you said. And a couple of years ago, Asian Games gold medalist Rishi Narayan, no stranger to the golf industry, actually said something very very important. He said that coaches were the backbone, because that's the main entry point where new golfers come in from. And I felt that that was such an important statement that he had made, and I had never perceived it that way. Uh, Coming down to what I do, and what is the new stuff going on in the world of coaching today, and how we have evolved. Back in the day, I remember I actually there were only far and few coaches available in the country to go to. Only some of them, whom one would want to trust. and then there was the thought processes were still quite orthodox. And so I used to actually go out and take a lot of my coaching up in Southeast Asia from an Australian coach. And but today I see that technology, the internet, all of these things have really changed the spectrum for all of us. We get the good quality information that was only available in the West earlier. Now we can get it online. Also, the advent of all the technology that has come in has also made things a lot easier for you to pinpoint and to, if you get an understanding of the golf swing, I think it becomes a lot easier now to be able to tell what the issues are. I remember back in the day when I started going for coaching, my coach would actually record it on a digital camera and then connect it with his laptop, and then we would stream and look into the golf swing. And today you see a mobile or an iPad can instantly do all of that for you in a matter of seconds. So earlier just looking at a video used to be a process which used to take in itself 20 to 25 minutes, and here we are now within 30 seconds you can actually be ready to check everything.
Yeah, but obviously the advent of technology now, coaching is coming. I think even on a broader sphere, I think eventually everything ties into how the economic activities of a country, and you see corporate houses pitching in and doing their bit in supporting this game. I think that also has a big impact. Stalwarts like Kapil Dev lending his glorious name to our game, who was here again this week. Those things do make a difference because they're able to see that it's not the easiest profession. It's a very lonely road, to be honest, especially a professional golfer. I mean, you are seeing the players who are doing well, but and I think the same goes true for all sports. It's it is so top heavy that only the best of players are actually able to make a solid living. So it's important that there's a foundation for the other players, and I think that's why these academies or even good coaching institutes. So if you just learn the trade of golf, there's a complete golf industry which is now coming up and flourishing, and that can actually help a golfer have an alternative source of income, as same as any many other games. I mean, back in my time when I was in an oil company after amateur golf, we had a lot of cricketers, and some of them unfortunately could not make the grade, but they would do something associated with the game, and that's very important because then you have that confidence that yes, that profession in sports is accepted, is socially accepted, and our sportsmen are actually seen as what they are. They are the ones that actually come up and bring laurels to the country. They're nothing short of heroes. You are seeing our Olympians, what they did, those glorious medals for our country, and Aditi almost getting one. So those things, that's where I would say we are able to have that sort of national pride in our sportsmen. And I think golf can actually, it's been a little bit dormant because golf is seen maybe erroneously as a little bit of an elite game, and that's where it has been a little bit of misnomer. We're seeing, even on our screen, we're seeing M Dharma, who's now, he's one of the top players in India, and he comes from very humble backgrounds, and that's the great thing about this game. It gives you the opportunity, and it's not going to give you anything for free. Each player who's here has earned it, and even if you're the best of players, you are not guaranteed a paycheck, and that's why I think a lot of players are actually moving towards golf because there's no space. I mean, there's everything. It is what it is. Even with the best player, there's a level playing field each week. So it's a fair game, and it's a game where you can play amongst the best, and it's a game with world ranking points and Olympics, and with commentators like us. So what else do you want? Just get over to the golf course and start hitting some balls.
So that we can then commentate on your games. Clearly, our games weren't good enough to be, have some commentators commenting on them. But we are here now, and we will be happy to comment on your games if you make it out onto that PGTI tour,
I think
which
that's
is,
what
of
we
course,
missed.
the strongest domestic tour in the world.
And Rahul, I think that's what we missed in our time. I think that was the missing jigsaw puzzle. There was no commentary. There was just us and our caddy, fighting with each other.
Yes, I think we were missing all the live coverage and stuff, and it's great to have that today. I think it's a great step for Indian golf and as well as any of the future golfers to have live telecast going on of the tournaments is not only worth viewing, but it's also a great idea of where the sport is going towards. The advent of the internet has helped all of us, and if you use it positively, there's only good things about it.
Absolutely. I think this partnership of the Professional Golf Tour of India with ABP News Network, this is definitely going to be a historic moment which will be remembered for years to come, because it's going to usher in changes. We are having golf which is reaching the masses, and mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this channel can be accessed via the internet from YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, the other feed. So it's absolutely free to watch. So I would say just sip with your favorite beverage or food and just enjoy golf.
There we have Dhruv Shoran getting ready for his birdie putt. He's given himself about good 60 feet away from the flag. That green is quite big in terms of width, but in terms of length, it's hardly anything. In fact, the back flag also has a slope running right behind it, which can take the ball away from the green altogether, leaving yourself a very, very tough shot. Dhruv Shoran seems to have left a little bit of work for himself, has given himself almost 7 feet short of the hole to make par. Arjun Prasad, of course, wanted to get in a little bit more knowledge of the line, but Dhruv Shoran isn't being very friendly with him on that aspect. While the appearance of the front part of the ninth green at the Royal Calcutta is quite flat, the ball does break in quite significantly from the left to the right from where Arjun is putting. But because he is not exactly at 9 o'clock from the hole, he's actually a little bit towards the 7:30 or the 8 o'clock mark, that ball will curve a little bit lesser, as he will be going slightly against the grain. So, very interesting putt there for Arjun, and let's hope that he's taken up a cue from Dhruv Shoran's putt, who definitely didn't give himself a chance for the birdie. We're also very, very thankful to all the people who come out and watch this tournament. What a lovely putt by Arjun Prasad. So clearly, he has understood the greens very, very well this week. Big thank you to all of you who are actually sitting and watching the live telecast of this ICC RCGC Open Championship. It's great to have the kind of support that you all give us. And any questions that you have, you might please put them down in the YouTube comment box, and we will take as many of them as we possibly can. So please ask off your questions, whether it is basic or whether it is any specific. We would be very, very happy to take them. Dhruv Shoran from Gurgaon now lining up for his par putt. He's got a little bit of work cut out for himself. That putt's going to break a little bit from the left to the right. Dhruv, of course, has been playing some phenomenal golf and is really, really good with the flat stick. Dhruv Shoran making a super two putt there on the ninth hole to save his par. All smiles for him now. The players will be making a turn and moving on to the 10th tee box. The players would walk next to the practice area and move up onto the 10th tee box now, while we go back to the 10th green with M. Dharma Harinder Gupta playing alongside their amateur partner Sandeep Poddar on the 10th green. Some of the toughest greens to read as well as to putt on the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. They are very, very true greens. So, very, very well kept golf course, but challenging enough to read the greens and also to muster up the courage to get the right speed on them. One of the most charming venues on the PGTI Tour. A lot of history with places like the Victoria Memorial, the famous cricket stadium there, as well as the Mohan Bagan Football Club. All of these making up for a superb city, and of course, a very famous Park Street of Calcutta, where people go to hang around and get some local delicacies from. Kshitij Naved Kaul still leading the way, staying consistent at even par for the day and is at minus 10 in total. Angad Chima also maintaining himself at even par. So the gentleman up atop, keeping it slow and steady, while Sunil Chaurasia and Om Prakash Chauhan are trying to get as close as possible to them, and they have all both come up to minus 7 each, which gets them to only 3 shots off the lead. Harinder Gupta also has been putting his pedal on the gas this morning, and he is minus 3 through 9 holes. Abhijit Singh Chadda also minus 1 through 6 holes is at a total of minus 5. But Sunil Chaurasia definitely looking to get a win at his home club, and Om Prakash Chauhan also making the most of the form that he seems to be catching up on.
Look at Harinder's group, who've just finished the 10th hole. Now we'll be going on to the 11th. Look at the scoring this week, Rahul. What do you feel? This tournament is definitely not going to be a birdie fest. It's going to be contested more on perseverance and resilience, and maybe the winning score being in the vicinity of 14 under par, or maybe at most 15 under par. What do you think?
I think that's the number that I'd look at. 15 or 16 under par is where I'd be setting my sights on. So right now it's anyone's tournament. Anyone who can get 2 good rounds in has a good chance at winning this tournament, all the way up to the person who is at 5 under par. And I think one of the guys that I would like to look out for is going to be Chirag Kumar also, because he this kind of a golf course would really suit his game.
Yeah, Chirag is unfortunately the one over par for the day after six. As we go back on to hole number 9.
Coming in is our amateur playing alongside Tapi Ghai. That's Tijain Banerjee hitting that shot on the 9th hole. Appears to be his second shot. Tapi Ghai is playing alongside Samar Dwivedi, the other professional golfer in this group.
The amateur would have maybe close to 200 yards to the flag, quite a fair distance out. This hole is a dogleg to the left, a daunting tee shot, and then eventually culminating into a tough second shot as well. Now we have the amateur on hole number 10.
Alok Gupta playing alongside Dhruv Shoran and Arjun Prasad. Alok Gupta giving it a good whack, reaching out for his tee ASAP. Tappy guy, following up on what Shaurya mentioned, was Greg Norman's adage of the long walk with the putter. My longest walk to the putter always happened from the driving range to the practice putting green.
Yeah, I imagine. So it was, but yeah, I remember the moments, when you were on a par five and hit the green, how happy one would feel just walking up with the putter. I think those were definitely the highlights of professional golf or any golf. And here, Summer definitely does not have the putter, but he's hoping he did. Now, he has a tricky little chip shot, or he's in the bunker, it seems.
I'd actually not mind being in bunkers for greens which are this hard and running fast this week because bunkers do allow you to add a little bit of spin to the ball. I think I'd rather be in a bunker than be in the rough area. Samar Dwivedi has short-sighted himself. In fact, he's hit that slightly right of where he needed to, and that ball will run off of the green and will probably have 10 to 15 yards now to navigate for a chip and putt. Poor effort there by Samar Dwivedi, while the amateur in the right bunker.
There we have Arjun striding up the fairway.
Got Tijen Banerjee now.
So you see the amateur obviously having a tough time from the bunker, and that's understandable because the bunker is indeed a very tough hazard to sort of navigate, and it requires advanced skills and
I think amateurs are more used to also playing a lot of match play formats because they are really playing along with their friends and playing betting rounds a lot.
yes,
So they're if they're in trouble, they sort of just pick up the ball and move on, and concede the hole, or maybe just play one hole for fun. While in stroke play events, each of your shot really counts. So the amount of pressure on your game is so phenomenal. Good shot there by Tijen Banerjee, giving himself a decent look to save himself a par.
yes, sort of resuscitating his hole in a way. Otherwise it would have culminated into a double bogey or more. But he's done well. I think that's a big difference between professional golfers and recreational golfers is that a professional will have to take each shot seriously, and that's very draining mentally.
You seem to be a professional thesaurus reader. What word was that you just used?
I have no clue. They just they just flow through me. I think.
Commentator seems to have brushed up all his skills. Samar Dwivedi looking to brush up his own short game skills. Decent shot there, leaving himself about 3 feet short of the hole. We'll do that. We'll make that putt to save bogey.
Yes.
Tapi Ghai from Gurgaon, lining up for his putt on hole number 9. Good effort by Tapi Ghai, getting a good feel for the greens. Tapi Ghai would have that 3-footer to save his par on hole number 9.
A tricky downhill putt. What do you think? What is the course record here? To my memory, I think never seen around below 9 under par. Or
I think it's 9 under par. If I'm not wrong, it is held by Jasjeet Singh, who still plays amateur golf. Far and few now, but he used to be a top amateur golfer at one point of time. I remember seeing his putt on the last hole, the 18th at Royal, and he left it on the lip. We waited for 10 seconds for that to drop to make it into a 10 under par, but what a phenomenal round that was. 9 birdies and bogey free round there. One of the most phenomenal rounds that one could imagine at the Royal Calcutta Club, because it's so difficult with all the long iron shots coming into holes, with different tee shots coming in throughout the day. It's just a very difficult golf course to be able to pull off a bogey free round in.
I think the course record is also held by Rashid Khan as well. 9 under par.
Samar Dwivedi there saves himself a bogey. Be gutted by that effort.
I look back at the ninth hole where we had Abhijit Singh Chadda, Mari Muthu, and the amateur Gaurav Upadhyay walking up to the green. Abhijit Singh Chadda trending the right way, 1 under for the day and 5 under for the tournament. His playing partner Mari Muthu at 2 for the day and 3 under for the tournament. So obviously not having similar fortune. You know, this group obviously a power group. I was expecting that one of them probably pull out a driver and go over those trees and give us an entertaining view.
Well, entertaining for you is risky for them. So I guess the players have got way more, planning going on in their golf games. As you know, they are not really here to entertain you and me.
No,
So
but tell me, this is a very interesting point that a lot of the players love. Years before, like Arnold Palmer, and obviously the game has changed. They used to love to play to the gallery, and even today, the longer hitters like Bryson DeChambeau, many times they're almost forced to take out driver. Like these guys are especially long hitters, and maybe over the years when the galleries swell up, we might have more of that here in India as well, where a player actually plays to the gallery. If he's not going to win, then he might actually give some entertainment by, especially a longer hitter. I think golf is so peculiar that manner that I always felt that the players who were the longest hitters were somehow most famous in golfing history, like John Daly, Tiger Woods, Henrik Stenson. These players were really proficient ball strikers and long hitters because the viewers really do enjoy seeing something that they cannot do. And obviously, I think long hitting is one of them. It's quite entertaining to watch.
I think maybe playing for the galleries could be done on a golf course like more open golf courses. Nice shot by Gaurav Upadhyay. On an open golf course, maybe the players can be take more risks. But at a golf course like Royal, where planning is so important, sticking to your game plan is so important, making sure that you're in the short stuff to give yourself a chance to put yourself on the green for birdie is so important that it will probably be foolhardy to be going around with the driver on the ninth hole, especially with the OB on the left side, a water hazard and big trees on the right side, and of course, don't forget the Dhobi Ghat.
Going for a little bit of a wash while at it. So you're back on the green. Obviously, this golf course there leaves very little room.
Talking about Dhobi Ghat, Marimuthu is already having a bit of pitai on the golf course as of now, at +2 for the day. So definitely has a little bit of work cut out for himself through into the back nine, where the back nine does offer a few birdie opportunities for the players. Making too many birdies on this golf course is not the easiest thing possible. So you cannot really count anything into your pocket. While local lad Divyanshu Bajaj is at -1 for the day and total of even par for the tournament.
I think looking at the laundry theme of the day, I hope he's able to iron out the bad parts of his round and maybe do something to sort of get things going in the right direction. But doesn't seem so. You can also make out a lot by the body language of a player, and that's something that was always visible. You're seeing when a player has a good round, you can see from the positivity, the walk, the demeanor, and when things aren't going your way, you're sort of dejected, a little lost, and those are things that you actually have to counter. So even if it's not going too well, you have to still maintain that positive disposition because otherwise you can keep compounding the errors. And that's something that I remember from my playing days, that maybe you are +1 and you're feeling so dejected, and lo and behold, in the blink of an eye, you end the round at +5, +6. So it's very important to be in the moment, that even if you're having a bad round, you try to limit the damage.
Absolutely. In fact, a lot of the viewers must be noticing that you will find a lot of pro golfers on the left side of the ninth green today, so giving themselves, maybe 60 feet away from the flag for birdie. And one of the reasons for that is that no one wants to short side themselves on tough greens like these. So you'd rather have a longer putt for birdie than actually short side yourself to a flag like this. It's just a lot easier to rather have a birdie putt from 100 feet away than to even chip it from the front of this green.
I think they're also probably more so because of the rough, you think? Because if the rough is not present, then that chip shot is a lot easier. I think because of the way the golf course is set up this week, it's a little unforgiving to miss the greens because the rough is thick. And that actually compounds that fact. So players are happier to play towards the thick or the fat side of the green, so to speak.
I think in totality, hitting a shot out of the rough with greens which are playing towards the harder side, I think in totality that is a difficult mix to handle. So clearly, as we can tell from the number of birdies on the scorecards, that the golf course is playing very very challenging, and I'm sure each of the players is having to think their way through the golf course. We are on to the 17th hole now, watching Shivendra Singh Sisodia back to ninth with Gaurav Upadhyay.
Let's see what the amateur has in store. Oh, good putt, but just missing it. A little bit of discussion with the caddy. Maybe they got the read wrong. It's just a matter of fine inches. A miss and a make can be just a few millimeters, and then you'd end up missing the putt. So maybe that's what has happened on that occasion. We have a look at Marimutu, who has this putt to save par. Otherwise, you'd end up dropping another shot, and that could well lead to an unmitigated disaster on this moving day. He's definitely trending downwards, so I think he definitely needs to make this putt, and I'm sure he's aware of that. He's sort of read that, has been stalking the line. All right, so he does well, and he'll move to the back nine. Now, our first look at the 18th hole, Arjun Sharma. A very good finish, athletic finish there, and sort of plucking the tee out aggressively. That just shows that the player has hit a shot that he approves. Playing alongside Shivendra. As you can see, the yardage of the 18th hole is 437 yards, and you have the wind, which seems to be flowing from a little from the left and into the players' faces. So maybe playing a little longer, and with the left to right wind, the shot is a little tough because this is the narrow fairway. Shivendra now looking intently. Again, picks up the tees. Obviously, these are telling signs. Both the players very confident and happy with their tee shots, and they've done well. Now the amateur alongside will be teeing off. Obviously, the amateur using the amateur tees, and the amateurs have a different team format event going on where their scores from Wednesday's Pro-Am as well as today and tomorrow will be tabulated for their own tournament. And this is a very, very unique setup. Please mind you, these are not professionals. Amateur golfers are maybe recreational golfers, club golfers. So it's a little bit of an oddity as far as the tournament is concerned to see them playing side by side. But this is a format that does happen maybe once in a year or twice in a year on all international tours. This is something to facilitate the sort of amalgamation of golfers, even professionals and amateurs, and you would end up seeing professionals playing alongside an amateur. Obviously, the professional is going on about his business very separately and playing for his score, and the amateurs are sort of enjoying, relishing the opportunity, and they have a separate tournament going on altogether. So they're teeing off from their separate tees. So both the tournaments don't have much to do with each other, but they are playing with each other, and the professional could be part of a team where his score is retroactively counted for an award and so on and so forth. But mind you, the primary game here is the professional tournament, and the amateurs obviously are competing for a trophy and bragging rights. There we have a look at Kurush Herji, and he seems to have done all right. He had asked his caddy to remove the flag, and the player has the option to do that even from outside the green. And that's something, if you're feeling confident or if you feel that the flag could actually impede upon your shot or the eventual success of it, you can have the flag removed. Now, the unique thing is that you can have the flag kept in while you're putting.
Another unique thing here to note for all our viewers is that the first group of the first tee walks actually teed off at 8 a.m. And we are just under 4 hours right now, and that group has arrived onto the 18th green. That really goes to show that players are actually timed on the golf course, and they try to finish their rounds within the stipulated times, unless and until they want to be penalized for it. And usually we see that in amateur golf, rounds take over 5 hours to finish. So I'm sure that for Mr. Vikash Baheti also, it's been a great experience today to play alongside players who have actually gone through the stipulated time and finished the round within 4 hours. That's quite commendable. What do you think?
I won't know about it. That's uncharted waters for me. I would just probably be on the 12th hole by now with about 10 groups breathing down my neck and screaming at me. So that's what I would enjoy. My thinking is that you're on the golf course, enjoy it the most that you can.
So usually, when Shaurya, you would be the one who was playing in the field, we would actually go around and request the tournament director to put you in the last group.
Yeah.
Just break all the rules and bend them so that by the time you'd finish the round, we would have also had about 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, see, that would happen. By the time it was done, everybody would be long gone.
Yep. So in fact, even your playing partners used to want to go, not only the groups ahead. And I think if we had our way, we would have sent a marshal along with you, and rather than give you any playing partners.
These are what I call glory days. The famous song by Bruce Springsteen. Yeah, so those are my glory days. But yeah, I think I get a lot more love from the players now that I'm not playing and holding them up. And lo and behold, rounds are finishing up in 4 hours. But don't count your chickens. You might find me in the qualifying school holding proceedings up again, with being there in the eye of the storm with all the referees following me. Like, hey,
If any one of you is planning to go back to the qualifying school or go and try to find your way into the Pro Tours, make sure that you check out the entry list beforehand and see which of the pre-qualifyings is he playing, so that you all can be safe. Because the slower the player in front of you, the slower your game is going to become, and it's going to take away all the sheen off it. So please beware. His name is Shaurya Singh.
yeah, don't drive me off the golf course. I believe I have sped up play over the years.
Sunny Chaurasia is -2 for the day on this green now, playing alongside Om Prakash Chauhan as well. Both of them going neck to neck at 7 under par, and their playing partner with them.
Kshitij now with call has opened up a sizable three-shot lead, and I think that's gonna each shot here is worth its weight in gold. And I think even a small lead here is quite sizable, because you can just sort of make pars and weather the storm and win a tournament. So I think
Super putt by Soham Daga, who is the amateur in this group. I'm sure his friends and family would be elated to see him on television making that putt. It's an amazing experience for everyone to be around.
exactly, that was a good putt by him, uphill putt. And so coming back to the discussion about Kshitij's lead, I think on this golf course, a 3 or 4 shot lead on the final day is pretty good, because if you can just play percentage golf, try and shoot around level par, you should be able to win it. Down left to right putt. It's a little slick putt.
Sunny Chaurasia, home course, looking to take some advantage today on moving day, and seems like he is trending in the right direction for that purpose. Harinder Gupta, of course, doing one better at -3 for the day and a total of -6 for the tournament.
Oh, miscue there. We have OP, who should clean up for what appears to be his par. Look at some of the good rounds today. We have MD Zamal Hussain Mola, who's at 3 under par for the day, and that's currently the lowest round in the field. And he's at 2 under for the tournament. Apart from that, towards the lower end of the leader group, everybody's having a very hard, torrid time. There are high scores all over, and people are just tumbling down the leaderboard. And there we have Karan Pratap Singh at 2 under for the day and level par for the tournament. So I think this is definitely showing you the way that this tournament is going to pan out tomorrow. No low scores, and if the flag sticks were to get a little more tricky on the final day, I think scoring could be even more competitive and worse. So it's definitely a race to attrition at this point in time. I'll look at hole number 17. No, it's a close miss there. Should be a nice little makeable putt. Just turning a little bit from his right to left. Yes, indeed, and we'll move on to the 18th hole.
Good green reading today by you, Shaurya. It's interesting to see that you could also fill up other roles in the golf
Yeah, I think
industry.
so.
And
So, if any top players are looking for a caddy, obviously I will be on percentage.
top players are looking for top caddy, Shaurya.
If any top players is looking for an intermediate level caddy, I'm here. I'm all ears. So, yeah, back on the ninth hole,
So,
Chirag Kumar. So he's definitely known to throw darts. Very accurate hitter with his irons, and look for this to be close. Has always been very consistent with his irons.
a very good striker of approach shots. Keeps his drives very straight. Approach shots are very, very accurate. So overall, Chirag Kumar, his game is totally meant for this kind of a golf course, which exhibits a lot of pressure on your iron play as well as on your short game and in fact tee shots. So overall, I'd say Chirag is one of the finest contenders for this tournament.
Yeah, back in hole number 18.
Unfortunately, even while I say that, Chirag's not having the best of days. At two over par for the day. 18th also is a very awkward tee shot, isn't it, Shaurya? With the driving range on the right side, the tee shot seems to be curving left to right, although there's OB on the left, and the actual hole design is actually shaping off towards the left side. So it can be a really confusing tee shot for someone, especially if you're trying to go with the driver. It appears like you need a fade, but actually you need to hit a draw, and if you hit a draw, you're starting it off the driving range on the right side. So all in all, it's just a very mind-boggling shot for anyone standing on that tee box.
Absolutely. It's confounding in each aspect, and that's pretty much golf. I mean, you think you have it sorted, but it then confuses you. And this tee shot definitely does because, as you can see, the wind is also rustling, and there's
You
not
think
much
Harbhajan
space.
Singh's googly would do much better over there? Shapes a little bit from the left to right, and then one from the
I
right to
think
left.
that might be a good idea. Maybe hit a googly tee shot because our viewers would love to see the view here. There's an OB on the entire left side running alongside this fairway, so there's not much room. I've seen players actually hit it there under pressure, and on the right hand side are the trees. As you can see, it's a pretty tight fairway, so not much room, so as to speak. And also the length is there. It's a 440-yard hole, so you can't really hit a short club of the tee. But as we saw, some of the long hitters, maybe they hit a 3 iron. I'm talking about my time, and that time players were not hitting it that long, but these young players are hitting the ball a country mile. So for them, maybe they can play the 18th even with the 3 iron.
I'm pretty sure Mohammad Sayyam is probably debating with a 5 iron.
You
If
never
you're
know.
debating with a three, unfortunately, you can't really hit a 3 iron over there because of that fairway bunker in play. So if you were to go in that line, you'd probably land up in that bunker. A little bit left off that bunker, you have too long a shot to navigate your way into that green because of the number of trees that hang from the left side of the rough. So all in all, it's a toughish tee shot in terms of putting it into the fairway. A miss towards the right side would be better, but how much right is also the million-dollar question. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, last week's winner in Dig Boy, seems to have found himself in a little bit of trouble inside that bunker with 1 foot up and a little bit of a treacherous lie, what it seems like. Clearly, Chirag Kumar has got a lot more experience on his plate and has given himself a nice look at birdie from the fat side of the green.
I think this Yuvraj is showing us the exuberance of youth. Let's see what he does, reminding us a little bit of Sevi Bias Terrace. This shot with 1 foot up, and this is going to be a very imaginative shot and quite the watch for our viewers, actually. What's important is that in shots like this, you're able to maintain your balance, and I think that is really, really important.
You'd
Would
be
you?
absolutely right with that, Shaurya. And I think depending on the lie and the situation, my first goal would be to make sure that I get out of the bunker, and if I can put myself for this kind of a flag location anywhere around 10 feet, and there we have it. The golf bag drops. Luckily, it's not gone into the bunker, so that saves.
Is that an omen for this shot? I hope not.
So I think from that situation, if I could give myself anywhere from 10 feet to below to save myself a par, I think I'd be a happy camper.
It's a tricky shot because you can actually just catch the ball first, or a lot of the sand. So I think it's a really tough shot. You have to balance, you have to balance your posture and everything else. It's going
Totally.
to
I
be a
mean,
tough one.
golf is difficult now with 2 feet in the same place, and now we've got one foot in one and the other foot on another. So,
One foot in the grave and one out of it. Let's see which way it ends up. The sandy grave, so as to speak. The contact seems to be good, and I think he's done brilliantly well
what a
there.
lovely golf shot there by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh, the winner from last week's tournament. Chirag Kumar, of course, looking at that ball and being appreciative of the shot.
We never doubted you, Raj. I mean, we knew he would do it. These guys are really good, and obviously, Yuvraj shoots 10 under pars just for fun. So, obviously, he's just trying to make it interesting. I think he knows that we are watching this whole. So, he's like, yes, I will show you the tapestry of my skills that I have.
Have you ever shot 10 under par for fun?
No, I'm not even sure 10 under par on a video game, to be honest with you. I have tried it on video games, but no, it's not possible.
The playing partner is Nikhil Sanwal. Nikhil Sanwal, in fact, is also the course superintendent at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. So I'm a little worried because who's taking care of the course today? But I think Nikhil must be actually looking out and testing the golf course as to how good it is, while all of his staff, I'm sure, is looking after the golf course as we speak.
I think they're probably rooting for him to win the amateur event as well.
Absolutely. In fact, I think if left to those guys, they might just probably use that blower and blow that ball back into the hole.
I would expect nothing less if I were the course superintendent.
Hits it a little bit extra, and then give it a gush of the really hardcore headwind, so the ball stops next to the hole, and
Exactly.
just sort of just make it float up there.
Exactly. That would be or maybe just carry one of those things with you on a golf course. Because technically speaking, in the game of golf, I mean,
It's an outside agency, is it?
the wind can affect wind can affect your ball, but does not quite specify where the wind comes from. So, in a lighter vein, ladies and gentlemen, please don't buy that jetpack or anything like that. You would not be allowed to use that. The only thing you can use is skill and your acumen, which these players seem to have in abundance, because we are live at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, and these players are good.
Talking about good players, Chirag Kumar, the man who's won a jacket of the same color of the shirt he's wearing today, the
Yes.
Panasonic Open Asian Tour event.
Look for him to make this, but I have the uncanny feeling that he will make it. And that's why they call them uncanny feelings. They have no rationale behind them. So he'll be left with the 2 footer there for par. Clearly not happy with that putt. And
Never up, never in stands true over here. So Chirag Kumar disappointed with that effort of his on the ninth hole. Good 2 shots, but clearly not giving himself a good look at birdie with that putt. Got the amateur now, Nikhil Sanwal, the course superintendent. Let's see how good the course superintendent knows his own greens.
now we're back on hole number 17.
I think the cameras are being very, very biased. They're not showing us the course superintendents, but
And yeah, maybe so. I think let's have a look at the 17th now. A wonderful hole. Look at the location of this flag. In fact, there's a water hazard to the left of this green. A very difficult green indeed. Oh, he's done well. He's barely missing out. Do you remember the times? I remember we used to hit driver on this hole at that point in time where there wasn't a water hazard. So we remember players actually going over the trees and trying to go for this hole in one.
actually, you can't do that anymore because they took the hazard from the front of the tee to all the way up to the green now. So this hazard actually goes and runs almost about 20 or 30 yards short of the bunker, which is on the green side. So there's no way to do that anymore unless and until you're accurate enough to drop it within those 10 yards of the fairway on the right side. Then yes,
How
maybe
much?
yes.
What kind of a fly? All the way to the green in one shot with your driver.
I think it's over 380 yards to reach all the way there.
even if we cut the corner.
The 17th hole is 382 yards in all. If you were to cut the corner, I think you would land up in the fairway about 40 odd yards short of the green.
Okay.
I do not think that the green in itself would be reachable. About 40 yards short of the green is probably the best that one could get. But generally speaking, I think even for this green, I would prefer a full shot in to the green. Uh, I used to hit a 2 iron with a little bit of a draw for the tee shots because of the dog leg nature of the hole, and have an 8 iron or so into the green. For the center to the front flags, I used to have a 9 iron, and the back flag about 8 iron. But very difficult flag location, especially to the center right. There's a slope on the right side, so if you miss hit that shot even a little bit, that ball will roll into the grass bunker. The top left flag, another tough location with about 37 yards in, and you had to really draw in that shot to get close to that flag.
One thing which is very how golfers imagine a golf shot and how they can remember things like the elevation, the shot, the lie of the land, and that's something that I think when you play golf a few more times, you're able to vividly describe each situation, each shot. I think we still remember this whole prior to the hazard being there. I remember how excited we used to be to get to be on that tee and hit a driver to try and reach somewhere close to the green and make birdie. But obviously, they've changed that. The golf course has become so much more challenging with the advent of new water hazards. And I think, as if they weren't enough already, they've added a few more. There's a hazard on 17th, there's a hazard on 18th, running along the right hand side, and then obviously on the 16th, the 15th as well, the 14th. So I think every hole has a hazard on it.
Uh, I'll have to check what the real number is, but I think if I'm not wrong, it's about 140 water hazards on the golf course, whether they're visible or invisible, and most of them absolutely being invisible, and they're like a surprise package.
A very unique grip. What is that called? A one finger and claw. It's a little bit of a mix. We've seen it all this week.
I was too busy thinking of the water hazard, so I didn't really get to see that grip. 18th green at the Royal Calcutta. Three-tier green, this one, the front part being only about 8 odd yards, second part being up to about 14 yards in itself, and the top tier being the smallest but one of the most difficult flag locations that can be found over there.
Yes, this hole has definitely been the site of many battles, and I'm sure there's going to be one here tomorrow as well. But at this point in time, it seems like there might not be a battle because Kshitij Navid Kaul still has a two-shot lead. But Om Prakash Chauhan is in hot pursuit now, only trailing the leader by 2 shots. So who knows? Maybe there could be a David versus Goliath here tomorrow.
It's very interesting to see that there is almost no movement in this leaderboard today. The scores are very, very humble. There's not much of deep rounds coming up, and that really goes to show the nature of the golf course over here, doesn't it? Zamal Hossain Mola is the deepest on the golf course right now with a score of -3 through 12 holes, which takes him to a total of -2 for the tournament.
I think that's a refreshing change because it's definitely testing the mettle of all the players, and each facet of the game is being tested. There's disaster lurking at the corner of every hole, if not a water hazard lurking as well.
I mean, I think even if you hit, a couple of good shots, it's not like the greens are giving you birdies just for free. You could hit good shots, but you still have to hit good putts. And if you miss the green, you have to hit good chips as well. So, it all in all, there's a lot more than meets the eye on this golf course.
Absolutely. So, and that's visible in the scoring. And I feel that as the day wears on and then we move into tomorrow, the scores might actually even get worse.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, winner from last week, and a man who is been in form for the past couple of months, really doing good with his golf game. Total of -6 for the tournament, teeing off on hole number 10.
Yuvraj going with a driver, a long hitter hitting a driver, so maybe attacking this hole just would be left with a sand wedge or a pitching wedge if he's able to hit a good drive.
I think pitching wedge would be more like it. It's not a very short hole; it's 440 yards. So I think a pitching wedge for that front flag should be realistic. We've got Chirag Kumar now.
Chirag probably will hit a driver and maybe a 7 or 8 iron.
Not that short actually. In fact, Chirag does get enough punch into the ball. He probably will at max have like a 9 iron into this flag location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now this group is moving off the 10th. The amateur will tee off from the amateur tees. Now you see the amateur lining up towards the left of the side so that there's ample space for him to hit a fade. You'll normally see all the amateurs tend to favor a left to right fade
It's a
because
pretty nice golf swing there.
yes, absolutely.
Gave it a good whack.
He's obviously definitely trying to impress the professionals, and but that's something that I've seen a lot. That amateur golfers tend to favor left-right shots. It's very tough for them to get the draw going, the right-left movement. They're always playing left-right. Is there any particular reason that novice golfers, beginners, or even amateurs, uh, recreation golfers, they find it very tough to hit a draw consistently like professionals do?
I
Why is
think
that?
I think there are a bunch of reasons for that. In fact, just to correct you over there, most professional golfers actually play with a fade and not with a draw.
But the ability to hit a draw.
Ability to hit a draw. In fact, the ability to hit a draw exists with each and every one of us because that would be the natural shot owing to the fact that the ball is outside of us and we are standing sort of towards the inside of the ball. So a natural action would actually make you hit the inside of the ball and not on the outside of the ball. While this is my belief and opinion over the years that any person who comes to play golf, the first instinct when you take your backswing is to hit the ball, is to feel like you will have to take that club back and make contact with it, which makes people throw their arms away from their body and sort of opening up the club face and making that club move across the line, due to which players tend to hit the kind of violent fades and the slices that we see. Some of them also seem to believe that they have to lift the ball up with their hands to sort of scoop it, so which makes them stay behind the ball for a long period of time with an open club face, and then they're trying to swing it out straight down the line, which is not where they need to swing it, making the ball actually cut across on that club face and slice away towards the right side. Anshul Patel, not a very good effort there, leaves himself in the front of the green, quite upset with himself. Chosen a putter from that front portion, must be on that uphill as of now.
Yeah, he just his chip was a little shy of the green. The amateur, Mr. Joydeep Barua, finding it tough to sort of get the correct speed, and his putt almost rolling off the green. So obviously, with the speed at 9.9 and a severe slope, it could be very quick actually.
I think that's another thing that these players do very well. Is it is the control of the nerves during putting on these kind of putts. But clearly, amateurs would find that a little more difficult, as like we spoke earlier. Uh, Tournament players are really preparing for stroke play, so each shot matters for them. While when we look at club golfers, they are mostly playing match play events. So whether they make it or they don't make it, it's going to be a win or a loss. But for a tournament player, each shot makes the difference on that leaderboard. Anshul Patel now hitting his fourth shot onto this ninth green. Leaves himself way short of the hole, not having the best of times on this hole. Anshul Patel 4 over for the day, so clearly being a little bit hard on himself. This was his score through 8 holes, and clearly the ninth hole not being very friendly as well. Ankur Chadda given himself the fat side of the green to place his golf ball in two. He's got a good look at birdie, but definitely from a long range distance, but one of the wiser shots to be played to this flag location. Leaves himself short. Seems like there is a little bit of a ridge or a grass cutting over there. That players seem to not be able to judge properly. We've seen a lot of putts from that side coming up slightly short of the hole. I think one of the only putts we saw actually moving past the hole from that angle was Arjun Prasad's, who just about brushed the side of the hole and missed his birdie putt, saved his par. Leaderboard there with Kshitij Naved still leading the way, keeping himself steady at even par. Om Prakash Chauhan is up to 8 under par, so just two shots shy of the lead. Angad Chima is at -7. Sunil Chaurasia, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, and Ankur Chadda, all three of these players are at -6, trailing the lone leader Kshitij Naved at 10 under par. We are down to the 17th green now. The amateur in this group are playing alongside Harmeet Singh Kalon and Amardeep Malik. So the ICC RCGC Open Championship is powered by Urbana. Urbana is an ultra luxury residential product in the Indian metropolis of Calcutta, one of the most prestigious places in modern Kolkata to be living in. Home to a number of Tollywood superstars and corporate tycoons, Urbana, Kolkata. Good effort, great shot there by Harmeet Kalon. Clearly, experience and skill both coming together to save the day for him. Great shot from that bunker with an awkward lie for Harmeet. A lot of players these days line up the line on the golf ball to align their putters so they have a directional idea of which way they are trying to hit their putts. Usually helps players with alignments. Great putt there by Amardeep Malik for birdie on the 17th hole. Great effort and also worth all the time taken to line up that ball. Amardeep Malik fondly called by his friends as Hammer, the amateur in their group. Short-sighted himself with that putt, not the best of efforts. Should have kept it slightly more above the hole. Usually, another thing which you've seen a lot with club golfers, it's very difficult to trust a line which is slightly above the hole. Harmeet Kalon now, with his brilliant shot from that bunker's awkward lie, look forward for him to make that par.
Another thing for all our viewers who are watching us, they can catch all the live scores by going to our website, which is www.pgtoffindia.com. I'll say it again, www.pgtoffindia.com. So here you can find all the information about the tournament, the stats, and more importantly, the live scores. That's something that you can actually see the players that you support, and you can have a look at their scores and how they're doing. As we have a look at Harmeet Kallon, the veteran golfer, uh, very peculiar sort of pre-shot routine and the way he goes about his things. But that has worked from him throughout his career. He has a lot of victories on the Indian tour as well as the Asian tour, and a seasoned veteran. Let's see how he does now on this putt. Looks to be breaking a little bit to his left, maybe.
He's zooming into that putting stroke. A colorful character today, Harmeet Khan, missing that putt just slightly. Shaurya's read wasn't so good this time, so be careful if you're trying to keep him as your caddy. A slightly left-right putt, probably a left inside or a left edge putt. It's unfortunate. Quite a shame for Harmeet because it was a really, really good shot that he pulled off. It would have been great to have seen that par putt drop in.
Maybe he can make amends on the 18th as we have a look at Manav Jaini with his distinctive hairstyle.
One of Jenny also won another trip of being fitter this year. It seems like he has really worked hard on his fitness bit, clearly gunning to compete with the young guns.
I think that's just what the more senior players they just have to do, because if you have to, I mean, unfortunately, I use that term for a relatively young man in Manav Jaini, but an experienced campaigner. But the fact is, the youth that is coming through are so talented, and everybody is probably spending so much time in the gym that the more seasoned campaigners have understood that if we are to survive. We will have to spend some time in the weight room as well as in addition to spending time on the practice range. I think somehow the weight room has taken precedence in the last few years over the practice range.
Shit is now eighth call now on the ninth hole with his peculiar way of addressing the golf ball, checking his arm length just before he gets off to it. Wow. I wonder if I was playing golf and with that much of practice of rotation, I would have found it very difficult to play Shaurya. I always try to go anti-rotation with my hands. Uh, there we have it. He's left himself quite short of the green and seems to be quite shocked. Yeah, he just stood there in his tracks. He wasn't expecting that to be that short of the green. Harmeet Kalon.
This is a good view of the 18th. Hamid still hits the ball pretty strong. He's still able to get the ball easily to 300 yards. Is testament to his longevity. Look at that right there in the fairway.
Lovely shot by Harmeet Kano, splitting the fairway into half.
And that's actually a good view for our viewers. Like we were discussing the OB, as you can see, it's there on the left hand side.
Yeah.
Now our amateur is on screen.
Seems like the trees have also been reduced a little bit, which makes that OB even more visible. I liked it better back in the day. I couldn't see it.
So our amateur not having the best of shots, but that's all right because
That's
he's an
okay.
amateur. He's getting to play alongside the professionals who are paid to do this,
That'll
and they're
work.
doing it well.
That'll work. Shouldn't be a problem from there.
As they say, any day above ground is a good day. So that ball is visible, so that's good.
Definitely in Calcutta, above ground is way better than finding your way into one of those 140 tanks anywhere. Angad Chima walking up to the ninth green now. Angad playing alongside Kshitij in the leader group this morning. We are at the penultimate day of the ICC RCGC Open Championship.
Look at the leaderboard, and if you're looking to follow your favorite players, please go over to www.pgtofindia.com, and there you can have a look at the entire scores, and even you can actually even change the date filter to day 1, day 2 to see how your players or your friends or whoever you're following, how they did and during the course of this tournament. So a lot of information there. Look at our leader, and it's going to be very important for him to retain that lead as he's at 10 under par, two clear of Om Prakash Chauhan, and playing alongside Angad Chima, who's at 7 under par.
What do you think he's doing there when he uses his right arm to check his left arm just before the shot?
Oh, look at
Brilliant shot
I
by
bet whatever
Kshitij.
whatever he's doing, he should just stick to it.
Brilliant shot there by Kshitij Naved call. But what do you think he's doing over there? What does he check with that right arm on the left when he's addressing the golf ball?
I think, to be honest, I would not know too much about this technique because it's very distinct in the way it is. It's more about maintaining your angles and making sure that, as I said previously, the arms are rotating over each other. So there's a lot of complicated things only he would be able to say. It's the tiny tickers that maybe the coach has told him to feel that the right arm is in a certain position at a certain clock time of the swing. So let's say 9 o'clock when you're one third of the swing or halfway there. So those are the things that he would have probably programmed him to himself. And I think he definitely looks like a very deliberate player, a technical player. He does not look like a field player, so it's very mechanical with him. So it's one of those things that seems to work for him.
There we have the man with the blower back onto that ninth green, and Jaideep Chitlangia looking very, very intently at what that gentleman is up to, while we have Angad Chima lining up to make his birdie on that hole. We are down to hole number 18 and looking at Amardeep Malik taking in his second shot on that hole. Looks pretty good.
Amar is able to hit the ball a fair distance, and as you see, Harmeet has been able to hit it ahead of him. So obviously, Harmeet's still packing a punch.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you noticed on the 17th green, but there's the actually had a deep squat down and then he got up straight up back, and which actually is a fitness test. Mind you, in many fitness trainers' books, that if you could take a deep squat and stand up without using your hands, actually shows the good health that your legs are in.
Absolutely, he's definitely in peach health condition, and he takes a lot of care about that, and that's reaping the rewards.
I think
He's
that
here.
could be the color of the trousers tomorrow. Peach.
Never know. Let's see if he's able to hit a peach of a golf shot.
Harmeet Kalon, ladies and gentlemen, the veteran on tour. He's also become much quicker than earlier, hasn't he? He used to do many things in his pre-shot routine back in the day, but clearly the rules of golf were in. What
He's
a lovely golf shot by Harmeet, giving himself a good look at birdie.
hit a brilliant shot. Definitely a great shot by him right there, leaving him with about 15 feet. Yeah, definitely. Obviously, he's the way he's gone about his business, very methodical, and I think each player is different, and they try and optimize the game what suits them the most. And he seemed to have found something that is clicking, and that's why he's around here in the business end of things. And let's hope that continues for him.
I think it also happens that when players are working on something that could slow them down a little bit, trying to feel a few things just before the shot. But when those things start to settle in, they can become a lot quicker. But also, the rules of golf also have made the timings very, very strict at 30
I think
seconds
it's a
for each
little.
shot to be hit.
I think it's a little unforgiving, but that's the way it is. See, golf is not a robotic game that you can just go through the motions. Each player is different. What they're thinking, what they're feeling, how they go through each shot. Like for example, we have on our screen Kurish here on hole number 17. Now this is a tricky shot, so some players might be thinking, as you see, he's taking this weird arc which is over the top. So he's trying to imagine how he's going to hit this shot. So each to his own. So there's not one correct manner, and it can take some time. So
Kurush Hirji playing a very peculiar kind of shot there from the bunker on the 17th.
he's done.
Brilliant
he's
golf
done
shot
very
by
well.
Kurush, leaving himself just about 6 odd feet uphill to save his par.
I think something that is important that his practice swing and the final swing had nothing in common. So for our viewers, it's more what the player is trying to do. He's trying to inculcate a movement that he wants to accentuate while he's hitting the shot. So it might not actually be visible to the naked eye, but that's just a thought. So Kurush would have been thinking that I want to come a little over the top. That means that the right hand gets more dominant, and you sort of cut over the ball, and that's what he would have been trying. So because he would have been in a tight lie. So that's what happens. Many a times you're just having a thought, and that's what you sort of keep going over.
I think feel is something that players are looking to create just before hitting the shot, and that's what Kurush was doing, trying to feel a little more over the top. But once the body comes into the picture, it doesn't remain over the top anymore.
Yes, exactly.
Alap Ayel on the right side of our screen.
One thing which is very important for amateurs and recreational golfers who are looking at things that the thing about golf is that you wait for the other co-players turn and then you sort of putt, but you can utilize that time to read your own line and do your preparation, as Kurush here seems to be doing with his diary and so on and so forth, so that when it is your turn and the ticker starts, you should be able to hit, because the fines are steep and the penalties are aplenty now on all the professional tours, not just here in India. I think if you look at it on the US tours and all, the fines are many folds and they're quite steep. So obviously, because one of the things is that daylight hours are limited in golf, is a time consuming sport, and you want to ensure that all the players can play within the daylight, and you have a field of 130, 140 players play, so it's imperative that everybody sort of get on a good clip.
I think golf is also a lot more fun when played fast. So, ready golf, is one such concept where anyone who is ready doesn't have to wait for the honor, but can go on hitting the golf ball. And I feel that that makes golf a lot more fun. You get your yardage, you get your wind, and quickly pick up the club and swing it. It just cuts off all that extra chatter that goes on in the brain cells, and lets you play and enjoy the game a lot more than just think it through.
Absolutely. And I think it goes to say that the professionals who play the best, they're the ones who actually enjoy their game as well. It's very important. If you don't enjoy what you're doing, it's pretty tough to be good at. And Alap is definitely good at what he's doing.
Brilliant putt by Alap Ayel on the 17th. Really, really solid touch there. All smiles. Moving on to the last hole for the day for him, the 18th. Kurush Hirji for par. Be an interesting putt. Pretty good bunker shot by him.
Seems like a straight putt, not much in it. Should be able to make that. What is your view on a straight putt? Is it from this distance? Would you rather have the putt break one way or the other, or just have a straight putt?
I definitely have it break one way or the other.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
always found that a straight putt actually gives you very little leeway.
Lovely putt there by Kurush Hirji. Clearly, straight putts don't matter so much to him. That putt had a little bit of break from the left to the right. But I do feel that there is no dead straight putt. It might be a right center or left center. But even if it's not, I'd probably play it right or left center, depending on my comfort. Um, because I'd rather start it off that way than to keep it on a string straight down the middle. Having said that, that's not something that's not like it works for everyone. It's just it's a personal preference that I make a choice on. Solid putt by the amateur playing alongside Mr. Vikash Baheti, who is representing Purti golfers. The amateurs, of course, playing alongside the pros, but they have a different tournament going on altogether, and where the handicaps would be taken into consideration.
One of the things that we are able to gain a lot when we play with our senior golfers, and I remember from the early professional days that you'd have players playing on the US tour or the PGA tour who would come back and give you these great anecdotes and stories, and those you would relate to your friends. And I was just thinking of one. I remember maybe almost close to 10 years or maybe even more, maybe about 12 to 14 years ago, when Arjun Atwal was here in India, when he was, I think, just before winning his tournaments. And, he's known to be playing a lot of golf with Tiger Woods, and they practice out of the same golf club as well. And we were just, I think, amateurs at that point in time. So he was telling us a story of how good Tiger Woods was, that they were playing a fun round of golf, and after 15 holes, Arjun Atwal was 3 shots ahead of him, and there were two other professionals who were playing. And Tiger Woods said that I'm 100% sure none of you can beat me. And they were laughing because that they were 3 shots ahead of Tiger Woods with 3 holes to play, and Tiger made eagle birdie and beat them by 1 shot. So it just shows you that the level he was on was really something else. It's almost interstellar, actually. If you can use a space analogy, but our players are good, but what is it to? I mean, to try and recreate what he has done is almost impossible. But I'm saying even to be a very, very dominant player and on the PGTI and then go on to the bigger tours and dominate there, it's a very hard task. You've seen our best players like Shubhankar and all go there, compete. But to compete regularly with the likes of Rory McIlroy, Bryson DeChambeau, what is required? I mean, if India is to produce the next golf phenom, not just somebody who's breaking the top 50, top 30, but somebody who is a worldwide, a household name like our Olympic champion was. What would you think would it require?
I think a person like Shubhankar is definitely someone who can be a household name. A lot of training goes behind all of these things, of course, from the childhood onwards. But first, I think it begins with a dream which comes from the love for the game. I think that's the first thing that comes into the mix over here, and that'll help you propel as far as you possibly can, because love for the game is very essential. That love will get in and sort of transform into hunger to be able to win tournaments, and that hunger thereafter should be used to, of course, technical golf is one thing, so you can make your golf swing and create a repeatable pattern around it. So that's just one part of the picture. But other than that, fitness, nutrition, keeping your head on your shoulders, and all of these things actually come into the mix. So it's not going to be one thing or the other. I think from childhood all the way up to that child making it as a top golfer, becoming a household name, I think a lot of things need to be taken care along the way. A team needs to be put into place at the right time. The right direction has to be given to the person at the right moments. Not just going around and playing anything that they get their hands on. In fact, actually charting out their career instead of just randomly going out and playing any sort of golf tournaments that might exist. So plenty stuff needs to be taken care of, and I think it all begins with love for the game, developing that into hunger, and so on and so forth.
I heard that see, when Tiger Woods was 2 years old, he was already on that. I think I don't know the name of the show where he's seen to hit a putt and then he runs away with the ball, and he started early, and all the stories about how Tiger's father was so involved with him. He was also a military person and did a lot of that, and that really made him mentally stronger and helped him with the game. So I myself, being a young father, I have a I have a son who was 2.5 years old. I tried to take him to the putting green. He said, "I want none of it." He took the golf balls and threw them all away. So I said, "That's pretty much it for you as a golf phenom." But jokingly, I mean, but the children really do like. I mean, they do really like the golf course and any kind of sport. To be honest, I think, and the younger you start, the better it is. Not just everything does not have to culminate into being a great sportsman or being a world beater. I think sports can instill so many other values that are beneficial throughout life, whether you're in business or whether you're just working or anything else. You want to be an academic or you want to work in the industry around golf or any other sport. I think just understanding sport helps you deal with adversity. Sport tells you about camaraderie, and most importantly, it sort of keeps you on the straight and narrow. So that's really important. I think I would really recommend that sport is something that parents can actually see their pupils get into from an early stage. It can help them even with their academic development and so on. And a sport like golf in particular, it teaches you patience, perseverance, and golf is a lot about honesty. Like a lot of people might not know, but here you have to report your own score. Um, and in golf, infractions of egregious manner are taken very seriously. So honor is something which is built very deeply into the game, and you would blindly trust whatever your opponent tells you, and that's the ethics of golf. It teaches you honesty, honor, perseverance. So I would suggest that maybe give it a shot.
Nice putt by Trishul Chinappa on the 17th hole. Great on speed, slightly underread that putt, but nonetheless, a good effort from the distance that he was at. I think that's probably the right place to place the golf ball. Probably a little bit closer, but general direction, I think, for this kind of a flag location is where Trishul had placed himself. Mohammad Sayyum, of course, has got a lot of work cut out for himself from almost 25 feet short of the hole. So his chip didn't really land up in the right place. He was in that right greenside bunker, fairway bunker, grass bunker, my apologies, as we spoke about earlier on the right of that 17th. Anything that goes slightly right of the center of the green actually does get fed in to that swale.
Uh, so Yum obviously is one of those who likes to play for the galleries. He can definitely play to the galleries, and if you ever see him with a driver in his hands, which I think we will see him on the next hole, should be an interesting sight.
Ahmad Sayyum, actually one of the few players using the broomstick putter. I think the other person who uses that is Amandeep Johal, right?
Yes, and Vikrant Chopra.
Vikrant Chopra as well. Definitely, as we know that anchoring is not allowed anymore, so they can hold the putter. They can use a broomstick, but they can't anchor it anywhere on their bodies.
Now we have a look at the amateur here. A look at our scores right now. We have Kshitij now with call at 10 under par, still leading Om Prakash Chauhan by 2 shots. Ankur Chadda and Angad Chima tied at 7 under par. Sunit Chauresia at 6 under par, tied alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Then we have, a quartet, the 5 players at 4 under par. Thangar Raja, Sudhir Sharma, Harinder Gupta, Abhijit Singh Chadda, and Chirag Kumar. So we have a lot of players, almost 11 players right now within 6 shots of the lead. So realistically speaking, the tournament should be won between any one of these players. Kshitij would be hoping that would be him. Good putt there by Trishul. Now look at the ninth hole. We had a look at Akshay Sharma, who's at 3 over for the tournament and 2 over for the day. Kapil Kumar, who's on our screen right now. Kapil currently at 3 over for the day, 4 over for the tournament. So these players not having the best of the day, but should be able to make par here. Some of the other noteworthy scores today: 1 under par for Badal Hussain from Bangladesh, so taking him to 2 over for the tournament and jumping up 15 spots from 45th to 30th. Then we have Arjun Sharma, who's having a good day so far at 2 under par for the day. Then we have Karan Pratap Singh at 2 under par for the day and level par for the tournament, doing pretty well. And MD Zamal Hussain Mola, who's gone around really well and has a 3 under for the day and 2 under for the tournament. Not many low scores, a lot of high scores, in fact, from 30th position onwards. So obviously the golf course is proving to be quite a challenge today because the best round is 3 under par, and our leader is being chased by Om Prakash Chauhan, who is coming in with the second best round of the day at 2 under par and at a total of 8 under par for the tournament. What we see in our foreground is the practice range. So the golf course, Royal Calcutta Golf Club, has a very nice practice facility as well, and it's open to public, and anybody can pay the green fee and just spend some time and practice here. And a great facility just to soak in the atmosphere, environment, and learn a little bit about the game as we come back to the 18th. A very interesting chip shot for the player to navigate. Alap also having a pretty good day today at 2 under par and 1 under for the tournament. So obviously that's why he's so keenly focused. It's very important that he make par here. He'll have to navigate about 2 tiers and pitch this shot in the right position so that it can nestle up close to the flag. As you can see, the flag is perched atop a very steep embankment. So if he's not able to hit it the correct distance, then he'll roll on back to the front of the green. Now it should just trundle along from here. If it stays up, otherwise it could well roll back down. I think he'll not be too happy with that effort. There we can see his playing partner Kurush Herji in the bunker. So both of them have left it on the right of this green. Maybe something in the background is disturbing him, and that's one thing very important to understand, that when you're watching a golf tournament or following a professional, please do try and maintain silence and keep your mobile phones in silent, because professional golfers do tend to get disturbed, because golf, you're hitting a static ball, so any sound or sudden burst of noise can actually cause a big distraction and sort of undo the hard work being done by the player. Kurush, with that very unorthodox sort of pre-shot routine, obviously he's trying to spin the ball, so come over the top, and let's see if he's able to hit another good bunker shot like he did on the 17th hole. All right, that's really well done. Believe you me, that's one of the toughest bunker shots, because the pin is just above a ridge, so he had to pitch it and then also managed to roll it up, and he's done really well. I think his bunker play is on point and should make par. Kurush currently 6 over for the tournament and 5 over for the day. So not having the best of outings, but it's all right. He'll have another day to cover up positions and undo the damage that he's done by the so-called bad round today. Now Alap surveying his putt. This should be a quick putt, and breaking a little bit to his right and then coming back to the left. So it's all these putts which are over multi levels. It's not just the break that you can see with your eye, it's also the slope and how that affects the break, because the speed at which you hit the putt is going to determine how much the ball breaks. And it's very tough to read lines over a slope. So what I do recommend always for weekend golfers and recreational golfers, they try to survey the putt from 4 angles. Obviously don't take too much time in that, but that'll give you a good idea in which way direction the lie of the land is, and the ball will definitely break towards the lower point from the apex. And that's something that I'm sure these players write down in their notebooks as well. Taking his time to line up for that. That's an important putt for him coming up. As I said, would break a little from his right to the left, and it's tough to gauge that, and he would be a little remiss with himself. But I think all in all, he's had a brilliant day and should move up some positions given how tough this golf course is playing today. Alap would end up with 1 under for the day and moving up to 19th position. And we'll get the final confirmation sometime about his score. As we can see, the flag is sputtering now. The wind is definitely picked up, and that's visible in the scores. And the rough is so high, as you can see, the amateur walking down in the fairway. You can see the shoes are almost not visible, only the top half is. So that gives you a good idea that if you hit it in the rough, it's going to be very tough to try and hit the ball a fair distance from there. So you'll end up being forced to lay up. So this week, accuracy is at a premium as well, and so is length. So the players definitely have a lot to do. And as we can see that in the scores, some players really having struggles lower down the leaderboard. No such struggles for our leader Kshitij Navid Kaul, who's playing a very steady level par after 10 holes today. And the amateur's done brilliantly, almost holding it there. But will take his part. Mr. Vikash Baheti has saved the best for last. Obviously, he's a grandstand player, knows where there's a gallery, and he's hit a brilliant shot. And he should be happy with that. His team is Purti Golfers, and mind you, that's the amateur event which is going on alongside the professionals. And the scores from today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday in the Pro-Am would be counting for their tournament. And believe you me, that's going to be as hotly contested as the professional tournament is. Oh no, just this part should just be a mere formality. Good par by him, ending the round on a good note. I look back at the ninth hole. So here we would have the players who teed off from the 10th in the morning, would be finishing up their round. That's something that happens in a golf tournament is that you could have players teeing off from two different sets of tees. Half of the field tees off, the top half tees off from the first hole, and the bottom half, that would mean the bottom 25 players and ties will tee off from the 10th hole. And this is done to speed up play so that the golf course is always occupied for the entire duration of the time, and the round can finish within 4.5 hours, and then it can be given back to the members so that they can play as well. In some of the major tournaments in America, you will see that on the final day you only have a group of two players playing. That happens as well sometimes. Playing well, one under par.
Ajay Besoya at 1 under par for the day. Getting some hydration going before that little flop shot required from that right side of the green. Even par for the tournament for Ajay Besoya. Coming on to his own 18th hole, which is the ninth hole off the golf course. He started his round from the 10th tee box, playing alongside Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, who is -3 for the day through 15 holes and a total of -2 for the tournament. So definitely these two players doing their best on the golf course today, definitely trending their games into the right direction. So is N. Thangaraja finally catching a little bit of speed at -3 for the day through 15 holes and a total of -4 for the tournament. As we can tell, a couple of under par on this golf course is a really, really good score. And that definitely helps players jump up quite a few positions. Like N. Thangaraja today has jumped up 10 positions on that leaderboard. And clearly, that moving day is moving in the right direction for him.
What we also have going alongside the main professional tournament is the pro am tournament as well as the individual amateur tournament. So there are many concurrent tournaments going on. Obviously, those are for the amateurs where the teams are formed and they're playing alongside the professionals, and that's based on a different format altogether, stable sport format, which is point based. But obviously, the primary tournament here is the professional tournament, and Ajay Besoya has done really well.
Super effort there by Ajay Besoya, giving himself a good look at saving par. It's a pretty quick stop for him.
Yes, he's very good with the short game. I think was able to generate speed, as you said, with the right hand going under the ball and did well there. Ajay has been making a few cuts and doing well. Seeing him on the weekend is very heartening, especially for players who tend to go more often to the Q school and not be able to keep their card. It's good to see them make cuts and try to fight their way into top 60, but it's not easy at all. You have to really make a lot of money and play good golf in order to keep your card.
Absolutely, golf is a long and arduous journey, and it's small increments over a period of a long duration, and that's what Ajay Besoya is doing. He's been making his game better and better as we move along with time, and that's exactly what any top professional golfer or any top amateur or junior should be doing.
A lot to learn from. Not to give up, keep trying, and then you can keep improving as your game wears on.
Mohammad Zamal Hussain Mola, who's 3 under for the day, tapping down a few pitch marks there. Players gunning to make their pars on this hole. Ajay Besoya intently checking out his line, especially coming with that sort of a -1 score today on the leaderboard. He would be looking at saving that so that he can capitalize on that good start. Shamim Khan also playing to -2, another guy that I would think is one of the challengers for this golf course, for the kind of setup that this golf course has for the players. It's definitely not Shamim's best tournament, but clearly this is the kind of golf course which would suit his game immensely. Sudhir Sharma also at -3 for the day.
Now look at MD Sayoom, the unmissable MD Sayoom. I think that's a good strategy when you're on TV. Just wear something which stands out, and then all the attention will be on you.
Trishul Chinappa. Now reading up his line, Trishul Chinappa hails from Bangalore. Good to see him also playing all right. Trishul Chinappa is +3 for the day. So that's not one of his best days, but clearly he's trying to make the most of it. Left himself on the front part of the green, so a little bit of work there to do for him. Good about 60 or 70 feet away from the flag. Flag perched up just on that second tier of the 18th green.
We'll have to navigate those multiple tiers and also get the correct speed. I think he's done. He's done pretty well.
Pretty well. Trishul, in fact, on the last hole also had a really, really good putt, and he's given himself another good putt on this 18th hole. Should be able to make par there with just a little tap in for him.
So we're looking at scores stabilizing a little bit as we had a look at the leaderboard. There's some players who got tumbling down the leaderboard towards the latter half, and there are only few rounds. I think experience also coming to the fore. I think so Shamim Khan, 2 under par today, experienced campaigner. Divyanshu Bajaj, Ajay Besoya, who we just saw at 1 under par for the day. So some good rounds, few and far in between. Sudhir Sharma, 3 under par, climbing to 5 under par. So I think the tournament is wide open. It's definitely not going to be a low scoring event. You can see the wind in the background, and that should not really deter Sayoom, who can hit a ball that can pierce the wind, and not too bad at putting as well. So he seems
Lovely
to
putt.
have it all figured out.
Lovely putt there for him. I think Kshitij Naved Kaul has a little bit of work cut out for himself. He's striding at even par for the day through 10 holes, and I think might need 2 or 3 birdies in the remaining 8 holes if he wants to keep the distance between him and the people following him, because Om Prakash Chauhan, Angad Chima, have been steadily staying in their position, and of course Om Prakash Chauhan has gained 2 shots on the field today so far. Nice putt there for the amateur, but a little bit of a misread. That putt didn't have much of a break. Back onto the 17th green, we are here with the group of Manu Gandas, Sachin Besoya, and their amateur Harshit Baheti, who is representing Verdant Colts.
The amateurs also have a lot to play for alongside their professionals. The professional tournament obviously is separate, but there's also a pro am tournament which is going on where the amateurs and the professionals who've made the cut on the final day have been paired, and the best scores will be seen, and then there'll be a winner decided after the end of 2 rounds. So there are a lot of interesting things going on. A very unique format, this one, where you have the amateur playing alongside the professional, and this is the only event on the PGTI which has this similar setup. So quite an exciting day for the amateurs as well.
That was Sachin Besoya's birdie putt on the 17th hole. That would keep him at 1 under par for the day and total of -2 for the tournament. Sachin Besoya staying at the tied 14th position, keeping steady. Manu Gandas, of course, is -2 for the day and a total of -3 for the tournament. So capitalizing on the moving day for Manu Gandas, who's moved up 6 positions on the leaderboard for a tie of the 12th position.
Now we have a look at the amateur and his caddy helping him out with the line. Mr. Harshit Baheti seems to have got the line. So close yet so far.
Just the nature of the game, isn't it?
Absolutely.
A little left and a little right, a little up and a little down. And that's all it really takes to make hole-in-ones, to make birdies and eagles, all of the above.
Coming back to the topic of a hole-in-one, Rahul, have you ever had a hole-in-one?
Yep, I've had just one hole-in-one in my life, and that was on the 11th hole at Chandigarh Golf Club. And funny how I was having one of my worst rounds of the day, and I made a hole-in-one on that hole to sort of, you could say, save the day.
That was the final. That was a professional tournament.
Yes, it was a professional tournament, and it was the final day of the tournament. In fact, I think, if I'm not wrong, I was playing the second leader group, got off to a really, really poor start for the front nine. Terrible. I dropped about 10, 12 positions that day by the time I reached the 10th hole. In fact, would you believe that there was a camera at the back of the 11th green? And after the ball went in the hole, the cameraman jumped up and he ran up to me and he said, "I'm so sorry, I switched off the camera because you had dropped a few positions on the leaderboard." So there you have it.
I was not the end I was expecting. That's a very disappointing story. You would have had that on camera otherwise.
Yes, absolutely. Although I remember that shot vividly. It was a 6-iron, about 188 yards to the flag on the top left of the 11th green. You couldn't really tell where the flag was. And I think that helped my cause because I could read it over the trees and I had no idea where it was going to land up.
How did you feel after the cameraman told you that it wasn't recorded?
Well, I still got the hole in one, so it doesn't matter whether he recorded or if he didn't, because it was still a hole in one.
Very good. Mine was not in a tournament, nothing that spectacular. In fact, I was playing with my with another professional golfer, Mr. Bhanu Pratap, who plays on the PGTI, but not having the best of times right now. And himself and I were playing a fun round at Army Golf Club, Delhi, and hole number 16 was the one that I got a hole in one with a 4-iron.
We are with Gaurav Pratap's group now. Gaurav Pratap playing alongside N. Thangaraja, who's having a good day. Gaurav Pratap seeing himself also at even par for the day and total of even par for the tournament. Looks like Gaurav Pratap has left himself just short of the green. But his chipping prowess is not hidden from anyone.
Gaurav
And
Pratap
looking
Singh,
forward to what he can do from that.
it's going to be a tricky shot. Gaurav Pratap Singh not able to propel himself up the leaderboard. Playing level par today, but I was expecting him to maybe shoot under par. And but we're seeing that the last he's not able to really get his best form in the last 2 days of a tournament, and it's been quite a few tournaments that we've seen that.
You're absolutely right. In fact, that's the trend of the game going for him. Although even par on this golf course has made him jump up 2 positions on the leaderboard, which is something that you will not see on many other courses. So it goes to show what a challenging track we are on this week.
Now, this is a very interesting shot from the bunker. It seems or a very good short game can really spin the ball. Let's see what approach he takes. We saw Kurish from the same bunker sort of roll it up. I believe that Gaurav might try to spin this one.
Brilliant golf shot by Gaurav Pratap Singh.
Look at that golf shot.
A brilliant shot. Great touch and great understanding of the dropping of the ball and the release of the ball according to the conditions this week. And Thangaraja, another player with great touch around the greens, and of course a good ball striker as well. Oh, wow!
Look at that. What a
And
beautiful
Thangaraja chipping in from just off the green from the right side of the 18th hole, making a birdie to wrap up his round. That should take Thangaraja from 3 under par to 4 under par for the day and -5 for the tournament. The live updates will be happening in another 10 minutes or so once the player submits their scorecards.
Now the amateur Keshav Himmat Singha will also be hoping to follow suit. The amateur holding his putt and would have really enjoyed the experience and the day playing alongside these two golfers. This is always seen after a round of golf. The players actually tip their hat and some take their hat off, and as a sign of respect that they enjoyed the day of golf playing alongside their compatriots. And that's what golf is all about. You fight it out during the 18 holes. And then once your round is done, you sort of shake hands and move on for the next day.
I think these are the many etiquettes of the game which actually make it what it really is. Maybe probably a dying art, if I may. It is something that I think a lot more of us should be passing on to our fellow junior golfers and amateur golfers. Uh, because etiquette, love for the game, love for each other, we are playing partners while you're playing, respect for each other is very important. And I think the traditions of golf where you exchange scorecards on the first tee box, shake hands, introduce yourselves, finish the round, and say thanks to one another, and also at the end of the day, also appreciating each other on golf shots, good shots, and encouraging each other throughout the day. I think it's such an important aspect of the game because it's not just about playing well and shooting under pars. It's also about a lot of other things that go into the mix.
And here I have a look at the 10th hole and the leaderboard. As you can see, Kshitij is still leading the pack.
And Thangaraja has closed up with a total of -5 for 3 days and -4 today. Jumped up 11 positions on that leaderboard for a tie of 7th position at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. Sudhir Sharma, of course, eyeing that putt very intently on the 17th green. Main sponsor for this event, the ICC, the Indian Chambers of Commerce, a catalyst for economic growth. Also, a notable mention to all our event partners this week for the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship, presented by Urbana. Partners of the tournament are Aluk, ICICI Bank, Exide, SRMB TMT, Diana Temp, and StoneX. And of course, the tour partners which make the whole PGTI possible: Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amritanjan Electro, Fruitnik. We have Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, as well as Incredible India. Going back to the play for the day, Sudhir Sharma putting from just over the flag on this 17th hole.
An interesting angle. Should break a little to his right.
I think that putt breaks a little bit from the right to the left.
Could seems like his feet are above the ball, so should maybe initially break to the right and maybe in the end a little back to the left.
Yeah, it's pretty much like a right inside kind
Yeah,
of a putt.
it's breaking from the left to the right and then sort of straightened out.
There you had it.
If
Now you
only he
know.
could hear us.
If only. Was a right center or a right inside putt. Most of the putts do break closer to the hole from the right side from this angle, and of course from the left side from the opposite side of the hole. Quite a break from the other side. The amateur playing alongside them, putting from under the hole, will have a slight uphill to navigate. Left to right uphill putt for him. Pawan Ghai. Solid putt by Pawan Ghai on hole number 17 to save bogey. Didn't have the best effort from the bunker, but gave himself a good chip and putt to save 5. Vikrant Chopra now from just over the flag. That ball will break a little bit from the right side for him, slightly downhillish.
Let's see if the broomstick can yield the magic. Yes, and the short putt, so Vikrant makes his par.
Nicely done by Vikrant Chopra. Vikrant Chopra not having the best of days. He's 2 over for the tournament and 3 over for the day. Sachin Besoya walking on to the 18th green. That's a good shot. Unable to tell yet whose golf ball that is, but whoever's ball that is, that's a very, very good shot. Probably Sachin's playing partner, Manu Gandas, has given himself that birdie opportunity. And of course, Sachin is also just off the greens. That also should be a good look at birdie for him. The day seems to be getting windier and windier at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. The golf course, anyway, is playing quite tough, and now the wind is also adding on to the challenge for the players. Looks like the players are waiting for their amateur partner to come up on the green, Pawan Ghai. My apologies, that would be Harshit Baheti. Manu Gandas, putting from quite a distance. I think Harshit Baheti is much closer to the flag than the professionals. There we have Mr. Baheti, about 10 feet away from the flag. Manu Gandas with a nice effort from good over 70 odd feet away from the whole location. Sachin Besoya now will be attempting to make his own birdie. The wind definitely gusting up now and adding more of the challenge for the players coming in towards the last part of this round.
Very interesting putt for Sachin, undulating a little bit of downhill from left to right. Should be slick as well. The greens are rolling at almost 10. And as we are now getting into the afternoon, you could see the wind sort of pick up and the greens drying out. So this could be a slick putt. He'll have to treat this with respect, otherwise could run this by.
Absolutely, that's also the nature of the game. The good putt by him.
Seems to have hit a safe putt. Not too aggressive with that one.
Not very happy with that effort of his. He's going to end up making four, but clearly that's not what he was looking for. There's only so many opportunities on this golf course, so the players will be trying to make the most of it, no matter where it is. And even if they're about 50 feet away from the hole, they will be trying to make those because of the challenges that are there through the day.
I think realistically speaking, they're not. How many holes can you say that they are birdie holes? I would think maybe if you start from the first hole itself, not the maybe the first is an
Outside
chance.
birdie chance, yeah.
The first hole, and I think on the front nine, then you have maybe.
Eighth, maybe?
I mean, maybe the eighth, but again,
Fourth?
fourth. Yeah, the fourth.
Yeah,
So
fourth.
I would say only the first, maybe the fourth.
The eighth also only if you really give yourself a good look at about 20 or 15 feet off the flagstick. It's not the easiest hole, but this is the kind of golf course where you got to keep giving yourself opportunities through the day from even if it's off 20 or 25 feet, and you've got to turn on some heat into that putter. But definitely, first choice I think would be to be giving yourself the opportunities, no matter how far away from the flag you are.
I think it's important to hit a lot of regulations here.
Absolutely.
Because birdies are not going to be like other golf courses where you can just sort of outpower the golf course. Because here, I think the power hitter does not have a distinct advantage. You need distance if you have that, but you can't really overpower the golf course because there's a lot of trouble lurking around every corner. Maybe on the back nine, you can look at a hole like 12, but again, you have the water hazard all the way on the right hand side. So not much of a chance there. An errant tee shot will definitely buy you grief. And the 11th hole, maybe the 15th par 5. But even the opportunities really have to be earned. So it's not easy at all.
Yep. So clearly you've got to hit a good tee shot into the short stuff, and then give yourself a chance for birdie, no matter how far you are. So definitely putting yourself in on the greens in regulation is the key, and turning on some heat into that putter would definitely be needed to convert birdies on this kind of a golf course. It's unlikely to be muscling through this golf course for you to be shooting a 6-7 under par. You have to be playing really, really super smart golf out here, as seems like Kshitiz Navedkar is doing, is still at -10. So clearly, this tournament doesn't seem like it's going to be ending up at even 15 under par. The course seems to be playing much tougher. And as the wind picks up, I think it's going to add even more of a challenge. We have Sudhir Sharma there walking into the 18th fairway. Harinder Gupta now on the 17th green. Harinder Gupta, who's of course trying to find some form for himself. He's at -1 for the day and -4 for the tournament through 15 holes. It's a very difficult read, that putt. It does appear that this ball is going to move from the left to the right, but clearly that ball actually turns the right to the left. Very, very difficult read, as we can tell if almost each player from this side has read it wrong so far. M. Dharma back to the 18th hole with Sudhir Sharma on the fairway. One of the few players actually using a graphite shaft on his irons. Sudhir Sharma doing pretty well. He's -3 for the day and a total of -5 on the leaderboard. Sudhir Sharma is right now tied for seventh position. He's moved up 9 positions on that leaderboard, trending his game in the right direction on moving day. What a lovely shot by Sudhir. He shaped it well towards that flag location, giving himself about an 18 to 20 feet for birdie. That's exactly what most players should be doing over here through and through the day. That's just the way, the nature of the beast over here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are just joining us, we are live at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship 2021, powered by Urbana, and this is the almost the penultimate tournament on the PGTI, where the top 125 can play. Then they will be heading off to the Tour Championship. So this is a very important tournament, and the players are vying for those lucrative world ranking points and a handsome prize purse of 40 lakh. And we are very excited to be back here at this event due to the pandemic. There was a 1 year hiatus, but now the players are back, and obviously you can see it from the standard of golf. The golf course is playing extremely challenging, but there are a few players who are up to the task, and none more so than Kshitij Navid Kaul, who's at 10 under par and staying strong. He's like an anchor in the wind right now. He's right there, not moving. And Om Prakash Chauhan is in hot pursuit at 8 under par. Angad Chima, the young gun from Chandigarh, also at 8 under par. Ankur Chadda from Gurugram at 7 under par. And Sunit Chaurasia, the local lad, at 6 under par, tied with the record breaking Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who only deals in 10 under pars and won recently the previous week. So he's at 6 under par as well. So obviously a lot of players in and around the leaders, and it's promising to be an exciting week ahead. And the PGTI has partnered with ABP News Network, specifically VA Cricket, and we'll be bringing you live coverage of our golf tournaments throughout the year. And this is something which is really exciting, and you can catch all the action on these channels. And mind you, these are free to watch channels. You can watch them on Facebook, YouTube, and even Twitter. So there's no reason for you not to enjoy this amazing feast of golf that we have going on in Royal Calcutta Golf Club at Kolkata, in the heart of Kolkata.
I couldn't agree with you more. This is the one of the best moves for Indian golf and Indian golfers. M Dharma there choosing a 3 wood for his tee shot on the 18th hole. I think that's a wise choice because you need about 250 yards to fly that bunker on the right side, and gives you around 150 yard second shot. So I think that's one of the best clubs to choose over here. Harinder Gupta.
Harinder Gupta, commonly called Harry, not to be confused with the famous singer Hardy Sandhu, but pretty similar. And Harinder, also hailing from Chandigarh, a very good golfer, has won numerous times on the PGTI and has made quite a living for himself, obviously coming back from humble backgrounds. And this just goes to show you that golf is providing such a great opportunity for so many players to make a living. And players from all stratas of life and society are here, and this is just a melting pot of talent. And what an exciting week. As we look at the 18th hole, we have Vikrant Chopra, the golfer from Noida, and playing alongside Sudhir, who is also based out of Noida. So a lot of bonhomie in this group. Let's see if it's translating into good scores as well. Vikrant at 3 over for the day, so not having the best of days. And we have Sudhir, who's doing really well at 3 under par and 5 under for the tournament. And Sudhir can really turn it up on the last 2 days of a tournament. And he's had some brilliant finishes on the PGTI and had that second place finish as well on the Asian Tour. So let's see what he has in store.
Vikrant Chopra, of course, catching a little bit more heat in that putter this week, has hit some good putts as we saw on the camera earlier today. It's good to see him putting well again.
Yes, but I think he's capable of scores that are a lot lower. Obviously, maybe some facet of the game not firing on all cylinders.
The hole's playing headwind today, straight down the line. It's definitely playing quite difficult, especially with the OBs on both sides of the hole. I think it's with that second shot, even if you have a 150-yard range, you're probably going to be playing to about 170 yards, looking at the way that flag is moving.
Yes, I think so. You're looking at a 440-yard hole into headwind, and so it could be playing like 480 yards, to be honest. And the pin is also right at the back, so I think it's playing from the tips and to the back of the green. So this hole is definitely playing long. I and you can see the flag how it's waving. There's a lot of strong wind here, and Sudhir almost making birdie, but a brilliant round nevertheless. It's gonna take him into the top five and sitting pretty for tomorrow. He'll be off in the penultimate group most probably. So he's doing well. Will be able to mount a good challenge tomorrow. So this whole, I think even the long hitters would maybe be getting a 9-9 today at most because it's playing so long.
Right.
And the shorter hitters could be going in with anything from a 5-iron also.
Absolutely. In fact, just past that bunker is about the 175-yard marker. Another few yards out would be the 150-yard marker. So the players have to really make it towards the complete bend of the right to left bend of the fairway to get to the 150-yard mark. Otherwise, they are definitely hitting six irons or 5 irons or 7 irons into the green, which of course in this kind of a wind is clearly the wind seems to be swirling quite a bit. That flagstick is moving all sorts of ways. So difficult judgment as well for the players. Interesting with the difficult course conditions as well as the wind coming up. I think I don't
I
think this
think,
tournament is going anything more
almost
than
made
13
I
or 14 under par. We were expecting a 15, 16, but I think 13 or 14 probably looks more realistic to me.
Pawan Ghai there with a great putt. I think the amateurs are saving the best for the last and seeing that they're making the best putts on the last hole. So they obviously know how to play to a gallery, and kudos to them for that. I think you're right. This tournament, as I said, as we discussed in the morning, that maybe 15 under par, but it looks unlikely even for that to happen. I think maybe even 12 or 13 could be the number because
Yep.
it's very challenging and it only gets harder on the final day. There's a very beautiful look showing you the entire green and how the approach shot actually sets up. Beautiful greens, looking very slick and just grazing the lip.
Solid putt by Vikrant Chopra. Good chance for birdie for him. Just about brushing past the hole. Super effort.
And there you can see a nice panoramic view of the 18th hole, giving you a good understanding of how far back the players are and what challenge they face for the second shot. In fact, if you look at it, on the left of the green is the OB, the Shamiana is there. So, not that it's really in play, but during the course of the years, there's nothing we haven't seen. I've seen players actually hitting the ball there as well.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, it can seem very, very easy and too far out, but all it takes is a slight pull.
And the mind can play devious tricks on you, especially if it's windy and you're not too sure about how you're hitting it and you feel a nerve or two. You could well find yourself sitting in a chair soon instead of the green. Now here we have the group of M Dharma, Harindra Gupta approaching the 18th, and as we look at the 17th hole now, we have Arjun Prasad.
As you can tell now that the hazard has come really, really close to the green. It's been elongated all the way up till that fairway bunker, leaving the players only the layup as an option. Earlier, of course, you're right, people used to muscle their drivers through because they could fly the hazard, not anymore.
But are you in agreement with that? I personally don't like that. I like to keep the option with the player that maybe they can have that risk and reward because you will actually be yielding more birdies and more double bogeys and bogeys. This way, you have players who are a lot more conservative, so everybody's going with an iron and then going with a wedge. If you maybe don't take the hazard all the way to the green and maybe just end it at maybe 280 yards or something like that, then the players can actually still think of that risk and reward. So I think at a certain level, this makes it a little more predictable.
I think you're absolutely right, Shaurya. In fact, putting the hazard, only till where it was earlier, leaving you about 270 odd yards to fly it, with enough, trouble even further on than that with the trees and stuff. I think that would be far better because it makes the player think. So if the player's on song and he's feeling aggressive that day, he could try to go for it. But of course, the risk reward is there in the picture. But when we look at the way it is designed now, the players are left with only one option. You're absolutely right. It gets more of this play gets more of pars and birdies into the equation. The other one would have got more bogeys and birdies into the equation.
Exactly. As we have a look at the amateur on the 18th hole, Mr. Sandeep Podar. Let's see what he can do. That's a good swing.
Yes, absolutely. Fluid swing starting from first hole till the last. Leaves himself right side off the green, way short of the bunker. So he will have a little bit of a flop shot to navigate back
That's
onto
a
the green.
nightmarish shot coming up for him. Very difficult shot, to be honest.
I think it's best off if he just plays it slightly past and left of the hole and let the slopes do a little bit of work and probably get a 15-footer for par from there. I think that would be the wisest choice for that right side flag location. Of course, if the flag was on the left side, I think he would have had a lot of release area and could have made that up and down quite easily.
And you see that I think the professionals have already hit their shot. Not too sure if they're walking with a putter in the hand. Harinder has nothing in his hand at this point in time, so maybe confused whether the ball is on the green or off it.
Talking about whether Harinder has anything in his hand or not, he is -1 for the day and -4 for the tournament. So I think he's got plenty in hand as of now. And hopefully, if he can shoot a deeper round tomorrow, should be able to finish top 10 or maybe even top 5 for the tournament. Given his prowess and his experience, I think it's very, very well in his reach.
Let's see if the amateur can conjure up some magic here. Not so, as you can see, that the green is not really yielding. Not his best effort. Just getting on with it, obviously, saving time.
Looking at the leaderboard today, I see that this golf course has actually split this field into two halves, with half of the field at under par figures and the rest of the half at over par figures. It totally goes to show how treacherous this golf course can be, and the conditions are quite difficult out there. Looking at how the scoring was taking place at the tournaments that we began with, which was Delhi Golf Club, Jaipur, Chandigarh, as well as in Digboy, the kind of underpar numbers that we were seeing was quite overwhelming. And here we have the equalizer, Royal Calcutta Golf Club, posing a completely different challenge to the players, having to navigate through the wind and, of course, the tough rough, as well as the almost 10 on the stimp meter greens.
Yes, and add to that the wind as well. That's something that we didn't quite see in all the tournaments up till now. The wind is definitely playing a big part, and this golf course never known to yield low scores. As obviously they've grown the rough as well. That's quite visible if you can see the players walking right now. The rough is quite high, and that's something that we have not quite seen on the other tournaments. And that's obviously this is what is allowed the golf course to bear its fangs and. I don't think the players can get the better of it because it's a long layout. There are no par. There's only two par fives, and there are no gimme holes. The greens are slick. The wind is high. I mean, there's every ingredient to really make life difficult for our players. So I mean, whoever can just survive it, just try and keep their head up, should have a good week.
I don't know about you, Shaurya, but I always enjoy golf courses which challenge you and golf courses which actually, put pressure onto your game and make you think your way through, almost like a game of chess, for that matter. And I think Royal Calcutta does that very, very well. I've always enjoyed playing on such courses, whether I play well or whether I don't. But I think the fact that I have to think each of the moves through, I have to plan out where I want my tee shot, where I want my second shot, and definitely trying to convert those putts. In fact, even missing the greens and navigating through those tough rough and chip putts, I think that is really the way I enjoy playing golf.
Likewise, I to be honest, I never really personally enjoyed too much of a birdie fest because then everything just gets bunched up. A golf course like this, where it's windy, the conditions are difficult. It sort of becomes a cerebral affair. You have to think that where are you going to place the ball. You have to have control on your irons, especially, and it sort of negates in a certain manner the advantage for the bomb and gouge kind of long hitters. So it levels the playing field for all good players. So I found that it was a great challenge, and I really enjoyed that. If you even shoot a level par here, you feel a sense of satisfaction. And on other golf courses, you're already under pressure to make birdies because that's kind of expected. So here you can just play golf as it was originally meant, and maybe that's how it was meant because this place is so historic.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. The second oldest golf course in the world and the oldest in the country. Definitely one of the oldest golf courses with new greens and new turf laid out. But the charm of the golf course and the layout still remains the same as ever.
Absolutely. And there we have the top round of the day belonging to Sri Lanka's N. Thanga Raja. 4 under for the day, 5 under for the tournament. So obviously he's firing on all cylinders, and I think he's in the thick of things and could definitely be a factor tomorrow. The usual suspects, Angad Chima at 8 under par in second position. We have Ankur Chadda, who's also been on the ascendancy. He's at 7 under par. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Mr. 10 under par, as we like to call him. He only deals in double digit under pars. You never know what he can do tomorrow. He's at 6 under par, so I think he could definitely, mount a good challenge
What a
tomorrow.
lovely putt by the amateur playing alongside these gentlemen.
It proves to show that the amateurs love the spotlight.
That would be Tejan Banerjee representing Group L Services Private Limited. Well, he's got a game face going on for himself. Samar Dwivedi now getting ready for his putt.
The international contingent have done well today. Badal Hussain at 2 under par for the day. We have MD Zamal Hussain 2 under for the day. So they've done well. The defending champion Mithun Pereira 2-0 for the day, 4-0 for the tournament. So I think he's not going to be challenging for the tournament, but he's definitely here for all 4 days.
Surprisingly, we haven't gotten to see Anura Rohana yet, who isn't having the best of days, but a great player to still have a look at. Samar Dwivedi there now, about 10 feet away from the hole. A slight left righter and a little bit against the grain. So it'd be a bit of a challenge to understand these lines on this whole location on the 17th hole. As we saw earlier, lots of people getting it wrong, going with a
Samad,
left hand down.
Samad Dwivedi, a fan of rock songs. Let's see if he goes to Paradise City, and that's where he is.
Amazing. I think that ball actually was either straight or broke a little bit from the left to the right.
A little bit from his left. And on a musical note, a good putt off to the 18th. And now we have Arjun Prasad on the ninth, on the 18th hole, mind you.
Arjun Prasad and Dhruv Shoran. I think that's Dhruv's ball just past him.
Dhruv is definitely belting it out there. It's a nice penetrating flat flight, can get it to well over 300 yards. And so can Arjun. So these players are hitting it a long distance. That's
What a great
brilliant
shot by Arjun
shot.
Prasad. Looking at a birdie from about 10 feet short of the hole, I think one of the most pole positions on this location of flag. Dhruv Shoran from the left side of the fairway. Another good angle for this flag location, perched up onto the right side of the green. Be about
Very
18 or 19 inside the front edge.
a compact, controlled golf swing, a power swing. Look at that. Always in control. Let's see where that has gone. A little to the left because coming out of the rough, maybe caught a little bit of a flyer. Now we'll have about a 40 footer for his birdie.
Not a bad place to be. Like we spoke earlier, when you're on this golf course, giving yourself just look at birdies is the most important thing. So even if it's from further off from the flag, I think Dhruv has given himself a chance nonetheless.
Now look at the amateur, Mr. Alok Gupta. Mr. Gupta seems to have missed it to the left, nevertheless.
Royal Calcutta Golf Club, and in fact, Calcutta in general has got a great culture for golfing, including all the clubs around this area. Also, a couple of other smaller places like the Maidan and all also have got a driving range as well as a ladies only golf course. So, a brilliant place for a good culture of golfing. People are very, very fond of their golf games over here, and with a golf course like this, I think it's only befitting to be very, very fond of your game. Why wouldn't you want to be in this great green pasture than anywhere else in the city? So Calcutta, as such, has also not only come up with great golfers in Arjun Atwal, Rahil Gangji, SSP Chaurasia. Also, back in the day, there were players like Chini Ali who were really, really good top golfers way back in the day, a couple of decades ago. The Stappy guy on the 18th hole, his choice of club also stays a 3 wood.
Really teed up close to that tee marker, obviously favoring a right left draw. Normally, you see players on this hole want to hit a fade, but either way, this is a very challenging tee shot. I think whatever shot shape you choose.
Yes, for sure.
And after 3 wood, you would definitely be left with a mid iron, maybe a 7 iron or a 6 iron even.
Mr. Alok Gupta now. My apologies, that'll be Mr. Tejan Banerjee representing Group L Services. Nice little fade shot for Mr. Banerjee.
Seems to be right down the center of the fairway, so he should be all right there. We have a look at the players walk down the 18th hole. And now live at the 18th green, we have Arjun Prasad lining up his putt, seeing the line, trying to understand which way it's going to slope now. This camera angle will give you a good appreciation and understanding of how this putt would break. For Dhruv, Sharan should be downhill left to right, then maybe a little bit towards the other side at the end.
I think this putt of Arjun Prasad's does get straightened out towards the end of the putt, as we've seen other players also, where the ball actually tends to stay on the left side. Although I think the appearance of it is more from the left side. Dhruv Shoran will be going first on this hole for birdie.
Tricky putt because you can't be too aggressive with it. It's almost at a ridge. If you hit it too firm, you might find yourself 10 or 12 feet by.
Well,
He's done
lovely
really
effort
well.
by Dhruv Shoran, capitalizing on that good form and a really, really good touch for him around the greens and also on the greens.
A brilliant putt by him.
Dhruv playing pretty solid and staying consistent with a -1 today on the leaderboard with a total of -4 overall.
Happy with that effort. So, as I said, sometimes you really do like a par as well. Now, this putt by the amateur Mr. Alok Gupta would really help Arjun Prasad to understand which way his putt would break. As we have a look at the trees in the background, they're really fluttering. So the wind is picking up, and we just got news that our leader Kshitij Navid Kaul has made his first bogey of the day. So he's 1 over after 13 holes, and Ankur Chadda is only one shot behind alongside Angad Chima. So obviously things are becoming pretty tight up here at the top of the leaderboard, swinging anyway now.
Clearly, that 13th hole is one of the more challenging holes on the golf course. With that, the hole setup is about 230 yards off the tee box, with the green shaped in a manner where the hazard protects it from the front side. So, really difficult hole to navigate your way to, especially coming in. Most players would be hitting uh, probably a hybrid or a long iron into that hole. This golf course really gives players no space to breathe, and because the moment it comes down to space to breathe is the time to catch up on a shot, so they really cannot.
You can see the look of focus, intent, determination on that putt by Arjun Prasad. Golf is so much about focus, and that's exemplified by how Arjun was looking at his ball.
Arjun Prasad, a total of even par so far through 15 holes and a total of -3 on that scoreboard. Let's hope that he can make this birdie. A terrific shot.
Oh, it has,
I just didn't have enough juice in it, did it?
I think, reminds me of the saying: if you don't buy the ticket, you don't win the raffle. So he should have really at least gone past the hole. Uh, would be a little disappointed after that great shot, but nevertheless makes a par and is level par for the day, 3 under for the tournament. So still in great shape, just 6 shots behind the leader. You can see the wind that even his t-shirt is sort of fluttering in the wind. So the wind is pretty strong at this point in time, and that's making the conditions really challenging for the players. As you have a look at Mari Muthu on hole number 17. The caddy telling him the line. Now let's see if that's a correct one. Marimuthu still at 3 over for the day, and I think he would drop a shot there and go to 4 over for the day. So won't be too happy with that effort. Look at Abhijit Singh Chadda, who's at 1 under for the day and 5 under for the tournament. Trying to gauge his line. Well, now that's a very individual preference. Some players actually like to get their caddy involved in this process and sort of micromanage the lines from within 6 feet and sort of tell them if they're on the correct line. And after much discussion, they can come to a common opinion regarding the line. But no such thing for Abhijit Singh Chadha. He seems to be confident that his read is the right one. no requirement for the caddy's intervention, and that was obviously the correct decision by him. Beautiful look at the 17th hole, giving you a fair idea of how this hole plays. Now we'll have a look at the leaderboard, and as we saw, Shidil Navid Kaul has dropped his first shot for the day, and with Angad Chima just one shot adrift, tied alongside Ankur Chadda, Om Prakash Chauhan, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, tied at 7 under par, and Dhruv Sharan tied alongside four others, N. Thangaraja, Sudhir Sharma, Abhijit Singh Chadda, at 5 under par in tied 7th, and local favourite Sunit Chaurasia at 6 under par. That seems to be quite a good golf shot. We'll soon find out who's it should be, probably Tappy Ghai or Samad Divedi. We will soon. Looks like that's Tappy Ghai's golf shot. So he's put himself in pole position for a birdie. How do you maintain your focus, Rahul, when we are walking down and it's the penultimate day, the wind is high, you may be a little exhausted, and the round is not going your way? It's pretty easy for all of it to sort of come unstuck and the wheels to sort of fall off, so as to speak. How does one sort of keep it together? It doesn't seem that easy because it's tiring. It's a tough layout. The wind is high, and you're scoring badly. These players might have thought yesterday they want to shoot under par, but they're at over par. Then how do they keep their focus?
I think there are a couple of things that go into the mix. One is definitely playing as many tournaments as you can, because you will then realize that there will be good days as well as there will be bad days. So you have to take it in your stride and not get too bothered about it. That'll be one for the bad days. Other than that, also during the course of the play, people, in fact, most players do tend to get distracted as well. I think the first thing is, if one keeps it fun, firstly, I think the chances of you being able to maintain the focus are a lot better. If you tend to sort of like push yourself too hard into making sure that you hit the right kind of shots, you place it correctly, I think you've already thought that through in your practice round. So instead of putting too much of pressure on yourself, you just try to go out there and try to execute it. I think that will help players stay more in perspective. And of course, then there are of course advanced techniques wherein, uh, of course, keeping hydrated and nutrition on the course also is very important. Taking 4.5 hours to finish a round of golf, you do need something to keep your energy going, because no matter what you do, no matter what kind of weather you're playing in, you are losing electrolytes from the body. So that also depletes your energy levels as well as your focus levels. Just a simple thing as drinking a few sips of water could hydrate you and keep your brain sharp through the day. So a couple of these things, and also to top it all, if one could practice some sort of breathing techniques, and literally as a part of the living of a golfer, if one could practice a few breathing techniques, I think that would go a long, long way in keeping things in shape.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, how to keep calm under situations of duress, and especially a professional tournament. And on the final day is definitely one of those situations. Also, another thing I was wondering, when it's so windy, how does that affect the putting of a player? Let's say a 5 or 6 footer. How do you gauge that? And for all the amateurs sitting back home and trying to understand how they can actually ensure that they get the correct line, because wind is something which is sort of perceptible but you can't quantify it. Does that actually affect your putt as well? So if I have a left in putt from 6 feet, and the wind is sort of from the left to right, is it going to break more? How do I decide that?
Well, I don't think the wind is really going to touch your putts unless and until you were playing in Scotland and playing in very, very blistering winds, or maybe probably a Coimbatore in India. And if a storm was heading through Calcutta, maybe then. But other than that, I don't think the wind is really going to be affecting your putts. It's not like, we are on huge terrain for that wind to be affecting the golf ball. That would be number one. Number two, I think the gusts have to be up to about 40 to 50 miles an hour kind of a wind for it to start touching your golf ball on the putting surface. So, I mean, on the shots, of course, players have to be very, very careful. There is no greater teacher than experience as to what kind of ball flight should you hit in what kind of a wind. I think it's something that only boils down to how many times you played in windy conditions and what kind of decisions you've taken and learned from them or not. There is no one size fits all. Some players choose to play against the wind, some players choose to play with the wind. It's really a totally personal choice, but one has to learn how much my golf ball will move in the air with which club. Uh, Depending on the flight I choose to hit, tapping high on the last hole, leaking that ball out towards the right side.
It's very disappointing putt by Tappy. I thought that he should be able to make that. Was a
Clearly not
real
a tappy putt.
was a real nonchalant on that. Just very casually, maybe, or he just thought he'd tap it in.
That's what he thought, I feel. That's tapping high, clearly not tapping it in on the last hole. It's a total of 4 over for the day and 1 over for the tournament. I think that putt would lead him into being 5 over for the day. So, not the kind of a moving day that he was looking for. Looks like he's given himself the kind of moving day that I would give myself. Back onto the 17th green.
The amateur Mr. Fateh.
My apologies, that is Soham Daga playing alongside Sunil Chaurasia and Om Prakash Chauhan. Looks like Samar Dwivedi has landed up onto the left side of the fairway, closer off to that OB wall next to that fairway. I think he will have to be going through with a penalty drop or maybe a low hook shot, which I don't think Samar should have a problem in pulling that off. He's a draw player anyway. Slings the ball really, really well from the right to the left. We're back onto the 18th tee box. We have Abhijit Chadda on our screen now, playing alongside Mari Muthu, who is there in the yellow.
These are definitely going to be two tee shots worth watching. These are going to be pile drivers, well over 300 yards. And this is what I'm actually looking forward to personally, looking at these drivers unleash on this final hole, deciding on the line. Abhijit Singh Chadda flies the driver well over 310 yards, I think. So this should be interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats. This is going to be a strong drive.
I think there's a little dimple extra on that tee there for him. Just
maybe
not finding the
not
right
finding
mix.
You really need to feel comfortable before pulling the trigger. So, doing everything. Now, the player would be imagining his ball flight, probably finding a visual reference, a point or a tree that he would align on, and then from where he's standing, I think he might be trying to hit a fade or a draw. One can't say because there's a tree in front of this tee. So, anyways, the players tend to favor this left side. But him being a long hitter, but the tee seems to be low, so I have a feeling that this is going to be a fade.
Chadda does pull off a pretty straightish kind of a golf shot. He's got very, very less movement on the ball. It's like he's given it a little bit of a draw from the right side.
He's fine. He's picked up his tee, so that should be in position A1. Our cameraman has tried to trace it, but the ball has evaded him. It's
Mari Muthu.
another power hitter. So let's see what Marimuthu has in store for this hole.
Quite flamboyant, doesn't take any time on the golf ball, just goes up there and tries to stripe the crap out of it. Really, really good golf shot again by Mari Muthu. Started off a little bit to the left side. Seems like it has stayed over there.
So maybe in
Gaurav Upadhyay now, the amateur playing alongside and representing Kona Expressway Housing Projects Private Limited.
I think the amateur would definitely have learned a thing or two about long hitting. As you can see, he's also going there with a venomous swing. He says, if you can do it, I'll also do it as well. I think this would be a great opportunity. As myself, I can imagine that if I were an amateur to play with these kind of players with such great ball striking, I'd pick their brains and try to understand how to hit the ball that far. Oh, he's taken off at a good flight.
I think he's leaked it out slightly towards the right side. Local knowledge, of course, says that the right side of the fairway is much better
There
to
it
get
is.
an angle into the green.
It's visible in the fairway. Obviously, he knows his golf course very well.
That the group on the 18th with Mr. Tejan Banerjee playing alongside Tapi as well as Samarth Vivedi.
Mohammad seems to have overshot his approach shot. He'll be playing from outside our view, but we'll see the club and the ball. They'll make for interesting viewing. There's another angle. Very difficult shot. This is what we were talking about. The rough is so thick. Ball is totally submerged in the rough. Have a look at that lie.
While Kshitij Naved Kaul has actually made his way back onto 10 under par.
Ball is really nestled down, and he'll require a lot of skill to get this anywhere within 3 or 4 feet. You have to accelerate and make sure you don't decelerate. Look at that.
Brilliant
Look at
golf
that.
shot. A
Look
brilliant
at
golf shot by
that.
Samarth Dwivedi, making that superb birdie from the left side, being caught in the
Fantastic.
rough on the left side, railed up one from the right side of the green, and hit it just off and over. Superb shot by Samarth Dwivedi. That shot should land him up at 2 over for the day and a total of -2 for the tournament.
And that
Splendid
was
stuff.
a tiger fist pump by him as well. That is what golf is all about. We were thinking it's a difficult shot, and he's saying, no, he's pointing to the caddy. Yes, I was going to make it.
All smiles for him, getting a little bit of support from the galleries as well, tapping high.
So maybe an extra cold coffee at lunch then.
Absolutely.
Brilliant shot. I only knew him for his long hitting, but he definitely has a lot of touch around the greens as well. Brilliant by.
Samarth has always been a good chipper, so he's always had a better touch. In fact, his ball striking is something which keeps going a little bit up and down, but his short game is actually quite solid.
I think this is the time for him to break out in song.
Talking about breaking out in songs, Mari Muthu on the left side of the fairway, Gaurav Upadhyay is splitting it into two halves, and Abhijit Chadda yet to be seen walking down that fairway. Sunil Chaurasia now has landed up.
Now look at the 18th hole. This is a good view. Makes us appreciate what the golfers are facing. If you see, there's a small little trees in front of the tee, so a draw is sort of out of the question because you'll end up going to the tree. So the players are forced. They only have two options. Either it's a fade or a very high draw, which is not that easy because the trees are quite close to the teeing ground. So not an easy tee off by any measure.
Abhijit Singh Chadda has found himself in the right second cut. Should have a decent angle, and considering his power, stopping the ball on that second tier shouldn't be trouble for him. Mari Muthu's angle also is fairly good for this flag location. Anything left of this flag, I think, is difficult to reach. Mari Muthu's superb play there. Judged the release of the ball pretty all right. And the ball should be absolutely fine, just about 15 feet away in the fringe area of the green. As things get exciting as our leader groups have started to come in on the 18th hole.
Coming out from the rough, there'll be some roll on this. A tricky little shot for Abhijit. But won't have too much club, I think. He seems to have a lofted club in his hand.
Yeah, Abhijit hits it a far away, so he probably at max would be getting a pitching wedge or a 9-iron into this flag location.
Golf is so much simpler when you hit it that far. And the only thing you need to do is control that distance. It's like having a super par and just sort of honing it.
think the only place you don't need to control your distance is from the tee boxes. So hit your driver as far as you can. And then after that, of course, irons are all about accuracy. Looks like he's made a pretty good swing on that.
Coming up through the trees.
Seems like he's got a bit of a jumper there. Yup, a jumper it is. Camera unable to catch the ball yet. We will know very, very soon. Let's see if Gaurav Upadhyay is going to produce one for the cameras and the galleries.
Good drive by Gaurav, the amateur.
Trying to control, bunt down that second shot.
Seems to have caught a jumper as well, but it's on the green. Should be okay.
This is also the incredible nature of the game. And when the flag is on the top left part of the green, you'll hardly find your golf ball ever finding a way over there. But when the flag is in different locations, you will tend to find yourself in the spots which are very difficult to reach up to.
To be honest, I never quite understood why that happens.
Well, I have no idea myself. I've seen this so many times. If you were trying to hit it to that flag, you'd probably land up just short and right of it, and vice versa is happening.
Now Sunith looking to unwind from the left side of the tee. Let's see if his stance can give away what shot he is hitting. That if his left foot is flared up more open or behind, that will give us an idea of what kind of trajectory he's actually hoping to achieve. Looks like his right foot is looks like a little open actually. Maybe he's hitting a little fade.
Sunit's going pretty strong actually. He's at -6 for the tournament. A good round by him also keeps him in play for the final round. He also has a good chance at winning a tournament on his local course.
Sunith actually shot 10 under par. The previous edition of Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational by Take Sports, he shot the course record 10 under par. And on that golf course, so obviously he knows a thing or two about shooting low scores. There's no mystery about OP. He's definitely going to hit a left-right fade. So consistent, so quick.
OP also very, very, he's worth appreciating with the way he has taken his game. He's taken it from strength to strength. He's used COVID time for getting fitter and fitter, and that's just incredible, right? He's also been trying to move his game in the right direction. So, in fact, he's moving it in the direction where he can also go around and compete in international events now.
Absolutely.
Looking phenomenal. There we have the amateur playing alongside them, Mr. Soham Daga. Looks like a nice tee shot there by Soham Daga. Took off in the right line, and there we are, perfectly down in the fairway on the left side of the bunker. Lovely, very nicely placed by Soham Daga, the amateur of the group. He's representing Lumiere golfers. Quick mention to where we are this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For all of you who've just about joined us, we are at the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship presented by Urbana. The partners of this tournament are Aluk, ICICI Bank, Exide, SRMB, TMT, Dynatemp, and StoneX. The two partners, which of course make the PGTI possible, are Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Electro, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, and Credible India. And clearly, Abhijit Chadda got a bit of a jumper there and has landed up over the green on the 18th hole. Should have enough room there to be able to stop the ball. Nestled in, has to go in with a flop shot, as it appears.
That's gone.
Not his best shot. That would give him about 15 odd feet to save par. That's also the nature of the golf course. As for the viewers, it'll be interesting to note that if you miss the fairway, you risk getting a jumper, basically. And if you miss the green, you risk giving yourself another nestled lie to be able to control that onto these greens. That is the reason why this golf course becomes so difficult. And that's the reason we are unable to see multiple underpass numbers over here. Only 21 players are underpass so far during this tournament. Rest of them either par or over par.
I can well appreciate the kind of break that is there in this shot. Like you can see Mari Muthu there. it's a very steep kind of putt that he has, and it's going to be slick. So a lot of skill required, and as you had said previously, there are risks lurking on every corner. So you really need to be switched on here to have a good round and have a good outing. It's a very unforgiving golf course. As you've seen, Abhijit just hit his shot a little over the green, and now he had a tough shot and is looking at a bogey.
As we see how the leaderboard seems to be refreshing. Talking about refreshing, Kshitij Naved Kaul is back at 11 under par for the tournament, keeping his lead of two shots over Ankur Chadda now and Angad Chima. Ankur Chadda playing 2 under for the day and Angad Chima at -1 for the day. So a total of 9 under for both these gentlemen, trailing Kshitij Naved Kaul by two
So I
shots.
think it's our scores are yet to be updated. I think Kshitij has made an eagle on hole number 15, what it seems like. So obviously that's a brilliant comeback by him after dropping that shot and getting his lead back for two shots. And Ankur and Angad also doing well today at 2 and 1 under par respectively.
Mari Muthu, great effort by him, leaving himself just on the lip. Quite a frustrating end for Mari, but good putt nonetheless. Mari Muthu finishing at 3 over par for the day and total of -2 for the tournament. The 16th also gives the players an opportunity at birdie. If you can hit your drive down on to the fairway, you players can really give themselves a shot at the green from about 30-40 yards away. But again, so difficult to stop the ball that very, very imperative to be in play or else give yourself a full shot in by hitting an iron off the tee box. Again, flanked by one tank on the left, two tanks on the right side, actually three tanks on the right side. So another stunning hole, and the tanks are absolutely out of nowhere. They're in the middle of the trees. You will actually not be seeing them when you stand on the tee box, but they do exist inside. So just off the fairway on both sides. Abhijit Chadda putting to save par.
There's something about this putt that previously also had said that players are missing it to the left. It's a tough putt to gauge because it's on the spine of the green, so it's very tough to go on the right side because you feel it's almost like a sorry about that. So as I was saying, it's almost like a visual illusion that spine, so you can't go on the other side and then it breaks to the left. So I think the only place that you can make that putt from is to the on the left, or just miss the green and chip it in like many have done today.
Speaking about birdies, Ankur Chadda has made a birdie on hole number 16 to take himself to 10 under par, just one shot shy of Kshitij Naved Kaul.
Ankur Chadha also has a very organized, sorted game, very good ball striker. So this is the kind of week that he'd be looking forward to. Angad Chima as well, strong, powerful player. So the leaderboard is peppered with a lot of good young players. And that's something that we're seeing again this week, Rahul. I think it's a common theme that I've been touching upon. But if you look at it, if you look at the top 10 players on the leaderboard, apart from Thanga Raja, I think everybody is relatively, and Sudhir, maybe Sudhir is just somewhere in his 30s. Everybody else is really in their 20s. So the leaderboard is again a very young sort of leaderboard. Things are trending towards the youth. I think obviously the elder players will need to catch up. Experience is not really gaining much reward for these players. It's all about the exuberance of youth.
So, absolutely. In fact, the high competition that we see today and the muscle power required to get through this kind of rough or the length of the golf courses, the game has been trending in the other direction now. And I think it's only a matter of time that this is the way it will be going in the future. Of course, India is just about catching up on this. As of now, we have seen this trend grow over the last 5 to 7 years, while the world over, this trend started growing about a decade ago.
So he's a shift, a seismic shift happening in the kind of golfers that the country is producing. A lot of good talent that we can see here at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. And on the 18th hole,
Sunit Chaurasia from the rough trying to cut one back into the green. Seems like he's found more trouble. The ball seems to have ricocheted from that tree.
So I think he's between a rock and a hard place. Let's see where he's landed up. And on the 18th hole, we have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Now we only have the final three groups who are left to walk onto the 18th. Sunit now seems his attempt to chip out probably hit some tree when he was trying to hit that shot. So still has a tough shot coming up from the rough. So sort of has compounded his error, but that can happen when you're going for a risky escape route. Let's see what he does now.
Sunil Chaurasia probably just looking to now save the day and just come off with a 5 on this hole. Pretty good shot for him. He's given himself about 25 feet off that flag. I think that's, he probably, if he makes that par, that's going to be a bonus. But drop one shot on that card should be probably the medicine he's looking for.
This should be a very inviting flag for OP, who likes to shape the ball from left to right and can impart a lot of spin. So look for this to be close. Good shot by him, just coming up a little short, maybe half a club short. Just playing a little safe 20 feet for his birdie.
Sunny Chaurasia making a bogey on the final hole. He had a bit of a miscue on his second shot and the first shot, but I think a good bogey to wrap it up. Gave a good attempt at that par putt. Soham Daga now putting for par.
Running that by a bit.
Clearly, even the locals are finding it difficult to read the line on this putt.
I think that's a testament to how good our referees and the rules committee are. They were able to find a tricky pin position, and it's been quite confusing for all the golfers to decipher. And that's just adding to the difficulty that this golf course already has. And that's, I think, the theme will definitely continue tomorrow as well. So we have Kshitij, who has reached 11 under par, and the 16th, 17th, 18th, he could definitely birdie 1 or 16 and 17. So look for him to maybe reach 12 under par.
Finishing up their days as the wind continues to pick up pace at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. That's Soham Daga, the amateur, playing alongside Sunny Chaurasia and Om Prakash Chauhan. The next group coming in now, we've got Nikhil Sanwal, the amateur, in the fairway, playing alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Chirag Kumar. Nikhil Sanwal is representing the team from X side. Chirag Kumar from that right first cut or second cut on the 18th hole. Let's see how Chirag controls this one. Just slight misjudge over there and leaves himself slightly short of the green. Usually that ball coming off from that rough would actually drop and have a hop over onto the green and have that release pattern. Clearly, Chirag did manage to get enough spin on it, so it couldn't jump up. Nikhil Sanwal now. While we are looking for the third player of the group, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Yuvraj Sandhu found himself in the right rough, clearly couldn't get enough juice into the ball. Left himself a little bit of work to do. He's quite a way short off the green. Looks like it's about 40 or 50 yards short of the green. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu playing to 2 under par for the day. A total of -8. Kshitij Naved Kaul has gone up to 12 under par. And Angad Chima and Ankur Chadda both are trailing at 10 under par. These things seem to be heating up and getting more interesting as we move towards the final day of the tournament. Leader groups are just about coming in towards the last few holes. There we have Ankur Chadda. Ankur Chadda playing to 3 under par for the day. Ankur Chadda is playing alongside Anshul Patel. Ankur Chadda very, very meticulous about his business. He's really been playing very, very well off for the last couple of months. And if I'm not wrong, for the last 2 seasons. So Ankur has really come off and caught some fire into that game of his. Played well for a couple of other tournaments also this year. It's like a solid swing. Seems like he's just on the left side of the fairway. Not sure yet. Anshul Patel, the left-handed golfer from Ahmedabad.
It's quite visible that Anshul is going for a draw as he's aligned on the right hand side.
Joydeep Barua, who is representing Imagine Tech Park.
Let's see if he can finish the round on a good note and hit a good drive here.
Quite a solid fluid swing there for Joydeep Barua. Let's see if he repeats that on the ball. They always say practice swings are much easier than real swings.
Yeah, good swing by
Yeah,
him.
almost similar to his practice swing. Pretty good there.
Nice and easy right down the middle.
Slightly on the left side of the fairway, but shouldn't be a problem. It's just into the second cut. Should have enough room there to hit a little bit of a draw back onto the green.
Now look at Chirag Kumar here at the 18th hole.
Ankur Chadha has gone birdies on 14th, 15th, and 16th to get himself up to 3 under par for the tournament. So he's made 4 birdies so far on the back nine. He turned at a +1 score through 9 holes. We're back to Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on the 18th. Who seems to have short-sighted himself from that flag after hitting 2 shots about 50 odd yards short of the green. Chirag Kumar, who came up short, is just about at the edge of the green. His choice of club seems to be a putter from there.
Again, missing that putt to the left, but he's done really well from that distance.
I think phenomenally judged in terms of speed.
He's very good with the flat stick. Great putter. Kshitij Navid Kaul has just made birdie and moved to 12 under par. So now he has a 2-shot lead over Ankur Chadha and Angad Chima. So obviously he's not letting up at all. Yuvraj has really been able to keep the momentum going from the previous weeks, and that's a testament. Even though, when you're young, you have a victory and you play well. I think you sort of, maybe I would not say arrogance, but you try and think that the things will just happen automatically, and that's when the downfall begins. And he's very cognizant of that. He's not taken anything for granted, and that's commendable. So he's showing maturity well beyond his years, because if you taste such success early on, maybe you tend to sort of go a little awry, but he clearly has not.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu had been knocking on the door for a few weeks now, and I think Dick Boy, everything came together for him. So it's not like he got something very easily. So he had been trying and trying and trying, and then he was able to convert it in Dick Boy. Of course, this is just his first win, and I'm sure that there are many more to come in the future.
Absolutely. Now look at the amateur here.
Nikhil Sanwal putting on the last.
I think it's the same story for the amateurs as well. Missing left. Obviously, the margin of error is a lot higher. But mind you, ladies and gentlemen, the amateurs are playing a different tournament. The professionals, on the other hand, are here playing the stroke play. The amateurs are here playing a mixed format, and this is a one-off event where you get to see the professionals and the amateurs competing at the same stage, where not competing together
Among one another.
but sharing the same stage, so as to speak. And this is more as an homage to our good amateurs and their sport and their dedication to the game of golf. And you know they're very mindful that they want to get out of the professionals way and let them finish the round. And that's very good golf etiquettes by Mr. Nikhil Sanwal.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has a little bit of work there to save his 5 on the 18th hole. Yuvraj, of course, maintaining at -8 for the tournament so far. Chirag Kumar is at +2 for the day and total of -4 for the tournament.
Not having the best of days is Chirag Kumar. He's started the day at fourth position, but due to his round of 2 over par, has moved into a tie for 10th. As we have a look at Yuvraj. Not one to amble about. He's a proponent of ready golf, not taking too much time. He's a great quality in the younger players. Let's see if he's got the line right. Oh, maybe could have used a second more there. And nevertheless, finishing up at 1 under for the day and 7 under for the tournament. So he's still in pole position to compete and win wire to wire.
This is golf, and this is the equalizer that it is. Coming off a win, and this double bogey on the last is going to hurt Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Clearly, he was -2 for the day and will now finish at even par and a total of -6 on the scoreboard. So that's going to hurt a little bit, leave him gutted. But I'm sure he can come back tomorrow. And like Shaurya said earlier, he's the double-digit under par guy, so you never know. He might just shoot another deep round tomorrow. Chirag Kumar cleaning up for par. Super putt. Chirag, of course, no stranger to success. He's done this for years now and has had a superb career so far in his golfing game. The next group coming up on to the last hole now is Anshul Patel, Ankur Chadda, and Joydeep Barua, who's coming in. They teed off at 9:50. They are our penultimate group of the day. Anshul Patel from the middle of the fairway, not having the best of his days. He got off to a good start in this tournament, but hasn't been able to capitalize on that today and has been having sort of like what we can call a snowball effect in golf.
Yes, a very unfortunate day that you would like to forget. Anshul Patel is 9 over for the day, so it can happen to the best of us. And obviously, what will determine is how he is able to come back from this adversity tomorrow. Adversity, excuse me. Now let's see if he can finish in style. This seems to have gone to the right of the green. So obviously something is off in the game today. He'll probably go to the range and find the answers in the dirt, and he'll be for the better. And tomorrow will be another day where he can make a comeback.
Walking down the 18th fairway is Anshul Patel, Ankur Chadda, who is a total of 10 under par for the tournament and -3 for the day. Just two shots shy of the lead, playing alongside Joydeep Barua from Imagine Tech Park. Ankur Chadda has hit his golf ball just over the green onto the right side, while Anshul Patel has also missed the green on the side. As we come back onto the 18 tee box, our leader group is now on the tee. Angad Chima with Kshitij Naved Kaul playing alongside their amateur partner Jaideep Chitlangia.
Kshitij with a two-shot lead, which he will be hoping to extend on this hole. This is a hole that should really suit his eye. Look for a little left-right fade. And the wind also seems to have died down a bit, so I think the conditions are perfect right now. Sort of very upright stance that he has. Very different to what you normally see with the other golfers, a very different kind of technique. He's happy with that shot. As we go back to the green and we have a look at our penultimate group of Anshul Patel and Ankur Chadda. Again, another player falling victim to that tough shot from over the green. I think it's somehow maybe better to be in the thick grass from there as opposed to the closely mown area because it's growing against the players and it's very tough to commit to that shot. And please excuse us as we're having some technical difficulties at this point in time. Now we're back on the 18th with Ankur trying to navigate that putt and make his par, mitigate the damages caused by that chip shot. Let's see if he can end in style.
Brilliant putt by Ankur Chadda to save a par on the last hole. A superb effort of -3 on that scoreboard and a total of -10, just leaving himself 2 shots off the pace. That should give him a lot of confidence going into the final day. Super stuff by Ankur Chadda, making his way into the final round.
Brilliant par on the final hole. Let's see if Anshul Patel can hold this putt and put this round behind him. He'll definitely want to forget about this day and start afresh tomorrow.
Good, good putt by Anshul Patel to save his par on the last hole. Anga Chima has found himself in the right rough. Anga Chima also at a total of -10 for the tournament, just 2 shots off the pace, tied alongside Ankur Chadda. He's hit himself into the right rough, should be able to have a line to get close enough to the green to save his par though. What a brilliant shot there by Anga Chima from the right rough, giving himself a superb look at birdie, just about 18 odd feet short of the hole. Kshitij Navedkar also has landed up into the right second cut. Let's see what kind of a shot he pulls off from there. Our leader at 12 under par.
Coming out of the rough, that can be a little bit of a jumper. We've seen players actually go over the green from there. Let's see if he's able to do better. I mean, he's just such a different setup when you see him standing so far away from the ball. Such an odd sight for the eyes. Well, that's a brilliant shot by him. Unfortunately, just sort of going in the bunker, and that's going to be a tricky little shot from there.
Yes, that fairway bunker seems to have a huge grass over there, and the ball will be nestled down, so a little less room for the green to work with. But looking at Kshitij Navedkar's form, I don't think that should be a problem. Anga Chima, by the way, has moved up to 11 under par after making birdie on the 17th hole. We have just been updated, and that would take him just 1 shot shy of the lead. So Angad Chima, of course, has been finding good amount of form of late and should be able to capitalize. Let's see who out of these players who's been knocking on the door now for quite a few weeks is actually going to take home the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. Jaideep Chitlangia, the amateur alongside the leaders. Pretty good shot from the amateur. Next up would be Angad Chima, putting from just under. Before him, our leader Kshitij Naved Kaul would be coming off the right grass bunker from that tough lie position.
It's another tricky shot for our leader to navigate. Let's see if he's able to come out unscathed. These are all the challenges that are being thrown at the leader to test him if he's a worthy champion. Let's see if he's got the answer for the golf course. This is indeed a difficult shot. I mean, definitely not difficult for him. He's done well from there.
Not very happy with the way he hit that shot, but clearly the result isn't too bad. He should be able to clean up for a par from that side.
Ladies and gentlemen, he made it look a lot easier than what it actually is.
Angad Chima now getting ready to putt for birdie on that final hole, just about 20 odd feet short of the hole. Given himself a superb opportunity from that right rough. He's just one shot shy of the lead. Let's see if he can tie up for the lead and take it forward for the final day.
It will give him some great momentum if he's able to hold this putt, and a psychological advantage also making a birdie and going into the final day. But again, this is the putt that we've seen time and again that fools the players and goes to the left. Let's see if he's able to crack the code and see which way it's actually going to break. Yes, he has got the line, but not the legs. But that's a good read by Anga, the solid par, and he would end day one shot behind the leaders, and that's good. That's actually in a good position to be, just chasing one shot behind. Good effort by Anga.
Solid round there by Angad Chima, shooting a 3 under par to finish just one shot shy of the lead. Kshitij Naved call, of course, has still got a little bit of work to do from about 5 feet to clean up for a par on the 18th. While Jaideep Chitlangia being very, very courteous by cleaning his putt up so that the leader can have his time to make his par. So Kshitij Naved Kaul, our leader, would save that putt for a par and remain at minus 12 for the tournament. So Kshitij Naved Kaul is our leader for the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship, followed closely by Angad Chima at 11 under par and Ankur Chadda at 10 under par. Further on, we've got Sunil Charosia and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu tied at minus 6. This would conclude our telecast of the third round of the ICC RCGC Open Golf Championship. We are now going to be showing you the live telecast of the final round starting 8 a.m. on Sunday, the November the 28th. We'll be back on WA Cricket, presented to you by ABP News. A big thank you to all our event partners and sponsors. The ICC RCGC Open has been presented by Urbana with partners in Aluk, Exide, Dynatemp, ICICI Bank, SRMB TMT, and StoneX. And of course, big thank you to all the tour partners of PGTI, Rolex, Tata Steel, Incredible India, American Express, Athletic Drive, and Electro. Thank you so much for joining us on this live telecast. We hope to see you all tomorrow.
and RCGC for hosting this event again. I remember I finished top 5 last 2019 when I played here, and the course is in a phenomenal condition.
First time I'm defending my title, even in that way I'm so happy to, defending my title in Kolkata, and then especially because I have a good memory since amateur also, especially in Kolkata in RCGC.